Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to Tirana and to the heart, in fact, of the region that symbolize both the resilience of the past and the promises of the future. At the FI Institute, we believe in impact-driven dialogue. That means every session, every handshake, every idea exchange here must lead to action. Let this gathering be a moment where bridges are built between East and West, North and South, private and public. It is a true honor to start this edition of FII Priority Europe, our platform for bold dialogue, intelligent investment, and global cooperation. Today, Europe stands at a crossroads. As the world faces new power dynamics, shifting supply chains, and accelerating technological revolutions, this continent, anchored in values of openness, rule of law, and human capital, is reasserting its relevance. But if we want to shape tomorrow, we must act today. This is why we are here together. FII Priority is not just a conference. It is a movement built on the conviction that the most urgent global priorities, whether climate resilience, AI governance, or inclusive prosperity, cannot be solved in isolation. They demand co-creation, co-investment, and courageous thinking. A movement supported by our strategic partners, our vision partners, and of course our founding partner PIF, which I would like really to thank from the deep of my heart. Thank you so much. Europe's role in that equation is vital. The region boasts a GDP of over $22 trillion, some of the world's most dynamic innovators and a new generation of leaders eager to act. And it is in this region, the Balkans, we see untapped potential, youthful energy, and the hunger to belong to the new chapter of global growth. Together, let's redefine Europe's global positioning, not as a legacy power, but as a forward-looking partner for a world in transformation. Let us make this a summit of clarity, conviction, and courage. And now, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome on stage my friend and colleague from the Board of Trustees of the FI Institute, Sir Noel Quinn, the chairman of Julius Baer, and the former global CEO of HSBC, in conversation with our chairman, His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, Governor of PIF and Chairman of Aramco. Sir Noel.
Richard, thank you so much, and it's really great to be here in Tirana, really talking about, at a very pivotal moment, some very important issues about how we move forward as a world, how we move forward in Europe, and how we move forward with a strong investment flow to make the future become a reality. Bringing together influential leaders from Europe, from the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia, and from the rest of the world. Your Excellency, you hold a number of prominent roles, including Governor of the Public Investment Fund, a fund that, if I recall correctly, has grown from 160 billion to now over 900 billion, with an ambition to take that to 2 trillion by 2030. And I think so far, something like 22% CAGR growth. So that's an amazing achievement, and many congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But also, as Chairman of Aramco, a company that is important to the world, but particularly important to Europe. And I note that over recent years, I think since 2022, the imports of Saudi Aramco oil into Europe has grown by around 26%. So again, many congratulations. I will mention a third prominent role you have as an Aston Villa fan. And I will wish you success and great success in 2 of your roles, but I'll reserve my wishes on the 3rd role, if that's okay. If I can now turn to the first question, and it's a question that's on so many people's minds, and that is, how important is Europe and how important is it as an investment destination?
First of all, thank you for your wishes for Newcastle. I thought you were going to miss that I'm also the chairman of Newcastle, but you didn't, so thank you. It's really great to be in Tirana and for the FII priority, and this is not a coincidence. Albania is the fastest growing economy in Europe. They're dynamic, they have a business-friendly environment, and I hope the rest of the EU will follow through the same footsteps that Albania has taken under the leadership of the Prime Minister, Edi Rama. We have been investing in Europe since the revamping of PIF since 2017. Up until 2024, we have invested about $85 billion or deployed $85 billion between investments and procurement. Investments about 18 billion and also procurement of about $67 billion. We are anticipating to continue on investing until the end of 2030, and this amount will grow to $170 billion. This would have an impact to the EU GDP. Currently, the impact that we've done is about 52 billion. And I think by 2030, it's going to be well over 100. It's going to be about $105 billion, creating jobs. We have created about 254,000 direct and indirect jobs through our investments and procurement from the EU. And we are projecting that this number will go up to $328 billion. We started our operations in Europe through our London office, which was operational, I think, by 2019. And in 2 days, I'm going to be, actually in three days, I'm going to be in Paris for the inauguration of our newest office internationally, which is going to be in Paris. And would welcome all to reach out to us to see how we can do different businesses. We have investments in the UK. We now invested about, we own about 15% of Heathrow Airport, to your point, Newcastle. Also 40% of Selfridges. Rocaforte, we have some significant minority, and also we have significant minority in Aston Martin. In France, we also have a significant minority in Accor, now changed to Essendi. Also, Riyadh Air has a big order of Airbus, which is, I think, one of the best things that Europe has to offer to the world. We have investments in Italy, and Pirelli, and Pagani, in Germany, and Hapag-Lloyd, and also in the rest of the EU and ESL Gaming, which is something we think is going to grow really big. And Saudi Arabia now is playing a pivotal role in growing the esports. We also have in the e-games FACEIT. And one of our latest investments in the infrastructure is Tawal, which has many towers in different countries around Europe. On the other hand, the European Union have invested about $5 billion into Saudi Arabia in 2023. These are the inward investments were in automotive and renewable energy, construction, financial services, and also healthcare.
That is impressive. And actually, I just heard, and we both just heard a statistic from Tony. If you don't mind me, Tony, asking you, Riyadh Air, you just did your big reveal of the new interior of the planes, and you just shared a statistic which blew my mind on how many hits you've had on the website on that. Do you want to just shout that out?
We were all amazed for a cabin reveal in Jeddah. We were all amazed, Noel, for the cabin reveal during the Jeddah Grand Prix 4 weeks ago. Up to now, 490 million hits on social media. 490 million. Incredible.
That's a superb statistic and great testimony for building
It is
quality airline.
It is actually, and people are excited for new things because the offering that we have in Riyadh Air is different. We want to bring back the luxury and style back to airlines. So that's why people from all over the world were really excited
Superb.
to see the reveal.
Your Excellency, that's a huge track record of investment. One of the questions I have then is, what are the conditions for investment? What is the environment for investment that you really look for and you would ask for from Europe?
Visibility, that's number one. So there was a report issued by Draghi. It's called, I think, the Draghi Competitiveness Report, and it showed that Europe has failed when it comes to attracting more businesses to the EU. And the main reason is basically the mismatch or the gap between policy makers and what the economy and the business community would like to have. There is one overhanging red flag, actually, right now we have, which is the EU Sustainability Regulation. The EU Sustainability Regulation has a 1,000 metric of sustainability that is really jeopardized, not only attracting new investments to come to the EU, but for some of the investments that are already in existence to be out of Europe. The regulation is saying if you're not compliant, you will be penalized, not only for your operation in Europe, but you will be penalized on the parent company 5% of your top line. This is really outrageous for a lot of investors. Now, a good thing happened recently that they pushed the implementation of these regulations from the year 2026 to 2028. But I think it's not enough.
Yeah.
I think investors usually demand more visibility, and they want to know, should they continue on investing in here? Should they continue their operation, or should they just shut down? Oil and gas businesses in Europe are really very jumpy. Some of the companies, the international investments in oil and gas in Europe, they're started to shut down their businesses. Especially, and maybe we'll be talking about the energy and the role of energy and basically energizing the whole world. You cannot have regulations that really choking the economy.
Yeah.
I think, to me, if you allow me, and one thing, I think the policies and the ideologies should really support the growth of business and investments, not the other way around. You cannot really use your economy to prove that your policies are the right ones. And this kind of ideology, mindset, I think ought to really change.
Yeah, and I can reflect on that from my past role as a corporate banker. Regulations that are listing 1,000 items of compliance imposed retrospectively on an existing project will certainly influence the appetite for future investment, because there's a retrospective cost emerge that you didn't anticipate when you first made the investment decision. So it must be weighing on your minds as to, even if the regulation has been deferred, it's still going to be possible, be there within the cycle of the next long-term investment you may be thinking of.
Absolutely. I mean, to Richard's earlier remarks, he mentioned the implementation of rule of law. And I will give you one bad incident that happened to us in our investment in Credit Suisse. We owned about 5% of that. Overnight, the Swiss regulator changed the law. 150 years of rule of law was changed overnight. To us, we're not going to invest in the financial markets in Switzerland because...
As a chairman of a Swiss bank, as of 10 days ago, that concerns me.
No, I mean, seriously, if you change something overnight...
I agree with you.
...and you wipe out all of your investors...
I agree.
This is a big red flag.
Yeah, retrospective changes of regulation and law and lack of predictability of future regulation is the biggest single inhibitor to private sector, public sector financing.
Totally agree.
Yeah. So, if I can just move slightly, but it's still involved in that topic, energy security. It's a term that is used so often by many governments, all governments in my view of the world, particularly given some of the changes that emerged post-COVID, during COVID, since COVID. High on the agenda, particularly here in Europe, given the challenges and the war between Russia and Ukraine. Also increasingly in other regions, how do we balance energy security, energy affordability, and sustainability in a strategy and a way forward? How do we achieve that balance?
I think it's a trilemma. To your point, the SAS is very important. You need to secure the energy, make it affordable, and at the same time, it should be sustainable. We have done a lot in Saudi Arabia through the Ministry of Energy, through Aramco, and the PIF to have this balance in place. The International Energy Agency, unfortunately, is only looking at the emission side of the energy. And they've forgotten the energy security, is it there or not? And the second thing, is it affordable or not? But they're only focusing on the sustainability. And this is a transition. You cannot do it overnight. And anyone thinks that it's like, you know, you just switch on or off renewable. They're not really realistic. What we've done in Saudi Arabia, we have a plan to have 50% of our energy mix based on renewable energy, solar, wind, green hydrogen, and of course batteries. And the other 50% will have zero liquid, we'll have zero oil, and we'll go with gas. And gas emitting a lot less than the other fossil fuel alternatives. So you have to take into in mind that the global south demand will rise by about 30% by the year 2030. We need to get the oil and gas companies to be more efficient, and I will give Aramco as an example. We are emitting like the lowest among all the independent oil and gas companies, all the big ones. We emit per barrel about 10.5 kilograms of carbon dioxide, while the industry standard is in the mid-20s. And we are part of this industry standard. If you take us out of the average will go up to maybe 30 kgs. So that means we emit about 66% less than the IOCs. Also, methane, which is a big thing. We have our ratio is 0.04%. The target is 1%. We are 4% of the target. We would like to get the oil and gas company, the independent ones and the other ones, to our standard. We're not, reinventing the wheel. We're just implementing safety standards and sustainable standards, and we can make the world a lot better. We are investing in blue hydrogen, and in Aramco, and also in green hydrogen through PIF. And in fact, ACWA Power, which is one of our portfolio companies, just secured 200,000 tons of green hydrogen annually with SEFE, S-E-F-E, a German company. They have the offtake, and I think these kind of things should really continue. And if it continues, we can have the balance that I was talking about between the security of the energy, the affordability, and also the sustainability.
I think that's absolutely right. And the key terminology you used there was a transition, an energy transition.
Absolutely.
It's from to, over time, and it's progress on multiple fronts. And certainly I've been very grateful to the team at Aramco and the engagement they had with us in my old role. And I can testify to the fact that certainly within Aramco, the efficiency at a cost level, the efficiency at an emissions level is superb. They're absolutely committed to bringing down the emissions and the cost.
Absolutely.
And doing the right thing. And I've also seen the work that PIF have done on building up investments in alternative energy and alternative sources. So that transition is taking place within the kingdom.
It is, and
It's a journey.
actually it started long ago, from maybe before 2020, before the pandemic. And ACWA Power, which is, we have a majority stake in it, we started buying in ACWA Power and inject a lot of capital in it for a simple reason. We have the mandate of 70% at PIF, 70% of the renewable energy is coming through us. So we found the platform, which is ACWA Power, and we started investing in it, and we are co-investing with ACWA Power in the renewable energy, and also Aramco is co-investing with us.
So your message to Europe, to the world would be, let's work collaboratively on an energy transition pathway and let's co-invest on that journey. If I can just sneak one final question in, because I'll run out of time. And what's impressed me most in the dialogue that I've had with people in the kingdom, such as yourself and your team, is the commitment to long-term investment over short-term gains. You're taking a very long-term vision. That's evidence in the massive giga projects that you're doing. Do you see that the conditions for that long-term perspective reciprocated when you come into Europe? Do you see the appetite in Europe to encourage long-term investment over short-term?
I mean, to my earlier point, some of the regulations are anti-investments, unfortunately. But hopefully, the leaders of different governments within the EU will push forward to change these regulations and to make it more business-friendly, more investment-friendly, to not only attract investments, but to maintain some of the investments that we already have in Europe. I think the potential in Europe is really great, but we shouldn't only think about selling our goods and services to the rest of the world, but we should think about getting co-investments from the rest of the world to Europe. I gave an example on Riyadh Air. We procure Airbus, the extra wide body, because of a simple reason. It's one of the best offerings that are out there. But is this enough for Europe? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Selling goods is really good, but it's not enough. You need to reinvest, and you need to have the rest of the world coming in to the continent and to co-invest with you, or to have some fresh investments coming in. So my message in here is we have to pave the way for investors and businesses to come in here in Europe and to invest and to maintain their current investments.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for the time. If I can just pull out a couple of key messages from my point of view. Commitment to long-term investment. Conditions need to be right to facilitate that investment. Those conditions need to be conditions that encourage, that avoid retrospective changes post-investment, and allow predictability of investment, give conditions for predictability.
Yeah, absolutely. If I may add one last point. The volatility in regulations and the less visibility of laws and regulations would only push the investors away. I mean, the last administration in the United States was not very clear. I mean, they had the export control. You cannot procure many things from them. They had the CFIUS regulations, which is restrict certain investments within the United States. Now, with the new administration, most of these things shifted back to the normal path, which is more investment and business friendly. I would love to see the same thing everywhere else in the world.
That's a great way to finish, and I just want to congratulate you on a tremendous visit of President Trump to the Kingdom this week. You must have been extremely busy. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was great.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
A fractured world is reshaping the global economy, and at the center of it all is capital. Inflation remains stubbornly high, eroding consumer purchasing power. Global debt levels are soaring to record-breaking heights, with advanced economies struggling to balance fiscal stimulus against inflation control. And rising geo-economic fragmentation disrupts trade routes, capital flows, and critical supply chains, severing the links that once fueled growth. The pressure is mounting. The tools that once stabilized economies, monetary policy, stimulus spending, global cooperation, now seem less certain, less effective. And as nations turn inward, competition for investment capital intensifies, leaving emerging markets and even advanced economies more vulnerable to shocks. Against this backdrop, the question isn't whether capital can connect a fractured world, it's whether we can afford not to. Investing in a connected Europe and in a connected world is not just an economic imperative. It's the foundation for sustainable growth, resilience, and prosperity far beyond Europe's borders. Because when Europe connects, the world strengthens, innovation accelerates, stability deepens, green policies flourish, arts and culture thrive. But in a world splintered by debt, inflation, and distrust, a larger question looms. Can capital rebuild the bridges toward a prosperous future? And can Europe lead the way?
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to this very special edition of FII Priority Europe. Now, we could have brought you to London, Paris, Rome, wherever, but we like to do things very differently here at FII. And I'm absolutely delighted to be able to join Richard and everybody else and welcome you here to this beautiful city of Tirana in Albania. I'm Etna Trainer. I'm going to be with you throughout the day and help you through the proceedings. And as always, it's an absolute honor for me to be here with you all. So thank you for being here, and thanks to each and every one of you. And of course, a big thanks to Sir Noel Quinn and His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan there, and for Richard for our opening. So let's get down to business. This is what it's all about, and this is why you are here. As always, we have our board. And this, of course, very, very important in terms of what we can do, how we will look at the situation now, and look at some interesting options, perhaps, for the future. This is where, I promise you, we will engage, inform, educate, and hopefully inspire each and every one of you, now and throughout the rest of the day. Let me get our board up here, and let's get to business. Please welcome our moderator, journalist, speaker, and strategic advisor, Thorold Barker, and his team, his great board members here. Let me call them up. The former Prime Minister of Italy, His Excellency Matteo Renzi. The founder, Emaar Properties, and the founder of Noon, Mohammed Alabar. Professor Aida Al-Muteri, Professor and Co-Director, the Center of Excellence in Nanomedicine and Engineering from the University of California, San Diego. Samir Mane joins us, the founder and president, Balfin Group. Bernie Mensah, the president of International Bank of America, and Henri Poupard-Lafarge, the CEO and director of Alstom. Thorold, I'm going to hand it over to you. Have a great board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
We met already.
How are you, sir?
We're all going to have a little greeting first. We haven't met. Nice to see you, Mohammed. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
So welcome, everybody. So we're going to try and drive this conversation as far as possible to some active recommendations at the end. But I'm going to start at a slightly higher level. We are living in a world that is unrecognizable from 20 years ago. Multilateral institutions are giving way to bilateral deal-making, as we saw with President Trump's very energetic trip to the Gulf recently. Trade's being used to engineer political and economic aims. Governments and companies are deploying vast amounts of capital into AI, and technology is transforming businesses around the world, and economic power is shifting fast. So I'll start, Matteo, with you, just to give a quick overview. In this very new world, who are the winners and losers, and where does Europe fit in? How has it affected Europe?
Good question. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I think the change caused by President Trump is an historic, radical change. And there are different types of choices of President Trump. I prefer President Trump when he signed agreement in Saudi, and I confirmed the very important result of the historical trip in Saudi, to the President Trump when he signed executive order about tariffs. Because I think create a trade war against Europe, who is the best ally of the United States of America, is not, in my humble opinion, the best way to manage this global order, or as we said in some edition of FII, of global disorder. So I think we have a multilateral world. We have to understand if the future will be really a competition between USA and China about artificial intelligence. That is the current opinion. I think the situation is more complicated. We have an incredible change in demography, and Europe have to wake up. Because Europe is a great continent, is the most important historical success, because we transform a place of war in a place of peace, and we are so happy if Albania finally will be part of Europe as we expected, but Europe risks to become too much focused on bureaucracy and For that reason, we have to surpass the logic of over-regulation. We have to invest in innovation. We have to become a lab and not a museum. Just to finish, please look a symbol. When Europe decided to do the Green Deal, that is not artificial intelligence, that is human stupidity. Green Deal is the terrible thing for Europe, because the goal to arrive to fight against climate change is a good goal, is correct. But if we arrive with the distraction of German and Italian manufacturing, that is not strategic. That is the best auto goal. We cannot speak about football because, yes, here, Noel, we discuss about Champions League and Newcastle and Aston Villa, so please don't open this door. But it's a mistake. So my answer is Europe continue to be a very important player in the global world, but Europe have a problem, first of all, with herself. We have to wake up and come back to think about the future and not only about the past.
So I'm going to go to Mohammed in 1 minute, but I just want to follow up on that with Bernie. Just to quickly, you made this point about, people focus on the battle between China and the United States, but there's obviously a lot more happening in the world. Bernie, can you just quickly talk from a capital flows perspective? How relatively attractive is Europe nowadays? Obviously, there's huge amounts of capital being deployed in the US. We'll talk about the Middle East in a second. And then obviously China, in a more closed way, is putting a lot. I mean, is Europe a place? Recent survey from Ernst & Young showed, I think, the lowest inward investment for 9 years the other day. I mean, what is actually happening when global investors think about Europe?
Thanks, Roland, and great to be here in Albania. You make a good point. I think that if you looked at Q3 last year or through most of last year, Europe was, I would say, third or fourth quartile in terms of the level of interest for investment. So as I traveled around the world, people were very interested in the US, what was happening there, in India, perhaps Mexico. And that picture has changed a little bit. So the US was coming on the back of the Inflation Reduction Act. There were a lot of hairs and whistles around that, but that was where the focus was. I'd say in the last 2-3 months, people are asking the question again, given the change in the US posture, should we be looking at Europe? Should we be looking at the UK? What does that mean? Now, I think that Europe does need to step up to make that a reality for investors that are looking in Europe. And I think it's important that Europe does that because we are all looking for global balanced flows. We're all looking for opportunities globally. And it would be great if Europe presented itself as a more viable investment destination. So I think, in short, the capital flows at the moment are, I'd say, perhaps a little bit in flux. By that, what I mean is everybody recognizes that the US has real challenges in terms of the twin deficits of the budget deficit and the trade deficit. And any US government responsibly should look at that. We saw the rating agency change of the US yesterday. Now, how the US goes about it, whether it's through tariffs or other means, is one thing. However, within that, I think Europe has a really important part to play. Germany at debt to GDP of 60-70%, it should probably be higher. There should be more consumption in Europe. There should be more, better regulation to drive greater investment opportunities here. And then the final thing I'd say is Europe is an incredibly wealthy region. Europe has a huge amount of excess savings, and it exports these savings largely to the US. And so essentially, it's not able to consume its excess savings efficiently. And so it's not like other regions that are having to import capital, actually. So there's an opportunity for Europe, but I don't see them grasping it fully yet.
So that's a really important point. And as Bernie mentioned, the US credit rating got downgraded by Moody's yesterday for the first time. Other rating agencies have done that before, but there's clearly a huge debt challenge. They talked about the federal deficit going from 6.4% up to 9% by 2035. So there's a challenge there, and there is capital here. The question is, how do you deploy it? So in the Middle East, President Trump went, and a wave of deals were announced and capital being deployed at speed. What can Europe learn from what's happening in the Middle East as a place where these decisions are made rapidly and capital is deployed at scale in such a way? Are there any lessons we can learn from that?
Well, first of all, I have to comment about Europe because I operate in about 7 European countries. And I'll just tell you how Europe operates badly, but I have hope because I believe in human beings. I believe that people want to do better for their children. Otherwise, all the Europeans, they need to go get visas to go work somewhere else if they continue doing this. So, for example, I was invited to Berlin by this amazing mayor where they have shortage of housing, about 500,000 units. It will go up to 700,000 units. And I'm lucky enough, I do large, massive real estate project. Very boring. 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. That's what I do. And when I visited him, we went and visited the old Berlin airport, which is massive, you know. And he said, I said, okay, we'll build the largest park in Europe. You know, green parties and all that nonsense. And he said, yes, but if we do the planning, and if it passes, the right of the lizard and the snakes and the studies will take about 10 years. And if we pass, I said, well, it's not a problem. Then lizards live, snakes live, and let the Germans sleep on the street. I mean, this is crazy, huh? So what I'm telling you, this is really, if you want to summarize what's going on in Europe, weak leadership, strange rules, regulations, and it's really very dangerous what's happening to Europe. But we also have to have hope that changes happen. Good leaders will come. People care about their countries. It's a human nature. And good leadership in Europe and all these countries is going to happen. And I believe that that will change. Because, you know, look at the shift in US between what we were like 4 months ago and where we are today. So I think there are, you know, the people of Europe, they love Europe. They will make a change. It could take some time because, you know, Europe is Europe. It's not a joke. And we want Europe to progress. We want Europe to do well. We want America to do well. We want Russia to do well. We want China to do well. We want Africa to do well because the world is very small and we need to all prosper. I don't want only my children to do well. I want your children to do well. Because this world is very small. And if I come to the Middle East, I might not answer you directly, but I'll answer you this way. You know, I think I really worry about you in Europe. I don't know what democracy you guys have, but NGOs have more rights than the parliaments. Isn't this interesting? And I always ask, I say, first of all, these NGOs, who elected them? Do you guys know who elected them? Do you know who funded them? I wonder about that. Maybe I'm a stupid man from the Arab world, but I say, you know, parliament, voting, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so NGO, who vote for the NGO? Who brought them? Who gives them money? But anyway, so we had a discussion. So they said, Mohammed, you know, you have no democracy. They have no right. I said, I fully agree. I fully agree. But if I talk about my country, #1 airline in the world, #1 healthcare in the world, #1 education in the world, #1 tourism destination in the world, security, safety, transparency. But I agree with you. America has 2 political parties. We have a problem. We have 1 political party. That's the only difference. In America, they are very busy with election, and Europe, and we are very busy with construction. Simple. Why?
And in Italy, we have 56 political parties.
And why I say that? Because at the end of the day, you will never, ever have a great Riyadh Airlines, #1. You will never run FII with transparency. You will never take care of your people. You will never have good security, good education, good healthcare, unless you have true, proper, great system in the country. Without it, with corruption, with games, you will never achieve these things. So I think, but I want to make one more comment also, but I think the change that's happening in the world, I think Donald Trump is giving the people a wake-up call that everybody have to wake up. The world is changing all the time. And I think it's good for us in the Middle East. It's good for everybody in the world as well. I'm sorry if I answered indirectly.
It's a very rich answer, so thank you for that.
But I really would like to know the NGOs. Who's elected NGOs in your democratic system in Europe? So somebody should explain to me, really. I'm confused.
We can discuss that backstage afterwards. But I think I think you make a really valid point around speed of decision making. The world is moving very, very quickly, and President Trump has come in and started to govern more by executive order and make decisions fast. Obviously, other countries are able to do that and move at speed and deploy capital and make decisions. Europe has a lot of positive attributes that it's trying to push onto the world, for sure, through regulation and environmental rules and other things, but it is creating the problem that you talk about. And we'll talk a little bit, Matteo, in a second about the structure of fractured parties within countries, and then Brussels on top of that, and all the different levels you have to get through to make change. But we'll come to that. Henri, I'd like to go to you. How do you react to that as a multinational based in Europe?
Well, thank you. Pleasure to be with you this morning, and indeed it's quite refreshing to hear from you. I'm in the infrastructure business, and obviously I'm in the long-term business, so all what you are saying is music to my ears. We need stability for the long-term business, for infrastructure business. We need stability to attract capital, and it was very interesting about what you said when the European capital is actually going to the Americas, and also because of banking regulation, so we can discuss this matter as well. So we need long-term visibility for the capital. We need long-term regulations. We cannot have retrospective regulation. I was very interested about what you said, Your Excellency, in the rule of law. So we need constant rule of law. But I see a little bit of tension in what we are seeing around the table between appealing for rule of law and stability, and at the same time recognizing that things are changing very fast, and to some extent also applauding leaders which are taking fast decisions. And we need to find the right balance between taking fast decisions and having stability, because we don't want, you said, changes in the US regulation, for example, and then 4 years later having a complete change because you have a complete change of ruler. So that's the balance that we need, and we do business across the globe, and really what we like in this business is to be able to develop projects, and for that we need not 1, 2 years, we need 10 years, 15 years visibility, and the things that we are going to produce are going to last during 40 years, 50 years. So what about cybersecurity during this 40, 50 years time? So there is an immense need for a stability in the regulation, whatever they are. I mean, even if they are protecting snakes and lizards and whatever, as long as they decide which snakes they are going to protect for the next 40 years. And that's what we need to have.
So that's a really interesting point. How would you weigh up the US versus Europe on that measure of long-term visibility and stability? I mean, you mentioned that obviously we could have a totally different government in the US in 3.5 years' time. So how do you look at those two decisions?
Well, I will enlarge your question. I mean, there are a number of emerging markets, fast-growing economies, which are extremely well managed on a planification standpoint. And if you take Saudi Arabia, a lot of countries are working on a very long term, which is what's missing a little bit in Europe, where it's more scattered and more short-term oriented. I will not make a huge difference between the US and Europe in that perspective. I think Europe, of course, is sort of suffering for being scattered. And we have, as railway, we have a mission, it's to connect Europe, so physically, not only capital-wise, but also physically, and that creates some tension within the infrastructure. But both, I would say, both the US and Europe lack visibility in the very long-term planning and the long-term investment in this stuff. So, of course, you have mentioned Infrastructure Act, and in Germany, we are launching a lot of investment in infrastructure.
You would feel that that stability exists in somewhere like the Middle East, that long-term?
Yeah, long-term visibility. I see more long-term visibility and long-term planning in a lot of emerging countries rather than what we see in Europe. Whereas Europe and the US is facing a very pivotal moment in time, because all our infrastructure are 50, 60 years old. So they need to be replaced. We are coming into a huge replacement cycle in addition to the energy transition that we are talking about. So it really requires...
So you've got to get the rules right now to get the capital. Samir, can you just give me you've done a lot of real estate in Europe and elsewhere. Can you, to the point that Mohammed made about the different timescales and the different rules to get things done, can you talk a little bit about your experiences?
Yes, thank you. So I'm getting only one product and one example that we do in 3 parts of the world: Western Balkan, Europe, and United States. we call it affordable housing. That is a process that we do everywhere, besides many other businesses that we do in Europe and Albania. They take us 3 months to get a building permission in New York for affordable housing. They take us almost 2 years to get the same permission in Europe, and close to 3, 4, 5 months in Albania. So that is the big difference that we see, and it's the same product for the same target of people. So that is the problem that we see in Europe, and I don't know how it's going to continue, which kind of policies that need to be changed, but it's something that need to be done faster, because the product is like this. It's affordable housing for different parts of the world.
So how do you see, doing business in Albania, how do you see the world that is changing in the way that we've described? What are the opportunities here?
Well, Albania is growing up. The business is doing very well. There are a lot of opportunities in tourism, banking, green energy, and many other opportunities. So Albania growing very fast. Our main focus now is in tourism. So not only Albania, but in all Western Balkan countries. We see tourism as a good opportunity to invest, and yes, we continue to invest on tourism industry. So
great. Ada, I'd like to go to you and bring in technology as a key area that has driven the United States for the last 20 years. Huge amounts of capital deployed, huge amounts of big companies that have emerged. I think that Mario Draghi said in his report last year that there were no companies of more than 100 billion euros that have been created in the last 50 years in Europe, but the top 7 trillion euro companies in America have all been created in the last 50 years. So there's this big disconnect in what's happened with innovation and scaling innovation. Can you talk a little bit from your perspective of why it works so well in the US and what we can learn?
Well, I think a big reason for that is investing in R&D at the higher education level. So it's no surprise that many of these companies cluster around higher education institutions. And the funding, not only does it come from government funding, but from the private sector. So I think about 4% of the GDP goes to R&D. Things are changing these days, as everybody knows here. There's been more regulation, which is not a good thing. And one of the worries is that it drives talent out of universities in the US, and it's an opportunity for other places actually to harvest that talent. So that's a big driver. I mean, in the state of California, which is, I believe, now the 4th largest economy in the world, is really the economic engine of California is the system of the University of California that generates these patents for many of these technologies. I just want to elaborate more on a point that my colleague Mohammed made, which is on democracy. In science, we have this saying that science is not a consensus. Galileo was right, and all of his other scientists at that time were wrong, and they committed him to death because he said the earth is round and not flat. And Martin Luther King said, you can't lead through consensus. So in a way, I think there's a delicate balance between democracy and taking a popularity contest and then making a difficult decision that not so many people can see is the right decision. So that's very important, and that's something that maybe everyone just assumes democracy is better. It's not necessarily. It doesn't serve us in science.
Well, if you have a big budget, you can win the election. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure.
I think if you have 16 billion in the US, you can win the election.
Yeah. But anyway, to your point that not everyone, you can't take everyone's opinion and just make a popular decision. And so in terms of, the fragmented landscape that we live in now with the different kinds of regulations around artificial intelligence, it's really, and the protectionism, if you will, of data really is hindering the progress of artificial intelligence. It's really more nearshoring, what's happening right now. And we need to have a more cohesive, concerted effort to allow data flow throughout different regions. Right now, where the demand is high and the resources are available, definitely in the Middle East for artificial intelligence and progress in that. It's a big leader because of the demand and the resources available, including energy resources. And technology is definitely moving towards AI, including in medicine. You know, it's maybe something that's a little understated in our investment community is how useful AI is in coming up with new treatments. It used to take 20 years to figure out the structure of a protein so that you can create a drug for it, and now it takes 1 year because of AI. So it's definitely not hyped enough, I think, in the area of healthcare.
So I'm going to come to Matteo in 1 second, but just on that AI point, how important is it for an area like Europe to actually lead in AI, or can it just take what the US is developing and deploy it? So how important is it to actually own the infrastructure and develop the technology yourself in this situation?
Currently, it's very fragmented, and there's a protectionism between countries. And you know, I'm not a politician, so I don't know how much of this is good or bad, but in order to accelerate progress, there should be more trust and collaboration, both financially and intellectually.
Mohammed, you want to come in?
Yeah, you know, myself and His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, we started a company, we founded together called Moon, which is really the competition for Amazon in the Middle East. And, you know, we're smoking them out, and I love it. You see, I think the world and
How are you doing that?
It's an e-commerce, but it's very advanced e-commerce system for the Middle East.
Okay.
One of the most dangerous products we have, it's called Minutes, where we deliver everything in, Your Excellency, 11 minutes or 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your support. So, you know, I really believe that most of the world, and mainly Europe, are occupied. You know, say country occupy a country. I think Europe and the rest of the world is occupied by Google, Meta, Microsoft. They control you. They control us. Seriously. Like, you can't do business in Europe if you don't live and breathe Microsoft, Google, okay, X as well with it, and Meta and all the other technologies.
But isn't that going to get even more extreme with AI?
My answer to that is that I believe Europe, I hope, you know, young people will come and do something. But immediate solution, do not ignore China. Let them bring in technology as well. Let all these two countries, two technologies, three countries compete. Don't be a slave to one party. And you know, all this nonsense of data and security, come on. Who has the data of Google? Come on, hey, we know, right? So it's okay, the Chinese can have some, American can have some, and let's share it in the middle. But you have nothing in Europe. So it worries me. The Middle East worries me. We're under control of two, and that's why I disagree with Donald Trump when he said, oh, we need to export more. No, you're already exporting. What's the total sale of Microsoft annually? 2.2 trillion? Or market value? I mean, massive export of Google and Microsoft. Who will make old-fashioned factories? By the way, just to let you know that I just bought a building, 15-story, from China. It's being packed. It will be delivered in Abu Dhabi, and it will be installed in 6 months. So even buildings are now robotically built. It's, by the way, built by robots. So there's no more old-fashioned factories and people going to factories. I think it's just nonsense, you know. So I worry that the question you put is very serious. Said, you and I are really controlled. And I give you one example. While I'm preparing for you, I thought I'll go back and pull some of my old speeches, because there's one item I love to speak about, which is the rich people are getting richer and the poor people are getting poorer everywhere in the world. And it worries me. Really, it worries me. You know, I couldn't find my speeches on Google. I don't think they want anyone to talk about poor people are getting poorer. could create a revolution. I couldn't find it. Google, YouTube, select, it's not there. Somebody controlling somebody.
Matteo, I'd like you to respond to the technology question.
I don't respond about democracy.
No.
I'm in favor of democracy.
Of course.
Okay, order. 1 second.
I respond about that, the role of Europe. I'm very
I want
excited.
you to know, but I'd like to respond on 2 levels. And we won't go into, different, whether we should be democratic or not. But number 1 is this technology gap in Europe and your perspective on that. And then secondly, the speed of decision-making in Europe and the fact that the democratic system is so fragmented in terms of making decisions that it takes a long time. So can you just address those 2 things? Because I think they are related as well.
I think the most important thing for Europe today is invest in a word very simple and very old. This word is education. Why? I think about my city. I come from Florence. Florence became rich thanks to the finance. Florentine people, they used to say, we invent the banks. I'm not sure they invent the banks. But bank means banco, come from expression, Italian expression is banco, bank. Banco means table. Because the Florentine people in the past used a table and exchange money, gold, etc. Okay? Banco. I think Florentine invent bankrupt because when the people failed, please, what happened? They break the table. Banco, bank table, break, rotto, bankrupt came from that. Bancarotta is an expression come from Italy. So we export a lot of things, also bankrupt. But what transformed Florence in the city everyone wants to see? Finance? No, yes. Because financial people, rich people of the past, decided to invest in small places called La Bottega, who became a place of innovation where poor people were educated exactly as the son of the rich people. That created the Renaissance. Renaissance was an unbelievable movement in Florence, caused by the capacity of rich people to guarantee an high education also to the son, to the new generation of the poor families. Why I used to say about my city, Florence? Because we cannot discuss about make decision speed in Europe. It's too complicated. And then, Mohammed, I will say a story Xi Jinping told me last meeting I have with him in 2016 about the concept of democracy. Please, we cannot open this door now in public. I think we can discuss about how we can transform Europe, and I finish about that. Yes, today we have Google, Amazon, great entrepreneurs who became strongest in the world, starting from zero. Because 30 years ago, when I studied without Google, without web. And when I used to say that to my children, they look at me, really? You study without mobile? Yes, I studied without mobile or without website. What happened? A new generation invent the future. I think there is only one possibility for Europe to come back. It's not a change democracy. That is impossible. That is very complicated. The only thing is transform Europe from a place of bureaucracy, as today we are too much, in a place of innovation. I don't know what type of investment will be winners in 2016, 2017. I don't know, because the world will be different from today. But I think if Europe will be able to become a lab for the new generations, and that means less bureaucracy, that means less capacity to invest in the human talents, that we will see what type of artificial intelligence, what type of investment in security. Only one thing. The most interesting opportunity for the terrible problem is demography. Because when a civilization have a collapse in terms of demography, that is a problem. And we have a great problem of demography. But if you think about the most important possibility for Europe is invest in the life science, invest in the education, invest in the human talent. I'm optimistic about Europe despite European political decision-making.
So, okay, I'm going to push just a little bit harder on. I'm not expecting you to reinvent democracy. That's not my question. But if over-regulation and the stifling of human talent and the opportunity to build and take risk and be dynamic, which exists more in America and other places than in Europe, if you need to peel back some of this regulation, does Brussels have the capability to undo regulation as well as add regulation? That is, in your view, you're an experienced person.
We have a duty. This is not a possibility. Or Europe will decide to change deeply the modality of over-regulation, or Europe is died. Okay, Europe, 30 seconds. Europe started with 6 countries. The idea was veto 6 countries, only 6 countries, Italy, France, Germany, and Benelux. Everyone could block the order. Now we are 27, and I hope Albania and the order will enter. We cannot continue with a veto, because everyone could stop the orders. That is not an organization. That became a United Nations General Assembly. So we need a change of modality of decision, and we need a change because in Europe, there is, yesterday we discussed about that, America invent, China copy, sorry for our Chinese friends, Europe regulates. That is the traditional word. I think it's not true. We have to become the place in which that is legal, not yet. We will become a lab to invent other things. For that, I don't think we have to bring a bomb on the bureaucracy in Brussels. I cannot say. I think, but I cannot say. I think we have to change very deeply the modality of transformation in European Union, and I think, paradoxically, Trump could help that, because it's unbelievable. That is the best and the last hope of Europe.
So we have 8 minutes left. As I said to all of you, what I want to do, and I think Matteo's already done this, is just go around the table very quickly and say what are the 1 or 2 priorities that you think are most important to rejuvenate and revitalize Europe and create the energy and the dynamism and the opportunity that Matteo is referring to. So can we just quickly go down, and then if we have time for a couple of questions at the end, we'll go to them. So Mohammed, what would your 2 priorities be?
Europe?
Yeah.
Well, the guy who runs Google is Indian, the guy who runs Microsoft is Indian, the guy who runs X is from South Africa, and 60% of all Americans, PhD holders, are non-Americans. So I think Europe should be very smart how to integrate brilliant people from all over the world to Europe. So, get some brilliant people to mix with the brilliant people of Europe and learn from the US experience. I think it's...
So it comes back to Matteo's point about talent. You have to build your local talent, but also bring in international talent.
The system and the talent that they get. And I think, through that, plus you have to have a good political system that process. And I really think that US one country and Europe so many countries. And people say that people in Brussels, each country send their worst people to Brussels. I think they should fix that. I hear, I'm not European, but I hear.
Ada, what would your 2 recommendations be?
I agree with my colleague, Matteo. It's through education, but making higher education accessible. So if I look at the US, for example, you have the Harvards and the Stanfords, but Harvard and Stanford will graduate 5,000 students per year. But if you look at the University of California, each one of those, there's 10 of them, will graduate 15,000. So it's higher education for the masses, not for a sliver of society. Like if I think of London, England, who gets to go to Cambridge or Oxford?
Right.
But if you look at California, UCLA, UC Berkeley, UC San Diego, UC Irvine, they are at that level, but they're graduating the masses. So it's the number one upwards mobility vehicle for California.
And is that using technology or is that physical? I mean, how do you scale that?
It's heavily investing in high quality higher education.
Okay, on all levels. Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. And the guy who created Apple is from Syria. I forgot that one. By the way.
Yeah.
Samir.
Half Syrian.
I want to see Europe a little bit to promote more themselves. We see every day today, invest in Singapore, invest in Dubai, invest in US. Europe have for sure a lot of value and a lot of opportunity to invest. But all of them say that invest in France, invest in Germany. So we don't see a unified Europe on that sense. And I'm sure that our opportunity every day is all the world investing in Europe. So this kind of promotion needs to be done on the proper way, as now we don't see it. And the second one is through visibility as well as the same taxing system and unique tax. We see it in different countries, different way of taxing, and it's very difficult to calculate on that way. So I cannot say very difficult, but it's not easy to calculate. So that are the two major things that I see what Europe can do better.
Great point. Bernie, what would your recommendations be?
Well, Europe is trying hard, and when I was thinking through my first answer, I thought I should give Europe credit for, particularly in Germany, they have passed, gone beyond the constitutional limit on the budget. That's a good thing. Perhaps with America's pushing, the defense budget is going to go up as well. So there's many things that Europe is looking to do. And the first part of my answer would be to implement all the things they've said, the Draghi report, which His Excellency talked about. It's all there. And as a finance person, Capital Markets Union, these are technical things, Savings and Investment Union, would really free up the huge amount of savings in Europe to make things happen. So there's a blueprint for what Europe to do. They know, a famous politician said, we know what to do, we just don't know how to get elected once we've done it. So that's for the political classes. The other thing I would say, which is such a cultural thing, and how do you make it happen, and I don't have an answer to this, it's a little bit frustrating, is to develop the risk culture. They've got excellent students, excellent education, they've got the capital, it's an incredibly wealthy region. But what you see in the US, you see a little bit in the UK, less here, are the individuals who will back that entrepreneur, happy to take a loss.
Absolutely.
It's okay if they lose their business, they come back. It's okay if they go to PIF or whatever, they make an investment. In the US, you lost it all, you come back, you get another piece of investment. So that piece of risk culture where we're not afraid of failure is something, but I've thought about that a lot. I don't know how you change mindsets or cultures around that, but that's the missing ingredient to everything else that Europe has.
And is that also not just the willingness to take risk, but the ambition to really be a world-leading company, for example? A lot of UK companies where you're based will build a really interesting business and then they'll sell it to America when it's still relatively small and it'll scale over there. I mean, presumably the risk and the ambition come hand in hand. Is that willingness to really try and go large, effectively?
Yes, I mean, the US has got developed capital markets, so if you take your business there, it's worth 2 or 3 times. They might look at the number of trillion-dollar companies versus the ones here, so there is that. But a lot of incredibly talented Europeans are in the US, in the education system, driving businesses. If you look at the leadership of Silicon Valley, there's a lot of South Asians, a lot of global people that are there. So I see daily, there is a bit of a VC culture. There are investors like PIF and others here. But there's this valley, when you have that idea, you get $100,000 from friends and family. You have an idea, you need to raise that 3 to 5 million. You get that, you're struggling through, then you need to get to that 50. At some point, the VC will turn up. At some point, banks like Bank of America will turn up without $3 trillion on balance sheet, whatever it is. But you see a lot of that talent trying to do that elsewhere. And if Europe could capture some of that, it'll drive growth.
Last word to Henri.
No, thank you. I will use a very corporate slogan, which is back to basics. The only thing I will ask to Europe is just to focus on the basics. Forget about the non-essential pieces. I mean, you were discussing, when you think about it, in Europe, we have no banking union. We have no European defense. And we are dealing with extremely tough regulation, strict regulation on very small things. So we should start to focus on the 2 or 3 main elements which are going to unify Europe and which are not yet there, because we are talking about digital companies, but we don't have global digital platforms in Europe. We don't have global regulation which allow to have digital platform. We are talking about education. It is very scattered education so far in Europe. So just pick and choose. Infrastructure is one of the vital elements, of course. Technology, education, just focus on that. Defense, of course, and forget about the rest. So just go back to basics.
Brilliant. We have time. There was a desire to have questions. We have time for one question, I think, to stay on the clock. Does anybody have a question? We have some microphones, if they do. Can we get one question for this esteemed panel on stage?
Aggiù.
What? Question in the middle. Sorry, he's going to have to pass the microphone up to him. There you go.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. And I'm Anas Agag. I'm between Saudi Arabia and UAE, and moved from Europe for pretty much these reasons. I had my company in Estonia before. And I work in the AI infrastructure and building data centers and so. And my question is how Europe is going to tackle the energy issue in the next few years if you want to lead in AI.
Who would like to take that? Very, very important question.
Could you repeat the question?
How is Europe going to tackle the energy issues, particularly if it wants to lead in AI?
It's a
Mohammed, and then, so Bernie and Mohammed.
Well, first of all, I think you should look at the data that how much China way ahead of everybody when it comes to building energy infrastructure. Both, by the way, yeah? Traditional and sustainable solutions. So why? And the reason is that they have a stable one party that's planned 10 years ahead instead of one party going green, next party going back to traditional, while we're losing all that advantage. But I really think that we should all believe, and I hope they're indication that technology is evolving, and you might actually do a lot of stuff with this energy. That's really the talk on the street. But I think a lot of great organizations, including the chairman of Aramco mentioned that there's a lot of investment into power infrastructure that's going on.
Bernie, do you want to?
It's a real challenge. The cost of energy per kilowatt hour is very, very high in Europe at the moment, right? They had a model of cheap energy from Russia. So forgetting about all the tariff debates we're having, Europe already had a massive strategic issue coming out of the Ukraine crisis. Now, some of that has been, Germany accelerated LNG, et cetera, and that will continue. And I assume, I'm not an energy expert, that there'll be a lot of energy imports from, His Excellency mentioned, from Saudi Arabia, from Qatar, and from the US. I think, I may have this wrong, Europe...
But I don't think that will give them the efficiency to compete.
Yes, and
because,
so
the cost of energy is high.
You're right. So I think that the other point I was going to make is I think Europe put online about 60 gigawatts of renewable energy last year versus about 30 gigawatts in the US, and the year before about the same. And so that will go into the mix, but it has to be in the mix. Europe is investing quite aggressively in its grid, and I think that's really, really important. Actually, we don't talk about that too much, because actually a fast and efficient grid. But there are other things Europe could do, right? Spain has a massive infrastructure for LNG that could be plugged into the rest of Europe to balance things out. But it is a big strategic issue because Europe makes things. So for each unit of output, the energy input is much higher than
the
UK or the US, which is more services.
Okay, we're out of time. Matteo, if you've got 30 seconds.
40, just to say, Italy, I lost my consensus starting from energy because I tried to drill more and bring oil and gas from the Italian Sea, and my decline started exactly with this decision because all the people in 2016 told me it's a mistake. But, so there is not political question more political than energy. Energy is the most important. Europe have a lot of problems. The first is exactly what they say. When Germany decide to close the nuclear because they have a good relation with Russia and don't invest in innovation, Germany start with the decline of economy, exactly for this political decision. So I believe we haven't the time to discuss, but you have a very good question, because the point, very clear problem of Europe is not democracy, is not time, is not the young talents, is how we can manage the problem of energy in a system in which Middle East and South in particular are so strong. America, with shale gas, changed very deeply inside, because with shale gas, they change a lot. Russia is Russia, and will remain Russia in the next centuries with this type of country. The problem for Europe is exactly that, the lack of energetic strategy.
Great.
Not very good final,
Thank
sorry.
You for your, no, you did great. Thank you for the question, excellent question, and thank you so much to our panelists.
The future doesn't arrive, it waits behind a closed door. At the 9th edition of the Future Investment Initiative, the world's boldest thinkers, investors and leaders will gather with one purpose: to seek the key that has the power to unlock new frontiers of growth and guide us toward a path of shared global prosperity. In a world shaped by contradiction, where growth tests the limits of sustainability, where innovation pushes against the need for stability, and where fragmentation strains the bonds of collaboration, FII 9 sees complexity not as chaos, but as a code waiting to be cracked. Because prosperity is not a finish line. It's a pursuit, a shared ambition, a bold journey towards sustainability, security, and inclusion. This October, the FII community unites in Riyadh to search for a brighter future for all. Join our movement. Together, we will seek the answer, the key to prosperity.
And what a wonderful board of changemakers we had there. A powerful board of changemakers, without a doubt. Really looking across exactly what's happening here. And a very dynamic board looking at democracy, progress, growth, finance, investment, energy transition. I think they covered just about everything there. So it was great to hear from each and every one of them. We're going to continue our conversation now and really look at what's happening in terms of the emerging markets, and particularly what's driving investments in emerging markets. This, I know, is something that all of you are very, very interested in. So let me get my panel on board here. I'm absolutely delighted to be moderating this session. So they're joining us very, very shortly. The head of Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa, HSBC, Simon Williams, is in the house. We're also joined by the Senior Managing Director for Franklin Templeton Emerging Markets Equity, Basil Khattoum. Francesco Daglio, the head of Southern and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa, Morgan Stanley Capital Investment, MSCI. And Fadi Al-Saad, the Senior Director and Head of Investment Management Department for the PIF. So this is our great lineup. Gentlemen, I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to join you for this. Thank you all. Now, Simon, if I might start with you. You are the economist in the House, so we're all interested in terms of what you have to say. And I'd like you to give us maybe a little bit of a regional overview in terms of what's going on here, look at the macro, and again, the process, the impact. There's so much happening at the moment. We just heard from our change makers, the pace. So how is this impacting the region, the Middle East, and also what's happening in Europe?
Look, this is a global economy that's in transition, and there are huge uncertainties that come with that process of change. But having listened to that previous panel, I think what I'd like to emphasize is the huge opportunities that the Middle East as a whole, Saudi Arabia in particular, offers to Europe, both as a destination for capital and origin for capital, and absolutely for intensifying trade as well, because there is something very special happening in the Gulf right now. There are some unique growth drivers playing out. This is a region which has momentum at a time when the rest of the world, I think, is struggling to maintain rates of growth. It's a region which has a young population, a growing number of consumers and workers at a time when the rest of the world is aging. It's a region that's really pressing ahead with its capital spending plans at a time when I think the rest of the world is struggling to have the capital and the appetite to invest in that kind of adjustment. The balance sheets are very strong. There is a resilience to external shock. But I think critically, there is this process of structural change, that new generation of leaders, new generation of business leaders that are fundamentally reshaping the kind of economy that the kingdom in particular represents. And I think for a Europe looking for new growth drivers, say looking for capital, also looking for somewhere to deploy its savings, there is something really special right now about what the kingdom represents.
Okay, well, we're going to explore a lot of what is happening there. And Basil, let's look at, aligning investment strategies. We look at Saudi Arabia, we look at Europe, and really, there's a lot of shared goals. We heard some of them there from our change makers. We're looking at diversification, innovation, sustainable growth. Can they actually align?
Thank you, Edna, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all today. So look, I think they're standing at a pivotal moment today, Europe and Saudi Arabia, and I think there is an opportunity here to really drive change and define the future. I think both of them share this ambition of building resilient, building future-focused economies, and that's a good foundation for really partnering on areas like diversification, on trade, and on innovation. And I think diversification really sits at the heart of this. You've got a Saudi economy whose non-oil is now over half of its GDP. Both economies are moving decisively beyond oil. And as you look at Saudi investments, and as they go into areas like advanced manufacturing, into logistics, and to areas like tourism, we know that these are areas where Europe has great technical expertise. And so by joining forces in these areas, really what they can do is accelerate Saudi's transformation, but at the same time open up new and lucrative markets for Europe. Now, trade is actually the enabler of this cooperation. And we know today that in bilateral exchange really accounts for about 70 billion euros of trade. As Saudi positions itself as a global trade hub, what you'll see is Europe's expertise in market access really opening up new corridors and strengthening supply chains. And this really matters because trade is important. Trade builds jobs, it builds growth, and it also builds economic resilience. And then finally, what I'd say is, digital innovation is really the ambition that ties this all together. We know that Saudi is rapidly scaling up here. They have plans to build their digital economy and building areas like AI as well as next-generational services. And we know that Europe is a leader when it comes to digital regulation as well as data governance. So this is an area where they can collectively really build what should be an inclusive and secure digital market. So really what I'd say is the opportunities there, this combination of Saudi ambition with European expertise can be very powerful. And together, I think, by aligning on these areas, they can not only really respond to sort of redefining global shifts, but actually start taking part in leading that change globally.
And again, I think it is that exchange of knowledge that we're going to see more and more, the exchange of experience, and hopefully then that's what creates the win-win what everybody else wants. Francesco, again, looking at moving from local to global, the oil-based economy to diversification, talk to me about the role of the GCC equity market in global investing when you put that together.
Thank you, Edna. It's good to be here. What we've been seeing at MSCI in the last couple of years that the GCC region, in Saudi in particular, has moved from being a niche, locally based economy into something more global and fully diversified. So I would say the role that this region can have for European and global investors is to have additional diversification in the portfolio for three main reasons. There is low correlation of GCC markets versus developed market and emerging market. There is sector diversification from high-tech driven emerging market benchmarks. So these are the main reason why the role is becoming more and more important. Last comment, it is not just a geographical asset allocation, but it's becoming more and more a thematic investment in terms of financial innovation. Thank you.
It is a very dynamic time in the market right now. Fadi, when we look at the global asset managers in terms of how they're calibrating the risk appetite right now and the time horizons, if to look at both in the MENA region, where are we at?
I think a lot of the global asset managers, and I'd just like to put it in the time frame, I think maybe 20 years ago, global asset managers were looking at the region as a kind of an exporter of capital. It was a place where it will be addressed in terms of taking capital and booking risk or taking risk somewhere else. I think as kind of economic kind of directions and visions and strategies and investment opportunities started to surface through the visions like the Saudi Vision 2030, I think the empowering of the private sector and the kind of a clarity of the economic direction of the region, I think as opportunity starts to surface, we started to see a shift from not only just targeting the region to take capital, but again, we're seeing global asset managers now starting to allocate capital and take risk in the region. Now, during this journey, I would say over the past 20 years, at least from our perspective, for instance, PIF played an important role in terms of empowering and enabling these asset managers to actually move their kitchens, move their teams, the investment, the kind of taking risk and booking risk in the region. So I'd say this kind of transformation was very important. And we're seeing, for instance, at least, I just want to maybe highlight a couple of very important milestone joint ventures or platforms that was created with the empowerment and enabling of PIF. Like we've helped a lot of the asset management firms, global asset management firms, European asset management firms to make Saudi as home, as headquarters, not as a sales office, as a lot of these operations was previously, but to build their own kitchens there. Not only to export capital, but to import capital, to invest in Saudi and in the region. So this kind of, I would say, transformation has been very important and also helps this kind of integration we talked about in terms of capital market and ensuring that it's a two-way kind of paths in terms of investments.
I like that concept of building the kitchen because that's where the heart is. That's where it's all happening, and actually to bring that and really to build from the very core to make sure they're doing it. Basil, we heard earlier in the Changemaker panel there a lot of talk about the energy transition, and it's something I want to maybe engage you all on because I think it's very, very important. Sustainability, energy transition, do you think there's potential there for co-investment, with Saudi and Europe?
Yeah, look, I think it's certainly opening up a new chapter between them. We know that together that they can spark an acceleration of climate action, that they can spark new industries as well. Saudi has great ambitions here. We heard from His Excellency, Mr. Rumayyan, that Saudi is looking to grow its renewable share of 50% by 2030. That's going to be backed by 150 billion euros of investment. And in Europe, we're starting to see that it's on track to be the first climate-neutral continent. So there's this shared ambition, and already what we're starting to see is that shared ambition is now transforming into large-scale, cost-effective clean energy. And these JVs have moved now from what were blueprints, what were really plans, into action. But I think really the next frontier is green hydrogen. And by exporting to Europe, the NEOM Green Hydrogen project is going to really decarbonize and clean a lot of European industrial and transportation sectors. Already there's agreements in place to ship hundreds of thousands of tons of that. But actually, when you think about this collaboration, it actually extends beyond just renewable energy. We are seeing Europe and Saudi collaborate in areas like carbon capture, like district cooling, like circular economy solutions. And what that does, that R&D, is it cleans the industry, but it also creates new investment options. So I think really they are very well positioned to lead this energy transition. Today, by sort of working together, Saudi and Europe can generate sustainable growth. I think they are in a position to really redefine what global energy standards look like and to have a lasting impact on both of their economies.
There's a lot that's happening there. Francesco, when we look at, I suppose, green and sustainable bonds, particularly coming from GCC, you know, the great thing about it, I think, is that ESG financing is still alive and well and thriving, if anything else. But talk about regulatory issues as well. Maybe bring that into one package for me.
Thank you. So allow me first a couple of general observations, and then I move into the GCC. So what we see at MSCI, investors are extremely focused and concerned on climate risk in terms of transition risk and physical risk. With the physical risk in particular, we see in focus in, let me take my note, acute risk and chronic risk. So acute risk is hurricane, floods, where chronic risk is rising sea level, water scarcity. So what we see from investor coming back to see the materiality. So what I mean is from values to value. What brings a portfolio adding data, information from a sustainability matters? So it's the financial materiality that matters the most. If we talk about GCC, coming back to your question, I quote a number. Last year, it was the best year in terms of global bond sustainable issued.
That's so encouraging to hear that, yes.
And Saudi played half of the market size in terms of the issued. Two other observations. Nowadays, Saudi represent 1% of equity sustainable funds. You may say 1% is little, but let's remember we're talking about a 3.2 trillion market. So 1% of a 3.2 trillion market is relevant. From a bond perspective, GCC now stands 15% of sustainable bond fund. So that's remarkable. And with Vision 2030, before we were discussing about long-term investment, it provides a fantastic opportunity to look long-term.
Simon, where do you see the opportunity there, particularly Saudi, GCC region, and Europe as well, for investors?
In terms of that energy transition, it's really compelling. And when I try to imagine what economic diversification looks like across the Gulf, including in Saudi, I look for those areas of initial comparative advantage and that capacity to be a major leader in renewable energy, both to free up hydrocarbons for export elsewhere, but also to start to establish a green industrial base that can be the basis of that broader economic transformation. Absolutely, the story works. Saudi has wind, Saudi has sun, Saudi has space, and Saudi has capital and ambition. And to me, that's the recipe that you need to make this really work. Combine that with the digitization, which is happening at such speed across the Gulf, particularly in Saudi Arabia, and that combination, yeah, it's compelling, and the appetite for European involvement in that sector of the economy is very clear. There's competition for that role. I think that's what makes it so important that Europe moves quickly, but the potential, the opportunity, absolutely, it's there.
Yeah, and I think it is. It's a very timely opportunity, and I think it is, you've got to run with it at the moment. Our earlier panel was talking about maybe a digital gap in European region, but again, I think it's about taking advantage of what's out there. Fadi, let's come back to, the rules of asset management and, what you were talking about, really building the very core of it. Talk to me how it fits into Vision 2030, because ultimately, I think when we look at what's happening in the region, it is about there's a big focus, there's a big goal, there's a plan. So where does asset management fit within there? And again, for the European investment opportunity, what will it mean?
You cannot talk about an economic transformation or a major kind of direction towards growth without a very vibrant and efficient financial sector. And that's why one of the most important foundations on verticals within the Vision 2030 is the financial sector. And of course, you cannot talk about a very vibrant and efficient financial sector without a very efficient and an open and a developed asset management industry. That's why I think it's been one of the most important areas of focus, whether it's for the the kind of the Saudi vision 2030, or even for us within the PIF to ensure that this vertical or this industry has been built to the best standards. That's why, for instance, we focused on a lot of joint ventures and platforms with a lot of global asset managers, where it was announced. We also not only announced these joint ventures, but we made these headquarters and joint ventures a place where a lot of these products and a lot of financial innovation was created. And this is important. Why? Because in a way it creates channels of funding.
Yes.
When you're announcing, when you're actually venturing into mega projects, when you want to have, for instance, Saudi as a destination of foreign direct investments, you have to have a very solid and efficient capital markets. This opens the kind of what I call the supply chain of funding across all the spectrums of investors. It ensures a kind of a two-way direction. It's not only that, as we mentioned, it's Saudi or the region is an exporter of capital, but through the through the kind of asset management industry and the products and offerings created by this industry, you can attract this capital to take advantage of these very lucrative investment opportunities in the region, specifically in Saudi.
Indeed, and I think all the eyes definitely, without a doubt, are on Saudi Arabia right now. Francesco, when we look back, 5 years ago, the inclusion in MSCI and the emerging markets for Saudi Arabia, I mean, this was a big milestone. If anything, what would you say was the biggest impact?
Thank you. So, funny enough, it was exactly 5 years ago, so May 2019, where MSCI upgraded Saudi Arabia from frontier market to emerging market status. Let me say first, at MSCI, we don't like to surprise the market. The market is our clients, that they are here with me. So what we do, we consult with financial player, global asset manager, pension funds, endowment. We assess, and then we communicate. But also, we give time for the market to react with rebalancing act. The methodology is public and is very transparent. It's from a European and global perspective in terms of investment, it's all about accessibility, liquidity, and investability of the market. So coming back to your question, the main impact was and is the modernization of the country.
So much going on there, and thank you for that. I have to cut my dear panel short. They're going to be around. They can talk about what's going on here and talk about the risk appetite and where we're going with this, because now I just want to tell you we have our very special guests in the house. So in just a minute, we're going to be joined, of course, by the President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. So we'll leave you here, and gentlemen, we have to depart for now. But thank you all so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, I would ask everybody to be seated, please. We have our very special guest joining us, so any of you who are with us, please come and just stay with us for just a couple of seconds. We're moving this very rapidly, and we're absolutely thrilled and very honored that they have both come to join us today. So any of you coming in, please take your seats. Thank you all so much, and just wait with us in a couple of minutes. We're so happy that they're here. We are looking at the Prime Minister of Albania, His Excellency Edi Rama will be with us, and also the President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron. So stay with us for a moment, and I would be most grateful if you can actually sit down. They will be joining us in a moment. Then you can stand, why not? But they're coming around the corner as we speak. That's what I hear. So please stay with us. Thank you so much. It'll be just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, sorry, we've had a minor little delay, but I need you close to your seats because we need you ready to resume positions in just a couple of minutes. So please, don't be strolling too far away. I know it's a lovely opportunity that you can talk with your colleagues. We are waiting the arrival of Your Excellencies. They're both in the House. They'll be with us in just a moment. And just to let you know, we have so much in store for us today. We really, really have an action-packed day, so much happening later today. We're going to hear from the CEO of FII, of course. We're delighted that she's in the House with us. We're also going to be discussing industrial strategy too, and really looking at industrial sovereignty as well in terms of what's happening around the world, how important that is. We'll look at geopolitics. Of course, this is the type of areas that we have no problem exploring here, and it's something that's absolutely very vital at the moment. When you look at the economic growth in countries, when you look at what's impacting our major decisions, what's happening in the world, we really need to look at the geopolitics of the region and indeed the wider world. There's so much happening in that space at the moment. What would FII priority be without a little bit of AI? And without a doubt, we will be focusing on that. But we're also going to be focusing on things like tourism, where, yes, we need AI, but we also need a lot more of the human touch. So we're giving you a very, very diverse range of programs throughout the day, so everything will be covered. Also looking at rethinking power in the region in terms of who has the power in the world and who's using it and what's going on here. We'll continue our discussion on energy, on the energy transition. This is vitally important, and we heard in the change makers, and we heard in my earlier panel there on the emerging markets, and sorry I had to cut them a little bit short, but we had a notice that our dear executives and our dear excellencies were on their way, which they are. They've just maybe had a little diversion, so please, please bear with us. They're not too far away, and they will be here, but we just want to keep you on edge a little bit, maybe that's it, and give you a little moment of reflection as well. So they'll be with us very, very shortly. And of course, later today, we're going to be looking at old Europe, new Europe, and really looking at what's happening in the region, what has happened in the past, and how we learn from that, and how we can actually educate and inspire and make sure that the new holders of power and get our new, younger audience, of course, ready for taking over the reins of power. So we have so much in store for you today. As I said, we're only minutes away, but I know I said that a couple of minutes ago, so my spacing and my time does shift from time to time here. But it's great that you're all back here, and it's great that we've all come together in Tirana. I think this is the one thing we look at FII priority. It really has become almost a family. So it's lovely to see so many of you here, so many familiar faces, and again, really discussing the issues at the very heart of our economies, at the very heart of potential growth in the world, and indeed at the very heart of everything that FII has put together here. So please, I just ask for your patience for another couple of minutes. It won't be long, and I promise you it'll be fascinating and very, very interesting to hear from the President of the French Republic and, of course, the Prime Minister of Albania. I'm going to leave you with it, and as I say, please, take your seats. Momentarily, we're going to be heading, and our excellencies are on the way. So if you would, please take your seats or be very near your seats. That's probably the best I'm going to get at this point. Okay. I'd like now to invite the CEO of FII, really looking at FII priority, looking at the great work of the Institute. Penny Richards is with us, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Penny Richards. Many of you have met her before, many of you have not. She's recently appointed. I met her years ago when we worked together at BBC. So Penny, take center stage, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen,
hello.
Penny Richards.
Hi. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. First of all, before anything else, I wanted to say hello. A lot of you I've met. I've only been FII for a few months. It's been a dazzling journey. I've met an extraordinary amount of people who are members of our community. They are either our strategic partners or they're members. It's been an incredibly inspiring time meeting you all, so thank you very much, and thank you for being here. Let me just say something about why we're here. This is a summit that's defined by timing, and by place. Timing, because we meet, as we've been discussing already this morning, at a moment of radical transformation. Across the global economy, systems are being rethought, alliances are shifting, and assumptions that have been held for decades are being swept away. And place, because hosting this summit in the Balkans is really a statement from us. It signals that the global center of gravity is no longer fixed. That future-facing investment now flows towards dynamism, towards regions with ambition, towards regions with appetite and untapped potential. This is not a symbolic step for FII. We've done it strategically. We know why we're here. We are so honored that very shortly we are going to be joined by some extraordinary leaders. We know that they're glad that we're here, and we're very glad that they're hosting us. We really are especially grateful to our host, Prime Minister Edi Rama, whose leadership and vision have driven the transformation and modernization of Albania's democracy. His historic re-election only a few days ago marked a turning point, not just for Albania, but for the entire region and its credibility as a rising investment hub. And we are really going to be honored by the presence of President Emmanuel Macron, who has steered France, and with it Europe, through a turbulent global period since 2017, with conviction, with clarity, and a belief in Europe's power to lead. So, moments away, we're looking forward to it. As I said, I've spent the last few months meeting a lot of you, and a lot of you understand what FII is about, but please give me a few moments to explain to some of you who are new to our community. At its core, FII Institute focuses on creating an impact on humanity. We believe that investment can be a powerful force for good, and that investments that serve a purpose are good investments. We are a global non-profit foundation built on 3 pillars. We have the Think pillar, we have the Exchange pillar, and we have ACT. They each work together as an engine of progress, powered by research, which is Think, powered by dialogue, which is Exchange, and clearly what we're doing now, and powered by investment, which is our ACT pillar. Our Think pillar is our laboratory of ideas. We conduct evidence-based research, and you'll see some of that this afternoon, to identify global challenges and opportunities. One key initiative which we love and think is very powerful is the FII Priority Compass. It's a global survey capturing views from over 60% of the world's population. More than just a poll, this compass is a strategic guide, we think, highlighting global concerns and aspirations. Last year's compass revealed significant dissatisfaction, up to 52%, with global conditions from the people we surveyed. They were dissatisfied, nervous about economic uncertainty, about healthcare, corruption, climate anxiety, and the demand for purposeful leadership. Despite these concerns, the compass also proved optimism, thank goodness. It proved that optimism about technology and human potential persists. Our goal at FII is to translate these insights into actual opportunities. So I mentioned Think. Our Exchange pillar convenes these global summits. You're at an exchange event at the moment, bringing together heads of state, investors, innovators, and policymakers from Riyadh to Miami, from Rio to Hong Kong, Seoul to Tirana here, and beyond in the future. These events, we know, foster connections, and they drive purposeful partnerships and investments. I really hope you're taking advantage of that. And finally, our ACT pillar actively invests in scalable, tech-driven ventures, addressing challenges like AI inclusion and global health equity. At FII, we don't just discuss impact, we invest in it. Very quickly, just my last thought, the real power of FII is not just our extraordinary and interesting conversations, it's the way we set the agenda for the future, guided by our community of change makers who are with us every step of the way, which is why I invite you, if you're not actually already part of what we're doing and not part of our membership community, to please join us. Become a co-architect, if you will, of our mission. As a member, you gain access to closed-door conclaves, curated networking events, exclusive reports, and the chance to contribute to our think tank agenda. So please think of it. But more than that, you join a movement of people who believe that the future is not something we inherit. It's something we build boldly, collaboratively, and with true intent. So thank you for being here. I shouldn't hog the stage for much longer. We have extraordinary people ahead. Thank you for your ideas, for your ambition, and your commitment to building something bigger than business as usual. Welcome to FII Priority Europe.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Penny Richards, our CEO for FII Institute. Penny, thank you so much. And an open invitation to each and every one of you here to make sure that you stay with us as members of the FII family. Again, with investors, innovators, everybody with an eye on the future and on a successful and very dynamic future. Yes, again, I'm telling you just another couple of minutes. I know I'm getting good at this, am I? You're beginning to maybe not believe me, but I promise you it is happening soon. So please, I'll be very grateful if you stay with us. Stay in your seats, just relax a minute, and it will all unfold momentarily. Okay, I'm getting better. Minutes, moments. We're almost there, and this time I promise you, what I tell you is right. So please bear with us, and we will be joined by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, Edi Rama, His Excellency, and also the President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron. Momentarily, I promise. Thank you.
Amid global uncertainty, Europe radiates with the potential of innovation, sustainability, and unity. In the race for global AI sovereignty, those who catalyze inclusive digital ecosystems will hold the future in the palm of their hand. Europe's clean energy revolution is igniting economic resilience and lighting the way for the global green transition. European biotech breakthroughs are ushering in a new era of precision medicine, unlocked by a deeper understanding of human biology. Propelled by optimism, the next generation of European business talent is recalibrating the continent's trajectory within the global economy. At the center of a stronger Europe is a renewed focus on building, not outsourcing, its industrial power. Trade alliances that once wove the world together are now shattering, driving inflation and deepening geo-economic divides. The question isn't whether capital can connect our fractured world, it's whether we can afford not to. Investing in a connected Europe and a connected world is how we will write the next chapter of global opportunity together.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Edi Rama, thank you so much for your hospitality. Thank you for making this happen. Your Excellency, President Macron, thank you. Merci beaucoup de nous honorer de votre présence. Au nom du F1 Institute, sous le leadership de son Excellence Yasser Oumaian, nous voulons vraiment vous dire que nous sommes très honorés de vous avoir parmi nous. It's my great honor to welcome on stage, please, a round of applause to our host, a man who, in the first history of Albania, was able to run 4 consecutive terms. Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister, for your re-election. Prime Minister is not just a politician, he's a great artist, a painter, a sculptor, and we cannot wait to hear from you, Mr. Prime Minister. The floor is yours.
First of all, very much welcome to Tirana, and let me start by thanking wholeheartedly Richard and Cecilia for having kept the promise to come back with many people. And here we are, while I'm very, very pleased to be together with a great leader, a very dear friend, the President of France, who comes in Tirana for the second time in 18 months, after no president came in more than 100 years. So thank you, Mr. President. And yes, I'm pleased, but I'm also terrified, because to make a speech right before Emmanuel is not the best you can have in life, because he knows how to speak, and he comes from a previous life where he had to deal with investors, with business people, with capital, while I come from a previous life where I had to deal with colors and exhibitions. So, Richard, you have put us in a very unfair competition, but I think it's a way to start talking also about the unfair tariffs. So, and before going further, I want to express my gratitude and also my big pleasure to a man that I admire, and he is so admired by everyone that his seat is between the President of France and the Prime Minister of Albania. So you can imagine the importance of the man. Yasir, thank you very much for coming and for generously bringing with Richard this wonderful platform. And let me say it all, I somehow felt empowered when I heard Emmanuel saying, "What are you doing in Tirana? This had to be in France first." So finally we did something before France, which is which is a good start. And so I want to be very brief, which is not my forte, by the way, because because in general Balkan leaders are long in their speeches, and after 4 elections won and starting the 4th mandate, the risk to be even longer is very, very present. But I'm going to try to be short, and I want to say that we are very proud for what we have achieved so far. Trust me, nobody would have imagined what is happening today, what happened yesterday. And I'm not talking about the imagination of 100 years ago, I'm talking about the imagination of 10 years ago, or 5 years ago. So we have come from a long way, and now we witness the results of the change we are making happen, and it's both satisfying and terrifying, because the responsibility is much bigger, and the demand to perform in the highest level is increasing every day. Yesterday we had a fantastic European Political Community Summit, and we realized how complicated it is to organize such a big event. But I think we did it well. And while in the western part of Europe they've done so many events of that kind, so at the end they think that the guests deserve just some cold catering food. We try to be at the top of the cuisine to make them feel how important they are, and I'm sure we succeeded. So we are here today to try and convey the message that this country wants more, and this country needs more people to trust in us. And the good thing about Albania is that, as you see, we are also good friends with many. And we feel blessed to be able to say that we are strategic partners of the EU, of the United States, but we feel also very blessed to say that we are close partners to Saudi Arabia, to UAE, to the Gulf countries. And by the way, we follow with admiration what is happening in these countries, the vision, the drive, the ambition of His Highness Mohammed bin Salman and of the President of UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed, and so on. So we are in a good place to try and learn from different realities, different path of life, and to do the utmost to make the best out of it. And now we are aware also that the time we live in is complicated. And I checked in the Webster where the trendiest word is polarization. And the definition of polarization is a verb dating back to the early 1800s, originally describing light waves. And for the Collins Dictionary, the number one word was era, a particular time in someone's life or a specific career of a unique character. And era as in the closing of an era or the beginning of a new one. But beyond analogies, I believe and continue to believe with all my strength that when Donald Trump says that God saved him because he has a plan for America, he's saying just half of the truth. My belief is that the other half of the truth is that God saved him because he has a plan for Europe too. And I want to share with you the belief that when I heard the United States President speak about the golden age coming, my sensation was that, in fact, wishing all the best to the United States, of course, a golden era can open for Europe also. And it will be all about how far-sighted we'll be and how much able we'll be to think out of the box and to understand that in this world where everyone else is doing the unthinkable, Europe cannot just continue to think as it used to think before this moment appeared in our life. Europe also can and should think to do the unthinkable. And I believe it's not very difficult to understand what the unthinkable how the unthinkable might look like. And the experience is all there, the culture of change need to change, and we can open really an incredible era for Europe. Dear Emmanuel and dear friends, I was so happy to think that this forum could come here, also for another reason, because after having gone in some research to make my knowledge about the forum, what I realized is that this is the etalon of the effort to think differently. And I am fully committed to everything that can come out of it, and for everyone that can have the feeling that should come back to Albania and to invest and to stay. And to conclude, I want to tell you something that Emmanuel will maybe not be very happy to listen, but I have to share it with you. We opened with, thanks to his help and to the help of some other leaders, the new branch of the College of Europe in Tirana. It was a great decision that followed practically the previous decision to open the second branch, because the original is in Bruges, in Natolin, Poland, in the early 90s, to help the new countries emerging from behind the wall to join Europe. So for us, it was amazing. But you know what's happening? We have students from all over Europe. And the students coming from the old Europe want to stay and work in Tirana. No French student want to go back to France, Emmanuel. And I very much hope that you'll not be blamed by your opposition that it's you behind their drive to stay in Tirana by coming so often to Tirana. So thank you very much again. I want to escape this floor and to not enter in the merit of all the deep subject that Richard offered to us in the presentation, because there is someone else that knows exactly what to say and what to do about the deep subject. And the only thing that I think I'm doing very well is to stay close to this man and to learn from him as much as I can, and to take advantage of his friendship as much as I can for Albania, not for myself, of course, and to feel really blessed to lead this country in a moment in time when Emmanuel Macron leads his. So thank you very much. And I'm supposed to stay to answer a question.
No, thank you, Prime Minister. Yes, in fact, we cannot have you on stage and not ask you a very important question. Thank you for hosting FII in Tirana, because it's just the day after this great EPC summit. What happened yesterday? Can you share with us what were the main outcomes and what was discussed?
First of all, don't thank me for hosting, because what we we Albanians do as a first profession is to host. So if we would not be asked, to host, we would be basically jobless. Hospitality in Albania is our uniting religion. We are here, Muslims, Christians, in full harmony. Pope Francis, be blessed. When he came here, he said, "This is not harmony, this is fraternity, religious fraternity." And each one has its own way to look to God. But all of us have a very common conviction that is sealed in our first common law in the Middle Age, which says the house of the Albanian belong to God and the guest. So as far as God doesn't show up, guests show on his behalf. So you are God, Richard, today. If you would be alone with Cecilia, you would be the only god and goddess, but having Emmanuel here and Yassir, you have to share the place of God with some other gods. But also everyone else here that has come should feel like God, because this is how our common law at that time explains the knock at the door. The knock at the door is the will of God. So you have to open, and whomever is behind has to be welcomed. Even your enemy has to be welcomed, and you cannot touch him. And if he wants to stay at your home, you have to keep him at home, and you cannot touch him. You can hate him as much as you can, but you cannot say it. So it's just, and I truly believe it, it's just our big honor to host you, to host the forum, to host all the guests that are here, and we'll do our best to make you come back. And yesterday it happened exactly something similar, you know. Gods came from all over Europe, and we hosted this EPC, which originally has been launched as an idea by Emmanuel. I believe because of being an old French idea, going back to Abbé de Saint-Pierre, who offered the world that incredible treaty for perpetual peace. And, you know, if one would sit down and say, okay, let's think what is the unthinkable for Europe, I think that the treaty of Abbé de Saint-Pierre is the best start. It's very simple. How Europe can guarantee perpetual peace. And then when I supported the idea of EPC, many people, many countries who were not okay with that in the beginning, who thought that this is the typical French trick to offer a different type of cheese while not wanting to give you the cheese you are asking, which is EU enlargement, thought that I was somehow coming out, after so many years having left France, as a French recruited asset and working on behalf of the president to sabotage the enlargement and to push for this EPC. But in fact, it was the 6th summit, and this totally changed. And I believe the aggression of Ukraine has made everyone realize that this format is very much beneficial to everyone because it gathers the big democratic Europe, from Great Britain to Turkey, from Switzerland to Azerbaijan and Armenia. And by the way, we were very pleased yesterday to see that Azerbaijan and Armenia are just one very small step to finalize a historical peace agreement. And so now, to see all this happen in Tirana is absolutely amazing. There was only one thing that we couldn't manage because in the morning of day before we had Sir Keir Starmer coming from Britain for a bilateral visit, which was the first bilateral visit in history of a British Prime Minister. And he brought so much rain with himself. It's normal. The whole day yesterday was under the clouds of British politics. And you see today, il y a le soleil with the Roi Soleil, you see, the Roi Second Soleil.
So you are making my life and my job very easy. And please, ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to welcome on stage the President of the French Republic, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, the President. And Mr. President has just decided to change the rules. So in fact, you have agreed to have a short speech, and then Mr. President will accept to take a few questions from the floor. So be ready for your question. Monsieur le Président, à vous.
Thank you. No. C'est ton speech, ça, par contre. I have the Albany speech now. that I will deliver. Mr. Prime Minister, dear Eddie, thank you so much for your hospitality indeed, but as well your friendship. Dear Yassir, we are so happy to have you. And Richard and Cecilia, thank you for making it possible here, even if indeed I'm a little bit jealous. It's the first time in Europe is now in Albania. But this is it. Look, Eddie delivered very important messages, and I do agree with them, and I don't want to repeat. But I just wanted to say a few words, perhaps about our Europe, but as well answer all the questions you have. Because the moment we're living in is quite chaotic in a certain way. And I think it's very important to have a clear strategy for France, for Europe, and for this larger Europe, which is today what we have in the European political community. And perhaps to answer your questions on our journey, if I may say, and the relationship as well with the US, China, and so on. But my conviction for the European strategy in this context is that we have to take this opportunity to accelerate and have a clear strategy of competitiveness, investment on the top priority, and become really a power. And I will revert on that. We need a big acceleration, and competitiveness is absolutely critical. Mario Draghi wrote a wonderful report making it very clear on what we should do. But this competitiveness should be first based on simplification. We have to streamline our regulation in order to resynchronize with the rest of the world. And this is one of the top priorities we have. The Commission started to make some moves, but they are probably too shy. And there is today a very strong alignment, especially with Chancellor Merz. And we issued a paper a few days ago, an op-ed, where clearly we commit together to streamline a lot of ongoing regulations if we want precisely to resynchronize. And especially CSDDD and some others are, let's be clear, to be revisited, not to say out of the table. The second point is the deepening of the single market. We have to deal with 27 regulations, and it's too complicated still for a lot of players to deal with the European market. And our strength is the fact that the European Union is a market of 450 million inhabitants, and it's not seen and played by, I would say, entrepreneurs like that. So the deepening of the single market is just taking advantage of the taxation we are putting on ourselves. Indeed, we have the tariffs, and we can revert on that if you want. But we put tariffs on ourselves with our own regulations in the single market. So this is the second point. The third one is that we have to create now a single market on 3 critical sectors where it was excluded from the very beginning: telco, energy, and finance. It was not part of the single market. But now we have to create a single market for these sectors because this is the best way to clearly integrate our models, have much more capacity to invest, and deploy an actual financial place. And part of this agenda is obviously the Capital Market Union, which is one of our top priorities and clearly an area of strong convergence between Germany and France. Because we do believe that we have, and it's on top of the fact that we underuse our single market, but we are underusing our own savings. If you take the savings of the world, and I put the Gulf apart, given the structure today of your economy, but even if you compare China, US, and Europe, we have much more savings. But the problem is that all these savings are put in institutions that we over-regulated not to invest on equity and innovation. And this is, I would say, the beauty for other continents of the past 15 years. Because of a financial crisis, which came from market players in the US, we decided collectively to over-regulate financial institutions in Europe. But this is the clear outcome of the last 15 years. And we put with Solvency and Basel a series of layers of regulation on these key players, which are critical for the financing of the European economy. 75% of our financing goes through banks and insurance. And through these regulations, we just stop their capacity to finance innovation and equity. And this gap in innovation and equity is the first explanation of the growth difference between the US and Europe. So on top of simplification, deepening of the single market and this acceleration, we have to create this capital market union, meaning we have to resynchronize our regulation with the US on banks and insurance, and we have clearly to rechannel our savings to be sure that they go to the right place, meaning the right locations and the right sectors. It's absolutely key. Here is, for me, the top priority of the European Union, and everything is about speed and our capacity to deliver this agenda as soon as we can, and with the right magnitude, the right scale. Second point is that our Europe clearly has to invest on three top priorities: green tech, AI, and defense and security. And these three areas will require much more public and private investment. This is why we will have to reshape our common budget, because we need much more common financing, but we will have as well to deploy much more capacity of the private sector to go in these critical areas. And my third point, when I spoke about becoming a power, is linked to the two first ones. We are in a moment of truth. And reverting to this intuition of Eddy, that it's not just for the US that Donald Trump's policy could be a good news, but it's as well for the Europeans. I'm sure about that. I'm a strong believer in this European strategic autonomy or independence. Not to say I believe in autarcia, it doesn't make sense. But I think we have to choose our partnership, but we have to reduce our dependencies. And through COVID time, through Russian war in Ukraine, and the energy crisis and so on, we experience the cost of dependencies. And now the question for us is, do we want to become an economic and financial power, a green and AI power, and a geopolitical power being in capacity to protect itself? This is the question raised to the Europeans. The answer has to be yes, for sure, but this is a new phase of the European journey. First, we mutualize the key elements, coal and steel, which was the basis to make war, to avoid, I would say, the domestic war in Europe. Second, we created a market in the 80s. Now we would have to create a geopolitical power. And this is our agenda. I just want to add one point about the European political community and the importance of Albania in such an agenda. I strongly believe that beyond the European Union, we have this larger Europe, with Norway, UK, Western Balkans, Ukraine. The reality of Europe is that this is a place of 650, 700 million inhabitants, which are absolutely not taken into consideration, neither from a geopolitical point of view, nor from a financial or economic point of view. Let's better integrate this place. Let's deal together on energy, on migration, on defense, on trade. If we coordinate this place with very stable countries, without wars and destabilization, if we better integrate this place beyond the EU enlargement, and I'm a strong believer and advocate of the EU accession for your country, you know it, for 27, because you are doing the reform. But beyond that, we have a huge opportunity to gather these 700 million inhabitants and make it a place to be respected by all the others. And it's a unique opportunity. This is why, for me, EPC is so important. I don't want to be longer. I want just to now answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So we have time for 3 questions. And while you will raise your hand, I will ask you the first question, since I have the privilege to be with you on stage, Mr. President. In 48 hours, you are hosting a Choose France Summit in Paris. If I'm an investor, I would like to know why I should choose France or Europe to invest, and France in particular.
Thank you for this great opportunity. And by the way, thank you again, because yes, here is one of the regular key people, and I want to thank you and the PIF and all the investors for their trust. Look, 8 years ago, we delivered a big reform agenda on labor laws, capital gains taxation, corporate tax, and so on. So we passed a series of reforms to make France a better place to invest in and to increase our competitiveness and our attractiveness. We got the result because an EY just issued its ranking. We've been the number one in terms of attractiveness in all the rankings for the last 6 years. So it's consistent and it delivered. We created more than 2,200,000 jobs in the countries and decreased unemployment rates. And we started to reindustrialize the country. We are number one in startup creation, number one in scale-up creation, and number one in continental Europe on AI, with a lot of assets. So we delivered the right macroeconomic picture. Second, we are in a phase of stabilization. This is why I took a political decision last year, because till the end of my mandate, I want to make all the political forces in a certain spectrum to work together and learn that, because I didn't want to have, I would say, a pre-pricing of instability. So now, for me, the obsession will be stability of this competitiveness, attractiveness package. Third, we have good qualifications. It's one of the best places in Europe in terms of qualification. We increase our investment on research, higher education. And for instance, if you take AI, all the competences you need for AI, we are number one, by far in Europe. And a lot of our talents were used to go to the US, and now we do our best to keep them. It was before Albania, Eddie. Because yesterday we opened together a 42 school, which is a wonderful asset, and with a lot of students. Third, energy. Don't underestimate the fact that in France, you have a place where you have pilotable, low carbon, and competitive energy. And in the moment, it's unique. We are already decarbonized, and because of our mix, based on more than 75% on nuclear energy, due to the fact that we decided additional renewables, but a big bunch of new nuclear investment 3 years ago, and we are delivering this agenda, we are extremely competitive on this field. Last year, to give you an example, we exported 90 terawatt-hour. 90, which means we can create a lot of data centers, totally decarbonized in France, without jeopardizing what we need for households and companies. And in parallel, we have a big program of decarbonization. So here is the French mix, and this is, for all these reasons, good macroeconomic package, this moment of stabilization and visibility, talents, energy. I could add, obviously, strong infrastructures and a good system of education and healthcare. This mix makes France a very attractive place. On top of that, what we have to do now, the top priority is the one I mentioned. This is the European agenda for competitiveness and simplification. If we mix the two, I think for a long time, we will be a very brightest place to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from the first row. So please, if you can introduce yourself as the chairman of Leonardo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Mr. Président. C'était très rafraîchissant de vous écouter. I'll ask you a question not on aerospace and defense, but more generally. I've heard the phrase that last century was the century of democracies, and this century is a century of superpowers. Do you agree with that?
I didn't hear the beginning. The last century?
The last century was a century of democracy. This century, the century of the superpowers. Do you agree with that?
Look, it depends if you consider that superpowers cannot be democracies, and I think this is our dilemmas. I think clearly we are in a moment of destabilization of the international order. It's clear that if you take the past century, I'm not so sure it was a century of democracies, but constantly, especially during the second phase of the 20th century, you had a constant expansion of democracies. And I think probably a lot of people were too much naive and thought that it was a spontaneous and natural expansion of democracies. especially after 1990s. Now we have started to enter in a new phase, in a new time where democracies are at risk. And I think we have internal and external reasons. First, I think we have a crisis of democracies themselves. We have a crisis of efficiency because our democracies became too slow, probably too complicated. And I don't want to enter into too much details, but we all experience the fact that now there is this challenge for democracies to reaccelerate and clearly be at the service of people and not just monitoring too many processes they created for themselves. So the good checks and balance was replaced by a sort of paralysis. The problem is, I would say, the overreaction to that. And if the best reaction to be efficient is to kill all the checks and balance, we will have a big problem. So I'm very much in favor of checks and balance. I'm not very sure when I see a country without any type of regulation and counterpower. I strongly believe we need checks and balance in our countries because it's good for the long run, but we have to make our countries and our democracy much more efficient. Second, I think we had the emergence of very powerful model with long-term and strategic leadership. And they delivered and they got results in China, in the Gulf, and in other places. And so now we are challenged in our capacity precisely in the global environment to deal with that. And the question raised by a lot of countries is, are you sure that democracy is the best model? And third, there is a collapse of the international order due to the fact that there is a lack of efficiency of this international order. WTO for trade. So the result is that we got tariff. I do prefer the good old WTO, to be honest with you. But we made it inefficient at the end of the day. Second, we are not able to fix peace and war issues. So the big risk is to see indeed the superpowers coming. But at the end of the day, is it good for us collectively? I think it would be a disaster. So I think we have to find a way to make our democracies still democracies, but much more efficient. We have to recreate a global order which will not be a jungle, where you have tariffs everywhere and where you are just the law of the strongest to be imposed to the others. This is why, in such a situation, we have to make Europe much stronger, much more independent. And for me, the strategic autonomy agenda is critical for the Europeans, but broadly because we are the one to be able to reshape this agenda. Second, we need a very strong coordination between US and Europe. And third, we have to reshape the global order with new discussion on currency, trade, defense, and security, involving US, Europe, China, the Gulf, India, and in fact, BRICS countries. And for me, the new discussion to come and to organize it between G7 and BRICS, for sure.
Thank you. Question from the CEO of Aqua Power.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I moved to Saudi Arabia about 2.5 years ago, fascinated by the speed and scale of Vision 2030 and the change that it's bringing there. To give you an idea, we are building at the end of the year 10 gigawatt of combined cycle, 30 gigawatt of renewables, so the same amount of capacity of Spain together. I really believe, we spoke about energy, you mentioned that in the panel before also, there's a great opportunity to build an energy bridge between Saudi Arabia and Europe, from the Gulf to Europe, not only in power with cables, but also green hydrogen, which today is cheaper to produce than gray hydrogen in Europe due to the cost of gas. You mentioned that. What's your suggestion to accelerate the development of these? We're talking with companies, we're talking at single government level, we're talking to the EU. How can we bring it all together to accelerate building this bridge?
Thank you, Marco.
No, thank you. I strongly, I don't want to be too technical. First, I think in Europe we can do much more in this field if we simplify as well. This is typically an area where if in Europe you simplify the capacity to produce by being probably much more realistic on the standard, and if we better integrate and create an actual European grid, we can do much more on renewables and efficiency in terms of energy. Second, I'm always careful on the green hydrogen model. I do believe in the fact to produce low carbon, low cost energy, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, and to channel it through cables, because we know the techniques, it's quite clear. When you look at the metrics, but probably a lot of you are much more expert than I am, to transport green hydrogen is much more challenging. Probably it makes more sense to transport low carbon energy and make the electrolysis on the place you produce. But it's to be discussed. Nevertheless, we have a very important project we launched with India, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Europe and US, which is IMEC. I'm a strong believer in this project. And the idea of IMEC is precisely to frame all the infrastructure and connection. And as you can imagine, this is a sort of pacific and friendly alternative on another road, if I may say, but from India to Mediterranean Sea. And it's railways, roads, energy, trade, and so on. And obviously, you are the link in the middle. We have a lot of financing. We have Global Gateway and the European financing being mobilized on it. We have World Bank being part of this project. I tasked Gérard Mestrallet for France being in charge of IMEC. So I strongly believe if we accelerate now just the roadmap, we have all the money and we can deliver a very concrete project. I was with Prime Minister Modi in Marseille, for instance, and we just assessed all the projects we can have from India through Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar to Marseille. It's absolutely incredible. And by the way, Albania has a place in this road, and it makes a lot of sense. So I think we have to focus now on the basis of this G20 project with the right skills and right tools, meaning World Bank, EU financing, and all the different governments financing to deliver this roadmap. But I'm a strong believer in these connections.
Mr. President, thank you very, very much for being with us and for answering to these questions. I know you have a very time.
Thank you.
Please stay in the room.
No, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Richard and Cecilia, for everything. Yes, here. Thank you so much. And let me just say in a few words, it's great to have you in Europe. I know that you come from a different part of the world. This is a stable and a reliable place. And in this crazy world, don't underestimate the strengths of such qualities. And I'm very happy you are here beyond, our jokes with Prime Minister Edi Rama. Because here in Albania, clearly, you have the entry point in this region of Western Balkans, but much more broadly. And it's a key point in the Mediterranean place and Europe. So I do encourage you to invest in Albania because you have a strong leadership. And I'm not just speaking because he's my friend, because he delivered already. And in 2 years to come, as now he has clear mandate, he will join the EU and it will be key. Second, I want you to know and to be sure that we will deliver as Europeans. Now there is a strong alignment between Germany and France. We will gather our colleagues to deliver clearly the agenda I mentioned. So please invest in Europe. Please do believe in Europe because we need your trust, your investment in order to deliver this very ambitious agenda because I think this is the right one as well, not just for the Europeans, but all the other regions to create much more stability. Thank you very much.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for President Macron. No, avec plaisir. And while Their Excellencies will leave the room, please, you have to stay in the plenary hall, and I encourage you to listen to the two coming sessions. Amazing session with Jared Cohen from Goldman Sachs, and another great session with Linda Rama, who, of course, do not need any introduction. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you be kind enough to stay in the plenary hall where Their Excellency will be exiting. Thank you.
Albania is a European country.
We are Europe. If you see the map, Albania is in Europe.
Po e shikojmë veten europian dhe besoj shumë në politikën që kemi, që shumë shpejt do jemi në rrugën e duhur.
Now we have all the resources to feel like an European citizen.
Our destination, our geography, our history, the past, the current and the future belongs to Europe.
No one decides what I am. I'm just born in Europe. I'm European.
Yes, I consider myself an European.
Yes, of course. I see myself as a pure European in many ways.
I don't know if it's good, it's bad, or if it will be easy or difficult for us to be part of it, but they should join.
Tani më duket se po. Of course, why not? We have potential in many ways, so we just need some changes.
Shumë rëndësishme, të promovohemi dhe ne aty fëmijët tonë që janë me shkollë, se ne më duhet të bashkohet, sepse do kemi shumë të mira dhe nga pjesa e forcave të armatosura, do jemi më të sigurt, edhe neve për më mirë për spitalet, në gjitha gjërat do mendoj se do kemi një gjë më të mirë.
I've seen places like Bulgaria and Romania that are not more advanced than us, and we are in the same conditions.
Albania, it may seem like a bridge, to connect most of the countries with each other, so it can help European Union for a lot of things.
Because we have all the characteristics of an European, so why not?
I think it will be maybe 2030.
Hoping that in 4 or 5 years we join European Union.
We will be a normal European country.
I think it will be much better.
In 10 years, Albania, I see with USA, not with Europe.
Mendoj që pas 5 vitesh e ndjej veten që dhe Shqipëria do jetë pjesë e familjes europiane.
Po sigurisht që jemi në rrugën e duhur, edhe Shqipërinë tamam, po dhe me Evropën të jemi.
I think after 10 years we will find Albania as a development state, stable economy, and I really hope that these changes will bring a better future for Albania in 10 years.
The best thing would be to focus on students and universities.
People can be a big hope for Albania in many ways.
Mos jeton, dua gjendje ekonomike të jetë këtë gjithë të jetojnë mirë.
Best Albania is the culture and tradition.
I think the nature, beautiful places, cities.
I would love to see also the other cities in Albania to get bigger, not just only Tirana, to focus also more in the other cities.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we will continue our sessions now and again. What a very, very powerful sessions there. 2 impatient European politicians looking for action. How refreshing. Looking at everything from energy, transition to capital markets, AI and digitalization. And talking about AI and digitalization, that moves us right on to our next session, the global race for AI sovereignty. Something we all need to pay very great attention to. I want to welcome on the stage Jared Cohen, the President of Global Affairs and co-head of Goldman Sachs Global Initiative, and our moderator, Thorold Barker, is back with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, Thorold, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. Jared, I am so excited to be having this conversation at this extraordinary time of change in AI, massive speed of development, and also such geopolitical and geoeconomic change at the same time. We're having this very interesting meeting here of Europeans in Albania this week. Last week, there was this very important meeting in the Gulf where Donald Trump and a delegation went to Saudi Arabia and other countries, and they did a remarkable number of deals around AI and technology, both putting US infrastructure on the ground and also agreeing to sell very high-end chips to the region. Can you talk a little bit about what the implications of that are for the whole AI situation?
Absolutely, and it's an honor to be here. Really pleased to be with all of you. It's interesting watching the analysis around President Trump's visit to the Middle East, because I think it completely misses the mark on what's in fact happening in the Middle East. This wasn't about Donald Trump and his unique relationship with several leaders. I don't even think this was about capital and fundraising. I think this was about something much bigger, a real paradigmatic shift that's happening in the world right now, which is if you believe that the key feature of the international system is a competitive coexistence between the two AI superpowers, the Middle East isn't emerging. It has already emerged as the critical collection of AI swing states that are needed by both countries. And it's not lost on me that our host, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, is at the center of so much of this. 20 years ago, I would go around different parts of the world, and every country wanted to build their own Silicon Valley. Today, you go to different countries around the world, and every country wants to do their own version of Vision 2030. And I think that's in large part because His Excellency is doing such a fantastic job executing on the Crown Prince's vision for 2030. But I think it's important to also understand how we got here. I've been traveling to the Middle East for 25 years. I think it was my first trip to Saudi Arabia. And back then, I would talk to a lot of the young leaders and ask them what they want. And they would say, all we want is our economic interest to drive the geopolitics, not the other way around. In 2015 and 2016, a group of young leaders emerged in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and they brought with them a set of up-leveled ambitions around diversifying the economy, aligning the deployment of capital with a geopolitical agenda they were setting on their own terms, and then up-leveling their own human capital and moving towards becoming leaders in science and technology. But the Middle East was still fraught with a lot of geopolitical complexity. When COVID happened, the geopolitical center of gravity moved from the Middle East to Washington and Beijing, and it cleared all of that geopolitical brush. And then that's when the world realized what was happening, which is if you look at Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, it's not just about money. They have energy, they have powered land, they have investment know-how and expertise. They're thought leaders on AI and all kinds of emerging technologies, and you won't see any major deal or business transaction or operation or research in the AI space that doesn't have one or more of those countries at the center of it.
So if you look at the two AI superpowers of the US and China, do these deals last week position the Gulf firmly in the US camp, or does it create the opportunity for the Gulf to create its own winners in AI?
So look, I think the US preference would be to use technology to force a binary decision of China or the US. And so far, that's been the play that the US has been running. Why? Because they have the NVIDIA chips and the high-end chips and everything we know about export controls and outbound investment screening and so forth. That being said, there's so much unique capability that exists in the kingdom that I think what you're seeing is countries in the Middle East recapture a lot of that agency. Now, the biggest issue that I think is going to allow them to unlock that agency is the US has a unique choke point when it comes to technology. So the US is irrefutably dominant when it comes to generative AI. China's catching up, but it hasn't closed the gap yet. Some of this has to do with the fact that the export controls that were put in place in 2022 constrained China on compute. And it gave the US a little bit of a runway to have a first mover advantage with large language models. But the issue that the US has is if it wants to maintain a dominant position in AI, there's a real question, and to me this is the big known unknown. Can they build the AI infrastructure fast enough to meet the demand that is outpacing the ability to do that? And the US can build a lot of that infrastructure, but my thesis is I don't think the US can stay dominant and build all of that infrastructure on their own. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is out of the 4,000 data centers in the US, you have less than 3% vacancy. But more importantly, the difference between AI workloads and cloud workloads is they're ultra high density and they require a concentrated source of baseload power. So intermittent like solar and wind doesn't work. Think coal, LNG, nuclear. The US has plenty of that, but after 2 decades of power demand being flat, that baseload power is in North Dakota and Texas, and the data centers for AI workloads are in Silicon Valley and Virginia. So the punchline here is the US doesn't have enough differentiated data centers and enough powered land to, on its own over the next 12 to 18 months, meet those priorities. And so it's going to need some kind of an overflow option. So as you heard from President Macron, one option is Europe, but I think Europe's going to have a lot of the same challenges transporting baseload power for some of the same jurisdictional
and it's much more expensive.
It's much more expensive, same ESG hurdles. You can go to Malaysia and Indonesia, where a lot of data centers are being built, cheap energy, but that AI capacity will go straight to China, which doesn't work for the US. And so my view is the Middle East is the obvious place for an overflow option. They can build massive infrastructure at scale very quickly. They have cheap energy, abundant capital, sovereign ambition. And look, there's some skepticism about this. People say, what happens when the Middle East has all this capacity? What are they going to do with it? And my view is, I look at the Middle East, and today it's the economic interests that are driving so much of the decision making, and we're moving towards an era of economic integration in that region, economic integration with the rest of the world. It is absolutely in the interest of the United States to continue pushing.
And it's not a risk to have critical infrastructure in another country like that?
It's always a risk, but I guess I think about this more pragmatically. I think it's riskier for the US to try to do 100% of it on their own, because you could end up in a situation where the demand for AI infrastructure isn't met domestically, and then that's how you end up losing a first mover advantage.
Does Europe have the potential to be an AI power in itself, or will it have to also fall in line with the US?
Well, I think what's interesting about Europe, even before generative AI, Europe went more down the regulation path. And even though the US and Europe have been very close allies economically, politically, geopolitically, when it comes to technology, the relationship's been very fraught. I spent a decade and a half at Google. It's not an easy set of relationships with the EU writ large, let alone with each of the individual countries. And one of the things that's happened is that healthy tension or unhealthy tension could play out when there was no alternative. What's happened now with the Middle East is you're seeing Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar emerge as an alternative option to Europe, right? So if you have these two AI superpowers, the US and China, and others, for instance, in the global south are looking for an additional option, so much of that infrastructure and capability exists in the Middle East. And the Middle East, has one foot in the developed world and one foot in the global south, and you'll see them as geopolitical swing states use that to their advantage.
So it really is a wake-up call for Europe to have to make decisions faster and deploy capital faster in this area.
Look, I think Europe knows exactly what to do. I don't think the substance is the problem. I think the implementation is, right? 27 countries, very weak coalitions sitting on top of each of these countries. Any bold decision breaks a coalition or faces a blocking minority, and that's before you have to check back with Brussels.
So I want to go into a little more depth on China and the US and how they weigh up. But just quickly, India, another swing state in all of this. How does that fit in?
Look, India, 1.4 billion people, probably the ultimate example of geopolitical swing states. I think the challenge that India has is, look, they have a ton of technological capability, but their size in some respects, brings some of the complexity. India just can't move as fast as some of the other swing states like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. The system of government and just the way they operate allows for greater pace. And when you're talking about finding ways to differentiate when it comes to AI, you can differentiate with infrastructure, you can differentiate with data, you can differentiate with human capital, or you can differentiate with speed.
Yeah.
And speed is so important when, frankly, the technology is far outpacing our knowledge and our understanding of what the applications even are at this stage.
So with China, there was a moment, I forget when it was, several months ago, when DeepSeek came out with its results of its model, R1 I think it is, and they claim to have done this at a much, much lower cost than the US companies. What was the implication of that? I mean, does it show that China's catching up? And does it show that it's the Western approach to China has forced them to innovate and be smarter in how they do this?
So I look at the AI conversation as before the whole world found out about large language models on November 30th, 2022 and after. And before, if I had to characterize the relationship or the competition between the US and China on technology, what I would have said is the US had a 3-decade first mover advantage, and it kind of ended in a tie. Why? Because China was competing asymmetrically. Their view was those asymmetries are the US's problem, not theirs. And the US had to work multilaterally to overcome some of those asymmetries, but with the tension being what it was on technology with Europe, the US was actually losing many of its advantages. Large language models gave the US a lifeline, helped it get its technology mojo back, and now China has a bit of an uphill battle when it comes to large language models because it doesn't have the compute power, it doesn't want to train models at internet scale because of the censorship apparatus, and the way they govern their models is highly restrictive. That being said, in the last chapter of technology, China caught up largely through copying, but along the way they also became incredible innovators and were producing 5 times the number of software engineers at the same level of skill and impressiveness in the US. And what I would say is necessity drives innovation, and the US has kind of dared China to figure out a way to capture greater efficiency within these large language models given they don't have the compute. And so DeepSeek V2, which caused all this market palpitation, it's not that it was a significant technology milestone. It certainly wasn't a significant product milestone. To me, it was a random Tuesday in a very fast-paced AI race. But it was a strategic and geopolitical milestone in the sense that the market, because it can't keep up with what's actually happening, had an outsized reaction to what it thought it was before it could understand what it was. It was sort of guess and check. And now, and I think what became clear to Xi Jinping and the CCP is there's a much greater strategic premium on its AI ecosystem than had previously been understood. So what it's done is it's excited that innovative ecosystem inside of China, and so the gap is closing. And I think we've moved past the US having a first mover advantage, and we're back to kind of the cat and mouse game of US-China tech competition.
And are they managing to develop their own high-end chips to keep up with the NVIDIAs of this world?
So everything is always a question of claims versus what can be verified, right? So they talk about having a Huawei chip. Hard to verify whether or not they can produce enough chips at scale to close the compute delta. My guess is they're going to invest both in trying to achieve high-end chip parity and efficiency within the models at the same time. I think in the short term, it's going to be very hard for them to catch up on hardware. I think they're going to have to close the gap on hardware and use innovation and software to further close the gap.
One of the choke points, you talked about energy as a choke point in AI development. Another one is chips, and obviously there's this huge preponderance of high-end chips that are manufactured in Taiwan. Can you just talk a little bit about how you see the potential of that to disrupt AI and the world more in general, and to what extent both China and the US actually have an interest in that status quo remaining and not destabilizing it?
Look, there's lots of reasons why Taiwan is important politically and geopolitically, but I think if we're having an honest moment, there's a massive premium attached to Taiwan because of TSMC.
Yep.
And if you look at the math on this, and I should say, even before that, one of the most common questions I get asked by Goldman Sachs' clients is, do you think China will invade Taiwan? And my answer is always the same. I don't think that they will, but not for the reasons that other skeptics are. I don't think it's because Xi Jinping worries that his generals will perform like Russian generals. I don't think he worries that the Taiwanese people will put up the same kind of fight that the Ukrainians have. I don't think he worries about the complexity of an amphibious landing and an air assault separately and together. I think it's that he understands the math, which is 93% of high-end chips around the world come from Taiwan. TSMC accounts for 6 to 8% of daily energy consumption on the island of Taiwan on the low end, roughly 13% on the high end. And here's the critical punchline: Taiwan imports 98% of its energy resources. And so the thing that I would watch for that indicates increased pressure on Taiwan is a disruption of those energy imports. If you see a disruption of those energy imports, what that would do is it would throw the US and China in a game of geopolitical chicken to see who's going to swerve first for fear of crashing the global chip market. So that's the scenario that I would look for. Now, the other thing that I would think about in the context of semiconductors is tariffs. And as we look out on the horizon, one of the things that we're all sort of trying to make sense of and forecast is what to expect from sector-specific tariffs. The US imports $82 billion of direct semiconductor imports. So $82 billion is the number that people are focused on. It's the wrong number. The vast majority of semiconductors, which by the way come from South Korea, which has 25% tariffs, Taiwan, which has either 32 or 34% tariffs, and China, I've lost track of what the percentage is, but it's high.
It's high.
But the vast majority of semiconductors are packaged outside of the United States and integrated into other goods like machinery, electronics, and vehicles. So if you want to understand the total value of goods impacted by tariffs and the impact that has on semiconductors, you have $521 billion of annual imports of machinery. You have $486 billion of electronics imported to the US, and you have another $368 billion of vehicles. And so if you add all that up, the tariff impact on semiconductors in the US between direct and indirect imports could look more like just shy of $1.5 trillion of impact. So that's something to watch.
So final question, we're out of time, which is, right now this is positioned as this big sort of standoff between China and the US. Is there actually a future scenario where it is in the interests of the governments to cooperate, because this technology is going to require some sort of global agreements on how it's utilized, particularly when it comes to military and other applications? Or do you think that is not going to happen?
I don't think that's going to happen for a simple reason, which is, look, before COVID, it's not that the US and China wouldn't find these periodic moments of geopolitical tension, but you could always count on the economic interests of both countries tempering the geopolitics and calming things down. After COVID, you had a paradigmatic shift where all of a sudden it was the domestic circumstances in both countries driving short-term geopolitical thinking at the expense of medium and long-term outcomes. And what that means is, even though it makes complete economic sense for the countries to collaborate, I think the geopolitics and the domestics on both sides are going to continue to get in the way. And this is a problem because it is unprecedented in modern history for America's third largest trading partner to also be perceived and approached as its most formidable adversary. And what that means is this is not a Cold War. The Soviet Union and the US were never economically intertwined in the same way, but because we're applying this Cold War lens, it's pushing us further towards an economic confrontation and a decoupling in technology that, frankly, is going to hurt both countries.
Great. Jared, thank you so much for your thoughts.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. There we had Jared Cohen from Goldman Sachs and Thorold really talking there about the sovereignty of AI, the issues that we all need to deal with, geopolitics, tariffs. The debate continues, and I think we all sit and wonder where we go from here. Again, it's very much about who takes that, and things change so rapidly. We're ready for our next session, so that's how rapidly things are changing. So I'm very, very happy now to introduce to you two wonderful women who have worked tirelessly for inclusiveness, fairness, and representation in society for all. We're looking at rethinking power, who leads, how, and why in Europe today. I want you to give a very, very, very warm welcome. Two ladies in conversation. Cecilia Attias, the founder and president, Cecilia Attias Foundation for Women, the former First Lady of France. And joining her, Linda Rama, the co-founder and researcher, human rights advocate, and of course, wife of Albanian Prime Minister. We're thrilled to have them both with us today. Ladies.
Thank you so much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy to be here with you today. And I am very honored to have some questions for you and to spend a little time, a little conversation together. Just let's go directly. First, all my congratulations for the re-election of your husband. It's the fourth term of his prime ministry, so I think it's great. So I have some questions to ask to the counterpart of the president, which is you, Linda, that I consider like a friend. Your husband has just been re-elected prime minister, marking his fourth term in office. You have to, that's not your background, you're not a politician. So how did you navigate for 12 years in this political field?
First, thank you for having me in this forum. And I would like to start with the fact that being aside Eddie these 12 years has been a great opportunity to contribute from my side in a very important significant historical for my country, for Albania. First, as a background, my whole life is in public policies and development issues. And I have been always very sensitive to vulnerable groups and a big advocate of women's rights and human rights. And I ended up at a certain moment of time, someone dealing with public policies and advocating under the same room with the person trusted to make public policies and to change people's life. And what a challenge is for both of us. Yeah. And then I understood since the very beginning that as soon as you are the wife of someone that gets elected, the risk is that immediately after that, people see you only as the wife of the prime minister.
I know what you're talking about.
Yes. And at the beginning, I thought that I had just to add up another dimension to my personal profile. But then I understood that I had to keep safe my own identity, professional and personal identity.
How did you do that?
It was very challenging. First, it was very difficult to overcome the skepticism. I was telling to everyone that I'm going to be the same person as before, to work in the same fields as before. Very difficult to believe that I would drive myself. I don't have a babysitter for my son. And I cook myself, and the people, it was very difficult. So they were not connecting this kind of narrative to the wife of someone that was powerful.
It's complicated to have a role and to be someone who can do things, because actually you do have power.
Yes.
It's complicated to understand people that you can do a lot, humanitarian side, all kinds of, and that's a little bit what you try to do, right?
Yes. And then over years, I think that I was, doing whatever I was meant to do, and I believed. And I think that all this level of belief was increasing. And Eddie said that he felt overpowered when you have chosen Albania instead of France to start with Europe. But it was a moment in my life that I felt overpowered to Eddie. It was a moment last year when all the members of opposition in the parliament got together and they asked the international institutions with whom I work for 30 years now to assist Albania not to accept me in any project with themselves. And I said they are supposed to get Eddie out of the office. Why they want me to leave me without work? And it was very nice to see that I had, it seems, a profile that was overpowered compared with the prime minister.
Can I ask you your profile, if you have to make a little resume of your background?
I have thought about that, Cecilia. I think that professionalism, independence, and straightforwardness in saying whatever you think in a simple way, and moreover, being plugged with people all the time, competes politics. And I think that these kind of profiles are very powerful profiles.
Absolutely.
And that's why people are so strong, because in their normal life they are professionals, they are capable of doing things, they are straightforward, and voting is one of the sublime moments of being straightforward, and they are independent. So that's why they are really powerful, and politics needs them all along.
Of course. And now let me go a little bit in the past. Since 1991, you were a communist regime. I would like to know how the young generations are living with this past. How can you encourage young entrepreneurs to go forward, knowing that the country has been under very, very strict rules with the communism, and how you could help this youth to go forward and to create this country, a new country?
First of all, I would like to give just 2-3 figures about how we started this journey after the communism fell. 30% of people in 1991 in rural ended unemployed, and unemployment was decreased every day because of collapsing the state enterprises and dismantling agriculture. The fact was that in 1 year, one country that was completely isolated had 100,000 people flew the country to other countries as emigrants. And then we are a country very rich in water, but the water in the dwellings was coming 2-3 times per day, and we were completely short of water. And only 1/3 of the dwellings were connected with pipe water. And then it was also very interesting. The average house for an Albanian family in the urban areas was 30 square meters. So 7.5 square meters per person, imagine. And electricity was huge shortage. And we were, in fact, we went from a complete trust to the state and being dependent from the state in complete level of untrust to the state. And in fact, in 1991, 1992, 1993, the shadow economy or informal economy was half of the economy in Albania. Now, this was the situation. And imagine what kind of agenda it was ahead of the people and, of course, politicians. And in fact, in 35 years, we are the young generations of that time. We were able to gain the lost time from our parents and grandparents, not because of their fault, but because of the opportunity we have to get out from communism and to go to completely another system full of opportunities. And I think that over this time, we reached to the point, you listened to President Macron, that, and I was very happy to listen to hear that he confirmed that they agree to enlarge European Union, and he is supportive for our membership,
I think
which is the
right.
dream.
I mean, Albania needs to be in Europe.
Yeah. And we have managed to create this level of trust. And it was our generation to do that. But as long as we have done this, it was not only economy that bothered us, it was also all the trauma and bad habits imposed by communism. And I think that at that direction, we didn't have the focus to do much, and this serves to the whole world, because whatever is happening today is leaving footprints to the young generation. And I think that as soon as we complete our generation the journey to European Union, we need to take care that children, youngsters, try to use all their opportunities to get further in a global world.
Of course. Could you share a perspective on the psychological impact of the past in the actual society? So many years of very tough communism.
There are so many of them. More the time goes, I try to, most of the explanations I find of what is happening around has some linkages with the past. I can give you, because we are in one investment financial forum, one very small example. During communism, Albanian families and individuals were not allowed to take loans from the banks, for instance. And there is a fear to the generation of our parents transmitted to my generation of not getting to the bank and not getting loans. Because loans are bad. And in fact, if you see the ratio of deposits, and of course the situation has changed completely because otherwise you would not have seen this level of development around, but there is still fear from approaching the bank. And that's why there is still a cash economy, and that's why there is still hesitance to get to the bank and to make your business case and to take credits and have relations with the bank. Why is that still there? Because we haven't worked enough with that, and we cannot leave to the young population.
It's not that far, though. I mean, 1991 is not that far. So
it is 3 decades and a half.
I know.
And if we were able to get so fast in this development path, and I'm not talking only for Albanians in Albania, I'm talking for Albanians everywhere. The best ambassadors of Albania are the Albanians that have succeeded in every field,
they have
everywhere in the world. Of course, we live in a free world. We are happy to have them back, but they have done the maximum wherever they are. They should go wherever they think it's best for them, but we know that a part of us is with us wherever they are. And we need also foreigners to come here. And I was very happy when I heard Eddie saying that, of course, with some level of humor, that even French people might like, but that's a reality. We should not, Italians and I don't know, many other nations are more and more finding attractive Albania.
How do you find the youth entrepreneur here in Albania today? Are they willing to really move forward for the country?
You know, Cecilia, I think that we, again, are not still capable of knowing the youth the way they are. It's our problem. And if you see the media and if you see the public stages, they are full of people, middle-aged, but also a bigger generation, but you see not that much youngsters. It means that we think that we know them, but in fact we don't know them. And if you get close to them, you understand that there is a power in them that we don't possess. My generation. It comes because the time they are living and the huge investments parents and society made to them to progress in education.
Of course.
And to constantly learn in a world that is completely open to them.
Yeah, and you, especially you, personally you, are you helping through a foundation or something to help the youth, to empower them and help them?
You know, I think that with all the publications I've made, projects I made, discussions I made, but also with keeping under my
skills,
my kind of pressure to Eddie. I try to make possible that women and youngsters and children get more and more attention from the society and from the government and the policymakers. I have to further explore. Eddie is in his 4th mandate now.
Are you excited about it?
You know, I am excited very much and touched, deeply touched, because I felt that the dots are connected in between what our parents and we were, let's say, dreaming in 1991, 1992 to make Albania like old Europe. And that time, the first democratic government took an enormous support by people, and the dots are connected after so many years. The Albanian people, just because they still dream Albania in Europe, they trusted Edi with a mandate that is very, very strong. And I think that it's a huge responsibility. I feel the burden in the shoulders to not to disappoint any of those that in fact gave this support, and to allow the youngsters to open a completely new path. It's our mission to complete this process as a generation, so that our children start another level of engagement.
Yeah, and you know, youth is really the foundation of a country. Education really is important, I think. And as I see we don't have that much time, I will end with a very light question. I'd love to ask you if there were 3 things you would like to say about Albania, about your country. And I mean, whatever, in a personal note, cultural, personal, or whatever you feel, what would it be?
The first thing, I saw the video that was prepared, and I completely agree with that. The first thing I would mention is diversity, and in 3 levels: nature. You can find here Caribs, you can find Tuscany, you can find Alps of Switzerland, you can find in this small territory, you can find everything, the whole world.
It's a beautiful country.
And then cultural diversity. I just would like to mention that in this territory, there are more than 3,000 traditional costumes.
That's
and
amazing.
Many of them are unique in the world. And 3 religions that live in harmony and are a big heritage for us. The second thing I would say is dynamism. We are a very energetic and dynamic nation.
Very true.
And you know, you can even the shocks cannot shock us. We might fall at the year of shock. It happened in 1997. It happened in 2000, a little bit 2008. It happened with the earthquake. It happened with pandemic. The next year we were vital and continuing with growth again. And the third thing, it's another D basically. I could say devotion. We are very devotional to our families, close families, very devotion to, I think, to the country, and very devotion to Europe and to the world.
That's great.
And this 3D makes us 3D.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Linda. I was happy to have you.
It has been an honor to be you. Thank you.
And how wonderful. I love to see 2 powerful ladies who are also 2 dear friends really talk and explain what's going on. And again, to Linda Rama, thank you so much for putting a lot in perspective here about this wonderful country, but also looking further afield, and to Cecilia Atias. Thank you so much. We're moving on to this session about big data, big power, and who holds the global reins. And this indeed, to match it, is a big panel as well. I'm just going to let you know who's going to be on this panel, and we're getting all set up here. But of course, big data, big power is something that we're going to hear a lot, and we're going to talk about it. I think we have a video. So just before we do, let me call our people in. We're going to have the chairman of DigiWorld Institute, Francois Barrault. We will have Dr. Tony Chan, former president of KAUST and global AI expert. We will have Faradun Sehab Zada, the managing partner of Oros Capital Partners, and Alexander Sukarevsky, senior partner, managing partner, Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. Our moderator for this session will be Betty Yang, the managing partner for 500 Global, and they will join us in just a moment after this video.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Very excited to be today with esteemed panelists because we have a very combined and diverse view. At the same time, we have views from policy, corporates, consultants, entrepreneurs, capital, academia. And I think one key component to look at it is that we know AI alone is going to add 19 trillion to 2030, but how do we capture those opportunities? What are the challenges? So I'm quite excited today with the panelists to be able to cover some of those topics. But before we ask each of them to address some of the questions, I want to set the stage of what they think in one word or a yes/no. When do you think we will reach AGI, which means AI becomes like a human? Prasad, you want to start? When will we reach AGI?
Oh. To be frank, I'm a skeptic. I think the AI experts in the field, they don't agree among themselves. So if you look at the Turing Award winners, you have Jeff Hinton is one view, Jan LeCun is another view. So, you know, the current approach to AI is based on, maybe this is too long. You said one word?
Yeah, one word.
Okay.
When?
Well, I'm a skeptic.
Never.
A long time.
Long time.
Current
Long term.
approach.
Long term.
Long term, yes.
Okay. Francois, how about you?
I would say AGI, I'm very optimistic, within the next 5 years.
5 years?
Yes. ASI, to make that distinction, probably in the next 20 years.
Other panelists, when do you think we're going to reach AGI?
It depends. For the task-oriented, we've already at this point. For the decision-making process, we will never reach this point. AGI will be a kind of super chief of staff, but never replace ourselves.
I think clearly not before lunch.
But maybe after?
But I think on a more serious note, first we need to define what do we mean by AGI, and we take a while, and then it will take a while to achieve it.
I mean, when do you think it's going to think or be intelligent?
Pardon?
When do you think it's going to think? AI is going to think, right, the AGI. But do you think long term or short term?
I think much longer term.
Much longer term? Yeah. Asa, great to have you. The first fire rapid question, when will we reach AGI?
24 to 36 months till the vast majority of knowledge work that all of us do behind a laptop, AI will be as capable as us.
Okay. So we have different views from short term to never.
Is it worth just making one small distinction? I guess it depends on the definition. If by AGI we mean human level capability on certain things, I think short to medium term. If we mean AI getting to the point where it is better than humans on lots of cognitive abilities, that's way in the future. So it really depends how we're defining that.
Yeah, I think even we build a better definition, we see views from 24 months to before lunch, or after lunch to never. Second fire rapid question, if AI is electricity, who should control the grid? We're talking about big data, big power. Who should control the grid?
I believe the more capable AI is getting, the more we need to put it in the hands of the population and the end users to make decisions in terms of both how we want it to be rolled out and in terms of who has a responsibility for making final decisions. I don't think we want to live in a world where companies can scale up the equivalent of billions of people in intelligence, and it's a small number of companies who control all decisions around it.
I think nobody and everybody, meaning that the current notion of ownership is quite outdated, and therefore, coming to the previous speaker, it should be given in the hands of people, but in a very different way than you assume the ownership today.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Chan.
If you look at AI as an infrastructure that the general population would need, then obviously the government has to be involved, right? So just like electricity. But I think AI is bigger than that, more powerful than that. I mean, maybe in some sense it's like nuclear power. Then obviously you need more international actual agreement on what can be done. I mean, there are a lot of things about ethical issues and how your data is built up and so on. So I think it's more like that than electricity. Maybe in 20 years it would be like electricity. Okay.
I would say that AI is not new. I've been doing AI since 1982. Turing's team started in 1953. We talk about AI because of ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is stupid. It's an aggregation of words. If I say, for the French, du pain, du vin, they will say du boursin. If I say, Houston, we have a... If I say, may the force join, it's a combination, aggregation of words. When you look at technology now, what is AI? It's three pillars, different. First, the hardware, from the chips to phones and storage. Then you have the transmission, fiber, mobile and satellite, and software. So AI is not a concept, it's a combination of three technologies that represent a real ecosystem. That means if you take one pillar out of this ecosystem, then it falls. So AI belongs to, I like what you say, to everybody and nobody. And last, I just want to repeat this, it's not new. It has existed for ages. And the media use AI because everybody uses ChatGPT, which is not, it's a first phase of AI.
Moving a little bit the format with a little bit maybe views and longer component, wanted to highlight that this group of panelists are very global, and some of you are from Europe, some of us are coming from outside of Europe, so there's a little bit of an inside view, and there's a little bit of an outside in. One thing, especially for Dr. Chan, I would love you to comment, is China view on Europe.
Well, thank you. You know, I'm not from China. I'm ethnic Chinese, but
Me too.
I know a lot of people in China, especially in higher education, including some people in AI areas. It's not a reason. So I think I was on a panel, listened to Prime Minister Matteo Renzi was saying. What did he say? The two AI superpower, he referred to that. You know, there's a book written by Kai-Fu Lee from 7, 8 years ago. It's basically the US and China. I think it's more true today than even before. I think Europe is not really, I mean, France is doing something along the line, but in a way, the two superpowers is still true today. So the idea of what Matteo also said was that, what did he say? You compare China, US, and Europe. What did he say? US innovates, China imitates or iterates, and then Europe regulates. I think it's a little bit unfair, probably, but I think it was said by Europeans. I mean, it's not said by me, okay? I think that is probably traditional view as changing too. I'm reminded, US, of course, has always been the innovation leader in the world. So I decided to go to US to study because US is the center of innovation. US is the shining city on the hill, you know, meritocracy and all that stuff. So that's why I attract a lot of talents to go. Today, I think US is encountering some sort of crisis. You heard about the cut in research funding in the US. I used to work in the US National Science Foundation. The cut for NSF was 40%. The director resigned just 2 weeks ago or something like that. NIH is being cut also a huge amount. So you can imagine that will have a big influence on the talent flow. If you are an international researcher, scientist working in the US, you might think about your future, right? So I understand that Europe is actually having programs to welcome some of these scientific refugees, if you call them, France in particular. That's what I understand. I'm sure China is doing something. They don't announce it. Now, China, on the other hand, you really, given the recent development, you cannot say China cannot innovate. I'm reminded there's a paper written at Harvard Business Review. Exactly the title is, Why China Cannot Innovate. That's the title, from about 10 years ago, okay? I think nobody will say that again, you know, given all the things that have been talked about, DeepSeek and all that. I think DeepSeek is in particular striking because most of the research team are fresh university graduates from Chinese university system. They've never gone overseas. This is unthinkable 10 years ago. You know, all of them want to go to the MIT, Stanford, or Oxbridge, whatever it is. So that's the landscape is changing as we speak. So Europe, I think,
The other day, a US friend came to Paris and said, I want to go to the best restaurant to see museum with my mother. We want to do some shopping. So ChatGPT, which is number 4, the 4th version, made me a great program, except the fact that on Monday, museums are closed, restaurants are closed, and shops are closed. So I say, what are you talking about, my dear ChatGPT? And he told me, sorry, my corpus of information is not accurate. So we are in a very strange phase where before whatever you look into database is true. Now, when you send a query, it goes everywhere. The next version of ChatGPT, as an example, the 5, will have 99% of the information true, but you will have to pay. ChatGPT 6, or the equivalent, you have 100% of integrity, but you will have to pay a lot, by the way, because information is not true, but the ChatGPT, you agent or your avatar, will know exactly who you are, like a chief of staff. So there is an evolution, but the key things right now is the access of data, which is totally agnostic.
And if I may just give you an insider's perspective, so I'm from the UK, spent the last 2 decades investing in technology. I think a lot of the things that we've discussed are true, but just to offer a slightly counter view. The technology seen more generally, AI is part of that, has gone through a huge evolution in Europe. So 20 years ago, I could count on one hand the number of big tech companies in Europe. SAP, ASML, ARM, and that was it. Today we have 350 technology unicorns. Even if you say a third of them are hype, that's an enormous improvement. And there have been some big successes like Spotify, Skype, Zalando, I can keep going. And when you look at the talent, a lot of times the talent has come from Europe, but we've not managed to keep them here. So if you think of AI, the godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, is a Brit, but he went to Canada. But a lot of the work he did led to Google having the breakthroughs with the transformer technology. If you look at, still with Google, DeepMind came from London. So I think we do need to do a lot more, in particular on the regulatory side, on the capital side. But in terms of the raw talent, Europe is really, really strong.
And we have a live example. So I think last year, October, you raised $500 million. You and your co-founders are based in Europe. With $500 million, you definitely have a seat on the table to play on this big players game. And very often people say it's very hard to build business from here. Love to hear a little bit from your perspective. What made you sort of successful, at least in terms of putting yourself in the map, which I think is the first stage for what you need, right?
So there's a bit of a misconception about us and our relationship to Europe. So my co-founder is American, I'm Dutch, but we're an American company. And I actually truly believe if you're looking to build and compete on the global stage where we are against other foundation model companies, you can't do it unless you have an incredibly strong foot in the United States. But Europe, for us, is today 70% of our research and engineering talent. And it's not in specific location, it is spread out all over Europe, with our #1 location being UK, #2 Switzerland, and the rest spread out over this continent, including as far as Romania. And what we found is kind of similar to I think what this panel is referring to. There's incredible talent everywhere, but the talent will move to the opportunities. So I spend time recruiting in China. I spend time recruiting out of Russia. I spend time recruiting continental Europe in the United States. Of course, a lot of that is moving people out of their countries because of the geopolitical nature of not being able to hire in some of these nations. But what we continuously find is that talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. And so for us, it was very strategic to decide to say, we're not going to build one of the most talented teams in AI just in the backyard of our competitors, Silicon Valley. We're going to build it where they're not. And that's given us a massive advantage in our space. But I want to throw a couple of numbers out for the room to come back to the point on China. China graduates more than 10 times the computer science students than the United States does every single year. And it has been doing this for well over 15 years already. So there's an incredibly deep-rooted talent pool that's there. And it is very true. Today, I don't see any competitive advantage that the West still truly has on a talent perspective compared to China. The largest conferences, #1 nationality represented is China. If you're willing to not be too politically correct and just look at the names on the papers and make a guess, then you'll realize that it's not 30%, it's probably 60, 70% of the authors on papers have, ethnically Chinese names. And so this is purely a macro effect of a well-educated population that is, an order of magnitude larger than what we have in the West. So since we're in a room here with people who will have an ear of policy, one of the things that we try to overly emphasize is one of the best things that we can do when we care about keeping our continents and our countries, competitive, is to make it really, really easy for the talent to move there and their families. And this is something where Europe is doing a good job, even more so right now than the United States.
Hey, so can I, since you have the mic, can you comment on the talent side? Because at Poolside, you're enabling coders. Wanted to get a bit of your view of what does the future of developers, coders, engineers look like? Do we all become, can we all code?
Right now, we're living in a world where the capabilities of AI essentially put us in a human developer-led world where AI is assisting us. But that's because there's still a pretty wide gap between AI's capabilities in software development, in reasoning and planning and understanding of the world. But that gap is closing incredibly fast. I hold a different point of view than Francois, that I don't think language models are just statistical parrots repeating the next phrases. I see that we are truly closing the gap between human-level intelligence as in all of the economically valuable work that we do, because it is much broader than that, our intelligence. And so what that means in the field of software development is that we have two things happening. One is that over the course of the next 3-4 years, the cost of creating a piece of software is going to become the cost of the energy and the chips that the AI runs on and the humans that are essentially instructing it. So it's giving us a massive amplifying effect. But at the same time, and there's a few software investors here on the panel, the world can use an immense amount of more software still. Software eats the world, the Andreessen, I think, 2007 quote, has barely started. You have to walk into any factory, into any environment, and you realize how much more automation our world can use to drive the cost of goods and services to zero. So I think more people will be able to build software, a lot more software will be built, and the cost of building software will become orders of magnitude less.
Yeah, and just a quick comment on the cost. I thought it was very impressive. Midjourney has a revenue of 200 million with 10 employees. And 10 is not like a typo, like 100 or 1,000, right? So it really, it's unapologetic. You don't need capital, you don't need permission, you don't need anything to be able to build that. Alexander, I wanted to get your view because you work with, I believe, over 50 countries, both at the corporate side and also on the government. What are some of the myths, or what are people doing that you feel like is doing well from a leadership perspective? And how should the leaders think about it in your perspective?
First of all, I would like to comment on the previous comment regarding Europe. And I think we should not stay at a very superficial level of competitiveness in AI and go deeper. And that technology might or might not be a commodity. The question is, how do you embed it in our daily lives? And even simple thing like, what's the interface with AI? Is it normal to type to each other? For some, how do you interact with it is not solved. And last time I checked, actually Europe is decently good in design, right? We kind of managed to do a few companies in design. So it's, in my books, there is also a design question here, and not necessarily technology, that Europe could play a role, right? Now, coming back to your original question, I think it's a tale of two cities that are very different. Whom of you have watched The Flow?
The Flow?
Highly recommended to watch with your kids, an animation. Woody. Richard, you should watch it. Basically, it's coming out of Europe, out of small country in Baltics, of a person who still teach kids. And he created an animation movie that won all possible awards in the world, from Oscar to Venice Festival, at the fraction of a budget of any major studio. And again, we might argue on aesthetics, but it hands down won the awards. Now, the question is, and what it shows you, that the power of AI all of a sudden empowers individuals to do things they couldn't do before and win big corporations. If you look at the all software revenues in the world last year, they actually were below what only hyperscalers put on AI, meaning they have bigger ambition. So you have this dream, on the one hand, on the technology side, But then when you move from La La Land into the reality, what we discovered that, out of 95% of the companies or governments that do digital transformations, only 10% are successful. And the reason being is not for lack of trying, so it means 1 out of 10. Everybody's just talking. And the gap is coming, to your point, on leadership, data, architecture, human beings, courage to put everything and go into this game with all in. I think it requires leadership.
I thought you were going to blame management consultants for the 90%.
We're at time, but I want you to comment with one word, if you can, or dash word. If you could put one rule into every AI model, what would it be? Please close with that.
Asimov's rules.
Huh?
Asimov's rules for robots.
What rules? Tell your operator to turn on his or her brain and apply critical thinking on the outputs.
An off switch. An off switch.
Off switch. Switch off.
I would say when you get the results, you have to give a confidence level on how accurate the result is. Because otherwise you get hallucination, you get wrong result, you have no idea.
2 words, connect and share.
Please help me thank the amazing panelists today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Betty Yang and her great panel. If you weren't scared of what AI can do before now, be very scared, or at least hang out with this group of experts that we have here. They can certainly help move us on. I have a simple message for you. It's time to go to lunch. I know you've been waiting to hear that. And my other message, though, is could you please make it brief? Be back here at 2 o'clock. I'll be forever grateful. We have a big energy transition conversation. We're going to be talking about tourism. We really have an action-packed afternoon for you, so you're not going to want to miss this. Once again, thank you all for being here. I know it's been a very, very busy morning, but what an exceptional morning it has been. I think it's been completely worthwhile. I know you've had to wait, but how wonderful that we had the President of France join us, the Prime Minister of Albania. And again, thank you, Richard, for organizing all of this. And to all of you, thank you for being with us. We will be back very, very shortly. 2 o'clock, please, and we'll continue then our live streaming after that as well. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome. Welcome back. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you. Now, I could do a big summary of the morning, but I'm going to leave all that to Richard later because we're a little bit behind. Just a little bit, a minute or two, you know, and you know my minutes. Never mind. We have so much to talk about in the afternoon, and we will get started right away. And of course, one of the areas we keep hearing about in every conversation, I think, today is the energy transition. We're really going to be looking at it right now. Will the energy revolution keep the lights on? This is the question of the afternoon. I'd like to invite our dear panelist on stage, partner from Mexico Infrastructure Partners, Carlos Roberto Gil. Stefano Bueno, the founder and CEO of Nucleo, is with us, and Musab Al-Mulla, the Vice President of Energy and Economic Insights from Aramco. I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined with my dear panel, and also our dear moderator. It is founder and CEO of SG and Capital Partners, His Excellency Sam Jima. I'm sure they're here. They're coming out any minute. Here we go. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And here he is, our moderator of the moment. Sam, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, panel.
Good afternoon.
I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I would like to start with a quick fire question, yes or no. So, starting with you, Carlos, will Europe's energy revolution keep the lights on?
So?
Will Europe's energy revolution keep the lights on, yes or no?
Yes, definitely.
Stefano?
Easy question, yes.
Musa?
Has to be.
It has to be. Okay, we have unanimity. That's great. Now let's try to unpack this, because what the recent blackouts in Spain and Portugal revealed are vulnerabilities in Europe's energy infrastructure. And so I'd like to start with you, Stefano, in terms of what you think this reveals about the state of European energy.
Well, we have, like everyone else, a need of a strong growth of energy. But we don't have energy security in Europe. That is what we realized, not only because of accidents like the one in Spain due to the structures and to the possibly the big portion of renewables, but because we don't have resources. We actually do have a resource, which is nuclear. Nuclear accounts for 25% of the electricity production in Europe. Is amazing because the rest of the world is only 10%. So we actually have that resource. We have developed that resource until the maybe 87, if I have to put the right date of what really changed the attitude in Europe against this technology. And we forgot for it. Now I think it's back. It's back because we needed decarbonization, we needed energy independence, and this is the way for Europe to have energy independence. And we need the competitiveness of prices for our industry. And I believe this nuclear can deliver now on that. It is the moment, a new moment of nuclear. We can see it very much. 4 years ago, when I funded the company, no one in Europe was coming back into nuclear. Only UK, in geographical Europe, was thinking to relaunch nuclear. Now we have 14 countries, EU countries plus UK who wants nuclear. So it's becoming a majority.
Thank you for that on nuclear. Musab, I just want to ask you, what are the lessons from the blackout, and are renewables reliable?
Very difficult questions to oil and gas company to ask. Is reliable. I think, yeah. But I think reliability is tricky a little bit. Renewable would be reliable, of course, if there is the right optimum renewable penetrations in whatever country it is. It's important to choose the right level of penetrations versus the grid capabilities and so on. I don't want to get in maybe in details because I am electrical engineering background, by the way. But I'm coming from the oil and gas. I think the key lessons learned is how to balance between the hydrocarbons with the renewables. And this is the example mentioned, I think, by His Excellency Yasser Mayan today, that Saudi Arabia is a good example where they balance the two, basically having hydrocarbons with very low carbon intensity, the lowest in the world, which is the emissions per barrel produced, as well as increasing the renewable penetration gradually to a 50% level. I think reliability will depend on how you make sure you have the optimum penetration at the right time and gradual increase of the renewables while continue reducing responsibly on the hydrocarbon. The example we have in Aramco, I think, is a role model, I would call it, because we also participate in the OGCI, in the OGDC, what you call it, Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, and we try to transfer this knowledge to the other oil and gas companies. Sustainability report for Aramco just published 2 days ago. The methane, as His Excellency mentioned, 0.04, lowest carbon intensity. I'm inviting people to read the report. I think it's important to balance the hydrocarbon with the renewables. You don't move, as His Excellency mentioned, switch on renewables and switch off hydrocarbon one day. If you do it in the right balance and the optimum way of doing it with the grid abilities, we will avoid these type of blackouts, in my opinion.
Carlos, where do you stand on looking at Europe reliability and whether or not the energy mix that we have at the moment will provide reliable energy, particularly where renewables are concerned?
Well, I guess, again, I think Europe is taking the right steps right now. One thing that today President Macron stated or explained was the importance of having financial reform in the UK. What I think is that it's as important as financial reform, or even more important than financial reform, is making sure that there is a European energy union. That is something that is critical at this stage. And it's good business for everyone, because right now you have isolated systems, and you have to make sure that you pull all the grid together, right? The advantages are enormous in the sense that you get a stability on the price, on the tariffs. You get also affordability. You also get negotiating price, and you also get economies of scale, and you can bring enormous amount of investment. On the technical side, you also have advantages in the sense that you can have a more stable grid. That's important. You can also use, very few have like Europe a full array of technologies like they do, where they can combine, the best of what they have, sun in Spain, and they have hydro in Norway and all those places. So, the combination would be really absolutely something that cannot be found anywhere else. And then you also have the ability with AI to improve the management of the grid in such a way that you have a dynamic way of stabilizing the system throughout.
Now, that's really interesting. And I mean, on the reliability side, but let's sort of take the conversation a little bit further. And what I've got is the climate goals that we've got in Europe. How consistent are they with having energy security? So we've talked a little bit about reliability. Let's move on to security. And Stefano, I don't know if you want to go, why don't you go first on that? So we've got these very ambitious climate goals, but we've also got the need for security as far as energy is concerned. How consistent are those two positions?
Well, as I was mentioned before, what I'm doing, nuclear, is very strong for this aspect of security. Because when you start a nuclear reactor, essentially you have the fuel on the site for 20 years. And I would say more. President Macron this morning was very pushy on nuclear. France has relaunched a program that was abandoned 70 years ago, essentially. It was launched 70 years ago, abandoned 40 years ago. That is the idea of multi-recycling of the used fuel. Indeed, in the industry, nuclear industry, there is still a lot of power that is left into the used fuel. And what is now in the territory of Europe is enough to power for 100% of the electricity needs for Europe for hundreds of years. That's thanks to a technology that was born before I was born, that was abandoned because of the cost, and also the fear, the general fear about nuclear. Of course, France survived to this fear, but other countries succumbed, like Italy. This is an example on how technological development can really support even this delicate argument of the energy security. But of course, the biggest problem, I think, today is really the price. Europe has not a competitive price of energy, and this is making their industry, especially the industry that is using a lot of electricity, very non-competitive. It's really suffering, and that was highlighted in the Draghi report that was mentioned a couple of times this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, the price is really important. It's important in terms of affordability for citizens, but it's also important in terms of economic competitiveness. Carlos, when you look at where the energy prices in Europe and where they are now, is our governments doing enough to create the energy sources that we need to actually be economically competitive?
Well, it goes back again to the same thing about, the shock coming from North America, the energy shock coming from the East. It's a call of action. It's not a matter of, sit down and doing nothing. Europe has to react, and they really have to start investing much more. Europe has a very capable and innovative industrial technological planning. So it's a matter of, stop being complacent, waiting for the US to act or other places, and then now they have the opportunity, along with financing, to put, in place a logical, coherent plan in such a way that, new technologies and technologies can develop along the requirements in order to, meet the goals of the UE, which are affordability, security, and sustainability.
And when you see new technologies, Stefano has been very clear. He's a nuclear man. Where do you see any other technologies contributing to the energy mix, or do you see nuclear as the key missing piece of the puzzle?
I think nuclear is going to be, an essential part of it, in the sense of, even Denmark was talking about bringing nuclear now in a modular fashion. You see in Spain the conversation by Sánchez Galán of Iberdrola saying, yes, nuclear should be the baseload, or should be, brought back into the equation. So yes, I would agree that nuclear will play a significant role.
And Musab, would you take the same view? And if you do, how do we have a more mature conversation around nuclear?
So I want to take your question, the climate goals. And nuclear is an important piece, definitely, and I think it's been commented. But looking at the climate goals and target for 2030, we're 5 years away from the 2030, and everyone was talking about 2030 targets and so on. Reality is the energy additions happening in 2030, all numbers and all forecasts says it's increasing. No question about that. Back to the energy security, and I think the conversation this morning was interesting, talking about, even from reporting and regulations, very important to be adaptive to the what His Excellency mentioned, SAS, basically security, affordability, and sustainability, without looking only on the climate goals. I think the regulation is very important to look at, to be neutral in the technology. That's very important. If we talk about affordability in specific, it's about optionality. Finance 101 says that if you have more options, you will have less cost of technologies and you can scale it. But if you are binary in the looking only to one solutions and ignoring all other solutions, it will be very expensive. I think the UK, you can comment on it better than me, UK electricity prices in the last 20 years, going double and 4 times. It's also a story that how the electricity prices increases in Europe. I think the optionality in Europe is missing today. You need to look to all options. I will give you a simple example. Aramco has R&D center since 2013 in Paris. And the focus on this R&D on the mobility solutions on synthetic fuels and improving the ICE engines for future cars. Imagine the policy in Europe today is ignoring the ICE and talking about EVs. How you make sure these companies are investing in R&D in Europe? Because Europe is the innovation hub, but you want to make sure the optionality for all solutions are on to be able to meet the three objectives at the same time. Nuclear definitely is part of, but I'm talking about the whole mix. It cannot be, you have that list of menu of options that reduce the carbon emissions we all know and make it affordable if you just pick one solution. Green, for example, ignoring a blue. Blue is an important solution. So we talk about blue hydrogens. It's very important to plug it in and let them compete. At the end of the day, the competition will make the solution cheaper and make it more affordable.
Yeah, competition will make it cheaper and more affordable. We often have the energy discussion alongside the climate and sustainability issues, but there's another dimension to this, which is powering AI, and that requires abundant energy. And where do you think Europe is positioned today? I'll start with you, Musab, to have that level of abundant energy that can actually make it competitive when it comes to future technologies like AI.
I think, as you mentioned, it will be about electricity prices or electricity cost. It's all AI now is about electricity cost, and if the cheaper it will be, the more competitive the data centers will be. I think France is a good example when it comes to the nuclears, as President Macron talked about it this morning. But the point I'm referring to my previous conversations about optionality. If you make more options of solutions, bring gas, bring
multiple sources of energy.
Multiple sources of energy is the key to make it competitive in Europe.
Very good. I'm just conscious of time, so Carlos, do you want to jump in terms of powering AI and having energy abundance? We've talked about nuclear. Are there any other considerations from the point of view of governments to have abundant energy in Europe?
Well, it is right now because AI is the talk everywhere, and when you go to infrastructure summits, they all want to do data centers, they all want to, do AI. Now, I'm not an expert on saying how much IA will be required, so you might have too many people jumping into it right now. I cannot see everyone succeeding in AI right now, and so you have to be cautious on how much you really jump into investing in providing energy for data centers. Also, you have you might have a technological advancement where at some point, it requires, go for a Duracell battery to power a full data center, and then you are stuck with a huge plant. So you have to be very careful on that planning. I guess it's early stages. There's a lot of talk about it, and I guess as a government, you have to make sure that you have enough energy. Europe has to be concentrated more on making sure that they repair themselves from the hit that was taken from all the blows from the east and what's happening right now. So I guess Europe will be more focused on their industrial, making sure that their industrial base has abundant and cheap energy. But I would be cautious on how much you want to invest in plants for IA.
Okay. I want to pack in two questions before we leave, and this is just to you, Stefano. You've talked about nuclear. What would unlock private capital for nuclear development? Because it requires huge amounts of capex. So if there's one thing that a government could do to unlock private capital, what would that be?
Well, that's the real challenge, because nuclear has always been public. So it's difficult to understand how the private world can contribute to make this investment attractive. I believe that the first objective is really to make the nuclear project investable. So you have seen the big projects of the past have suffered the long times and the high cost. If you go smaller, if you have a supply chain of modular design behind, we can think one day, maybe not so far, to have a nuclear project ready and realized in less than 3 years. A nuclear reactor is not more difficult than a ship, and ships are built between 24 and 36 months. So if you have the industry behind, you can do it. In that case, if you keep the cost low because of the new technologies and because of the modularity and the good supply chain behind, and you get these very short timings, then you can be really transformative. Today, this is not seen by the investor world because the technology is a bit far away and people don't realize how fast this can be. There is a bit of a valley of the death, that valley, that every new technology always have to overcome. So maybe Europe could give a support. But for the problem we were discussing in the morning, Europe is not capable of giving any support on nuclear. Because in spite of the fact that there are 16 nuclear countries that are really pushing policies in favor of nuclear, they have to do by themselves. Europe is not capable of helping until there is this one veto that is coming in the decision. It's something we are really touched because nuclear has entered the green taxonomy 3 years ago, the Net Zero Industry Act. Now the new commission is really pushy on saying that nuclear will be treated like every other technology. But the bans are still there. Some funds cannot invest into nuclear. The Bill Gates Fund, of course they invest into nuclear, not in Europe. They received some money from the European Investment Bank with a side letter to say you cannot invest.
I'm conscious of time, and I know you've written a fantastic book on this. So, Musab, just final one. This is a yes or no. Europe, energy sovereignty or interdependence? Where's the future?
Between.
Between. Oh, come on.
It depends. You have to watch and you have to see what's happening in Europe in terms of regulations. Let me put it this way.
Okay.
And we need to observe and figure out the answer to this question.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Terrific conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just stay on the side. They will just
I'll just come back.
With me here. Well done, that was great. Now tell me, we are going to do a fireside chat in just a minute here, like in a second, but was it any surprise there that they were in agreement that they will keep the lights on?
No surprise at all that they want to keep the lights on, but it's good to hear everyone's voice at the start of these panel discussions. Clearly, differences in terms of where we go on sovereignty versus interdependence, reliable energy, but fantastic conversation.
And that's to be expected, so we're going to keep you because we have another guest joining you. And I'm really, really looking forward to this. So we're looking at this now in a little bit more detail in a fireside chat with the CEO of Aqua Power. So please give a very warm welcome to Marco Arcelli. So Marco is coming to join you, and he is waiting in the wings. Wonderful.
Hello, Marco. Hello, Marco. So let's just get straight into it. And I want to talk about carbon prices and volatility and get your perspective on how that is impacting private investment at the moment.
Yes. I was reflecting early in the year when I saw gas prices in Europe at such a level that made gray hydrogen, which is something that everybody's talking about today, green hydrogen, green ammonia. Gray hydrogen produced in Europe more expensive than green hydrogen produced in Saudi Arabia, shipped and delivered to Europe. So that gives you an idea about...
Can you hear
You've
now?
got a mic malfunction, so...
Much better, much better. It gives you an idea, thank you, I can sing also if you want now, about, the fact that often we think about green commodities as being, is it a premium or, to a regular commodity? But I think we're really talking about two different products. One is stable, fixed price forever, or you can structure even declining over time. And the other one, you never know what's going on. For an investor, a final consumer, somebody who uses the electricity, who uses the energy, that's the worst thing. Volatility is great for traders, but investors in capacity who need to put billions to build a steel plant or a car manufacturing plant or a battery plant to produce it, they want stability. They want to know how much they're going to pay over time so that they can model and they can decide if they can invest.
So while we're on green hydrogen, can you comment on what innovations are driving down the cost on a large-scale basis and what role Saudi Arabia has to play in that?
Yes. If you allow me, I would like to be a little arrogant, if you want. I think that we know green hydrogen in Saudi Arabia because we have the only large-scale project under construction today in the world. So I was very skeptical before I moved to Saudi Arabia and I was in Europe. I was very skeptical about green hydrogen because I saw only tiny projects subsidized, so you're not going to make a difference, it's going to be expensive. Then I moved to Saudi Arabia and I see the cost of production is already very low and we can make it even lower. At the end of the day, green hydrogen is a technology where you need three things. So you need renewables, and we have 3 times the sun and about the same wind that you have in Europe, that we have in Europe here. So clearly it is cheaper. You need land, and we have plenty on land. In Europe, we don't have a lot of free land. To reach the goals of Europe in green hydrogen production, you would need to cover a surface as big as Belgium with solar panels, electrolyzers, wind turbines. In Saudi Arabia, we're blessed also with a lot of land that today is not really fully used, and that is quite cheap. So that's the second thing. And the third ingredient is water. And one may say, well, you don't have water in Saudi Arabia, but we do, because we desalinate. ACWA Power is also the largest desalination company in the world, and we have achieved the lowest cost in the world. So that means that we have plentiful of water that we produce, by the way, using solar electricity to make it so it's green. And all these 3 technologies, we have achieved an 80% reduction over time of the cost of each. So I believe that over the next few years, we can continue to drive that and become increasingly efficient.
And when you talk about how this impacts Europe, are you seeing developments around battery storage, around the hydrogen infrastructure to deal with the intermittency of renewable energy? You would have had in the previous, the panel discussion, very much a focus on nuclear, but I'd like to get your sense on how you deal with the intermittency issue.
Yeah. It's a great question, and I think today, you don't build renewables out of ideology. You build them because they're the cheapest, the fastest, the simplest technology that you can install. So technically, as an electrical system over time will naturally go to 100% renewables. And then you need to focus on how to integrate it into the system so that you don't have curtailment, so you don't have a lot of price disruptions for the user or for the producer. So that's why you need to have systems to integrate all these. And I believe that, in a normal system, all the technologies are needed. Some will give you the base load, some will give you the peak. So what you need to focus on is really how you integrate everything. Storage is one thing. Another thing is to look potentially at a combined cycle to complement. And the third thing is interconnections. And interconnections, we can play a great role, not only locally, and we have seen the stability that it gives to Europe. If we look at the recent blackout in Spain, one of the reasons is that Spain is one of the least interconnected countries in Europe, whereas Central Europe is much more interconnected, and one system, one electrical system can come to the aid of the other. The other is potentially long-term interconnection and transmission, potentially also with Saudi Arabia, where I think that the complementarity is very big, and it will add not only to the stability of price, but also to the security of the system.
Well, I'm not an energy expert, but listening to you, I think you're going to have to revamp the grid infrastructure in order to deliver the vision that you have across Europe. I mean, is that the case, and how do you do it?
Correct. So I think that what we can do is incremental steps. So imagine bringing a cable from Saudi Arabia to Europe. And basically, you're adding another element of security. You're adding 2, 3, whatever you want to make it, gigawatt of capacity that is like a big power plant that you're adding to Europe. But not only that, you can use the time difference between Saudi Arabia and Europe. At 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, when you have the first peak of demand in Europe, it's already very high, bright sun, 2-3 hours ahead, and you can use the solar power without battery storage to cover that demand. Or imagine in the winter. In the winter, the renewable production in Europe goes to the bottom because the sun is less strong. But we have an excess capacity in Saudi Arabia because most of the demand is for cooling in the summer. So also this is very efficient electricity that you can channel. And vice versa, you can do the opposite in the summer or during the evening.
That sounds fascinating, but let's drill down a bit. If you're looking across Europe, where best do you see the opportunity to exploit the technology as you've described? Because it relies on countries to be cooperative and to create the right environment. So where are the best places in Europe to do this?
Of course, there are two commodities you can bring, power and green hydrogen. And I think that you have to follow the physics. So follow the physics means that you're going to bring the power to the closest entry point, which is going to be probably somewhere in Italy, where you can go under the sea, or you can go through Greece, Albania, and onward to Italy. And then from there, basically, it's an integrated market to Germany, to Central Europe, Czech Republic, Austria, Switzerland, and so on. So that's the easiest route, and that's why we have started to discuss with companies and governments from the south. When you talk about hydrogen, the simplest way to ship it today is to turn it into ammonia, and then you start to use it as ammonia. So you want to follow the market. The market today is 90% in Germany and the Netherlands, and that's why for that commodity we're more focused on a discussion with the northern countries, and we think that over time the two will blend and mix. So the hydrogen will come from north to south, and the power will flow from the south to the north.
Excellent. The vision you're outlining is one of interdependence, interconnectedness, and at the political level, you're hearing talk of sovereignty and independence. Which of these two, firstly, is that feasible, sovereignty and independence? And then secondly, which of these two visions do you think is going to win the day if we are going to have secure, reliable, and affordable energy?
You talk about independence, but you talk also about partnerships. And it's an increasingly fluid world. So if you make an Apple phone in China or India or anywhere, is it independent for the US? At the end, it's an Apple phone, no? If you make electricity in Saudi Arabia in partnership between ACWA Power and European players, is that a Saudi energy or a European energy produced offshore and brought here? So that is what we're really trying to craft. As ACWA Power, we work in project financing. That means for every project, we keep 30–40% of the equity, and the rest is our partners. And the partners are those who are interested in the overall value chain and who can help accelerate and make the project more realistic, pragmatic, affordable, and fast. So that's the structure that we would like to develop with our European partners to say, come together in Saudi Arabia, let's develop it together to bring it to your markets where you can sell it as your own power in this market.
And just while you're on Saudi Arabia, just a technical question and another one, which is desalination and how you see those techniques being exported across Europe. Do you see an opportunity for that?
I think there's a great opportunity. I have a house in Sicily, and last year I remained without water. So I had to buy 1,000 liters, 1 cubic meter of water from a tank, basically a water cellar. It cost me 60 euros. To produce 1 cubic meter, in Saudi Arabia it cost us 30–40 cents. Here, maybe 60, So it's 60 cents compared to 60 euros. So that's the cost of disruption. If you want to take the decision to build desalination, even 4 or 5 days of utilization a year will cover for the cost, potentially. Why don't we take the decisions in countries that are not like in the Middle East where you need it out of necessity, is because we believe that water is free. So it either comes from the sky or it comes from a well, but it's free. And so you say, well, it's free, I don't want to pay for it. But the fact is you're neglecting the fact that you need to pump it. To pump the water from either a reservoir to the city, to the coastal city, or from a well, it is usually 1.5 kilowatt hour. To produce it from desalination.
So it's doable, is what you're saying.
It is 2.5. So I'm saying that if you put OPEX and CAPEX all together, you're not that far from the cost to produce and bring the water to the final
How much money are we talking about? Level of investment, just quickly. Scale and level of investment.
Yeah, I tell you, the biggest plant in the world is probably $1 billion investment. The total cost per year is maybe, in terms of the tariff that you're going to generate, $150 million. So it's something that then, when you add the project financing on top of it, it is extremely doable. The only gap that I think in Europe is that it tends to be a fragmented demand, and so it's the scale of each plant. So I think that we should try to launch, and I know that there are some local utilities who are pushing this idea, particularly from Italy, from Greece, and so on, from the south, from Spain, is how can we site some of these projects near major cities, near major areas where you have disruption, so that you can start complementing basically the natural supply from wells and from the reservoir. So that's where we should focus on.
Marco, I love your passion. I love the clarity of your vision with which you describe how we can solve quite tough engineering issues around energy, keep the lights on, but also power the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chima. Thank you, Sam, for bringing us up to date and really taking a much more of a holistic view of the energy transition with all of your panel members there, and particularly looking at what ACWA Power is doing, really looking at the collaboration, looking at the partnerships that are in place, and also, I think, looking at the project finance, the pace of the transition, and particularly what's happening in Saudi Arabia. We're going to move on in just a moment now to biotech. And again, when we look at prevention to precision, is biotech the answer? That is the big topic that we have in this panel. So we're going to be joined in this panel by Yusuf Saban, the co-founder and managing partner for Acuity Partner Capital. We have Dr. Vishwa Koluru, the founder and CEO of Enveda. Nicolas Bouzou, the founder and director of Asteras, and the moderator for this session. I want to give you a very, very warm welcome, the founder and CEO of FSNB Health and Care, Nicolas Sarkozy. So please, Nicolas and his panel will join us now.
I'm sure you noticed I'm not exactly Nicolas Sarkozy, but we're somehow related. We're, of course, related. I'm François, and I hope you're not too disappointed. Thank you, Richard, for your invitation. It's such a pleasure to be here. And thank you also to your wonderful team. I can stress that several times. So we have a very important topic, really, really interesting. Biotechs changed the landscape and the world of healthcare. Maybe I should say change the landscape of care. Thanks to biotech products, if I take the example of cancer, we can now treat a cancer patient with the right patient with the right product at the right time for the right tumor. i.e. we're going beyond personalized medicine. We're talking about precision medicine. I'm sure you all noticed that the cost of healthcare are increasing, so we now need to change paradigm. We need not only to treat disease, we need to prevent disease. So we're going to see with our guests how biotech can help handling this challenge. Will Europe be able to attract biotechs? To attract biotechs, I think we need quite a few things, right? Technology, talents, capital, and a market. Well, we have all the right expertise around the table. So, Vishnu, I'm going to start with you. Developing a new product is extremely long, extremely expensive. You're the expert in AI. How AI can help speeding up the process? Tell us.
Wow, you threw me the gauntlet right there. So maybe I'll give a little bit of background about myself and Enveda, 30 seconds. At Enveda, we're doing to life's chemical code what DNA sequencing did to life's genetic code. Why is that important? Two things. One is we know a large part of the human genome, but we know only 10% of the chemistry of human blood. 2 billion people will eat a tomato today, but we only know 1 in 4 small molecules, small organic chemicals produced by the tomato fruit. If I contrast that, 2 years ago, scientists went to the South Pole and collected viruses from the melting permafrost, and they could identify 35% of its genes. So we know more about the genes of random viruses frozen in polar ice caps than the chemistry of your blood. The second reason that's important is the tiny 1% of the world's chemistry and life's chemistry has given us half of all FDA-approved medicines. And it also is the bedrock of the patient journey. Tying it back to precision medicine, one of the best things, or maybe one of the most constant things over the last century, is if you go into the doctor and you get a physical, the doctor measures the chemistry of your blood, glucose and cholesterol. So I think that precision medicine, as you've mentioned it, largely refers to this idea that you can match the right patient to the right treatment in order to increase the likelihood of therapeutic effects and decrease the likelihood of side effects. Now, this term has been around for about 20 years, but the only field that has really made progress is that of cancer and oncology. It took a couple of trailblazing companies like Foundation Medicine and now Tempus AI in the US that have been able to bring precision genetics to cancer care. But cancer is very unique because of 3 reasons. 1, your tumor has a different DNA sequence than you. So genetics actually works. 2, the cost of cancer therapies is really high. So the existing ecosystem is incentivized to use the right treatment for the right patient. 3rd, patients are willing to try anything because they know that it's a life-threatening disease. But the question is, why has precision medicine not taken off in all other chronic care? So today there are 3 mega blockbuster drugs, to give you a quick example, in the US. Dupixent, Humira, Skyrizi, $20 billion of sales. But they only work for 1/3 to half of all patients. We already know from academic studies that you can do a simple RNA sequencing of the patients and figure out for which patients those drugs will work. But there has not been commercial adoption. And I think one of the big barriers is that it still costs $1,000 to $2,000 to test whether you will be a suitable fit for those therapies, and the system is not willing to bear that cost. So what we think at Enveda, coming it back to AI now, is that we can actually identify a glucose test for precision medicine with the technology that we've been able to build and make it so cheap that systems will actually adopt it. And I'll build on that idea later, but I'll let my esteemed panelists take it on from here.
Thank you. Youssef, actually, it's quite interesting because if I push the subject of developing faster, time is money, so the development could be much cheaper. At the time where all governments, especially with President Trump, is willing to decrease the price of new drugs, so what's going to happen when it comes to price of healthcare products? You know that pretty well.
Yeah. So it's important to understand the complexities of the US market. The biggest buyer of drugs in the US, being Medicare, was prohibited until recently to negotiate any drug prices. That went directly from pharma companies through pharmacy benefit managers and payers, insurance companies. And they were paying list price. So the topic that President Trump has been bringing up is not a new topic. They've tried to do that before. It's not so much about the applicability of it, it's the intentions and what that's going to cause across the Atlantic. And so Europe is about to face downward pressure in terms of how it prices its drugs. They typically use reference pricing to maintain affordability in Europe, but the R&D and profits are funded by the US. The US was simply a market that was willing to pay higher for cutting-edge therapeutics from insurers, from patients, and employers. And so this will eventually cause a readjustment in terms of prices. We will never, I believe, in the short term see an equalization of prices between US and Europe, but we will see pressures in changing regulation to be able to spread those R&D costs between the two continents. And that may in turn cause additional dialogues between pharma companies and European regulators.
Well, but we do understand the willingness. 30% of adult US citizens don't have access to products for economic reasons. if I follow on, Nicola, you're an economist, and you follow the healthcare subject very thoroughly, what's going to happen on the European market? Because if the US want to define the price of biotech's product based on European markets, it's not unlikely some pharma companies will decide not to launch in lower price markets, such as my country, France, for instance. What is your analysis?
Exactly, it's perfectly possible that drug prices in Europe rise in reaction to the American policy. I think maybe it will be a problem, but I think the challenge in Europe is larger than that, because you said, François, that to develop a great biotechnology sector, we need talents, we need money, we need markets. And theoretically in Europe, we have all of that, but in fact, it doesn't work very well, because the market, for instance, it's quite theoretic, because when a biotechnology firm wants to launch a product in Europe, it has to address 27 markets, in fact. So I know that the European Commission is doing progress, yes, and they try to unify the health market. And the dream would be to do with health what we have for industrial products. I mean, a single market, which is great. But frankly, at best, it will be very, very slow. I'm more optimistic about the possibility of having a more unified financial markets. This is one of the aims of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen too. It was part of the Mario Draghi report, and I think that things are going forward because there is a quite large consensus today to admit that when a European firm in biotech, for instance, has managed to do something great in R&D, when it wants to scale up, it has to search funds on the American market.
It's depressing.
It's impressive. Just a figure. Last year, the venture capital volume in biotechnologies, there were 4 times less in Europe than in US. And maybe, I don't know the exact figure, but maybe 5 or 6 US biotechs went public, 0 in Europe last year. So but the reflection is going forward. I think that the Commission is okay with this need. The Council is okay with that.
It will be a question of leadership where to put it.
Yes, we heard President Macron this morning, and he's perfectly in that line. There is, things are going, for instance, unification between the insolvency law, which is a condition for having a unified market capital. There are some positive things. But just third brick to have a great biotechnology sector. So the first is to have a market. I'm quite pessimistic. The second is to have capital, real capital market. I'm more optimistic. But the third is to have universities that deals well.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to the talents. And it's a key point. I'd like to ask you, Youssef, because we're talking about capital market. I mean, you have a global footprint. What is your perception of Europe when it comes to raising funds?
So Europe has proven over the last decade that it produces a ton of good innovation. But a theme that's lacking is the lack of Series B plus funding in this continent, as opposed to the United States. So eventually, Europe loses its high-growth startups to the US because of the conservativeness of European institutions. And in order to be able to survive not just across biotech, but across other industries, it needs to unlock deeper capital markets.
So it's what President Macron was referring to, bureaucracy, we need to centralize. Now I'd like to have your viewpoint, Vishna, because you are the biotech guy. What about the talents? Because we have good universities across Europe, we're extremely good. We used to be very good in mathematics, engineering. So what is your view when it comes to European talents? And the second question is, do you think there were very brutal cuts in the research and health sector in the US? Do you think really that some talents could cross the ocean to come to Europe?
Absolutely. I think the capital and customer market pieces are harder for Europe to solve. But we have it easy in that we think talent is universal, but opportunity is not. Enveda today employs people across every continent, and we are finding that there's an exceptional enrichment of cross-functional talent from Europe's most storied institutions, and we employ a lot of Europeans at Enveda. We also think that this increased shift towards globalization of talent and hiring post-COVID has been fantastic for US companies. US boards and investors are much more open to having remote offices. And on the talent piece, I'd say Europe is a 10 on 10. And when you consider the fact that you can get equivalent talent in Europe for a fraction of the talent in San Francisco or New York, it's 11 on 10. So I think on that front, it's completely well taken care of. And then with respect to the existing attack on the foundations of biomedical science in the United States, I'd say that I really hope Europe steps up and uses that to reverse or maybe create brain drain towards Europe. I think everybody loves visiting Europe, but nobody stays here from America. Everybody goes back and works there. And I think this might be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make Europe the beacon of talent for the world's brightest minds. I've been very open with our own regulators and politicians in the United States that the reason America has dominated the last century is because it became the place to be for the world's best people to aspire to have a life. But if we can replace maybe the American dream with a revived European dream, I don't see why the center of gravity cannot shift here.
We keep our fingers crossed because, as it was said, we have an important market, bigger potentially than the US, but we've got lower price, more bureaucracy. How do you perceive the EU regulation? Because again, we discussed already about market access that is very fragmented.
Right.
But the EU regulation now is quite centralized. What is your perception? Are you going to submit? I know you have a product under development in obesity.
Yep.
May I say so?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I was, really concerned I made a mistake. But how do you perceive you're going to submit the file at the European agency, right?
I think you said it absolutely correctly, Nikolai, that if the price referencing or the reference pricing goes through the way it's currently being discussed, I think large pharma will navigate it, but they might navigate it by just delaying launches in Europe. So while the centralized regulation has always been a boon for accessing a large fragmented market and receiving high quality, high consistent feedback from the EMEA, I think the economic incentives and the financial rewards will outweigh any benefits for regulation. So now that President Trump and the US administration is turning this into a trade issue, because at the level of principle, they don't want America to bear the cost and risk of creating new medicines, I think it'll be very interesting for us to see where this shakes out. And biotech companies largely exist today in order to sell the drug to large pharma. But at Enveda, referring back to our obesity drug, we have ambitions to be a commercial, vertically integrated company. We also have our technology that allows us to make extremely equitable medicines, so small molecules that can be made cheaply, that don't need to be transported using cold chain. And so we certainly view Europe as a massive market, and independent of how the incentives and behaviors shake out in the next 5 years, we certainly will be filing and launching in Europe almost parallelly with the US.
Now, Nicolas, if we talk about prevention, we both think strongly that we need to develop prevention.
Yeah.
We're extremely bad. Less than 2% of the healthcare budget is being spent on prevention. What do you think we need to do to have more investment from countries? Should we not consider investing in prevention as an investment, not as a cost?
I'm sure that this is a good economic operation. Basically, there is a consensus today, scientific consensus, to say that prevention, first prevention like sport or stop drinking or drinking less or stop smoking, on secondary prevention like vaccine or early screening, it's good for health. But now, we know that this is good for public finance too. And specificity of the European market, it is a socialized market, because European countries, they have the most extended welfare states in the world. When I say that the rise in the drug price was a problem in Europe, it's because it's directly linked to the public finance tension, okay? Because we have this system. And when we try to think economically about prevention, we see that it's an investment, true, but with great profitability. In France, for instance, as you can hear, I'm French. In France, for instance, we have seen that if we are on average on primary and secondary prevention, because we are late in vaccine, for instance.
Prevention, maybe we can say primary prevention is to prevent the occurrence of disease.
Yes.
Secondary prevention is to prevent the severity of the disease. And
primary is having good behavior, basically, okay? So if
healthy behavior.
If we are on average on this kind of prevention, we can save more than $10 billion a year, okay? So it's good investment, and it's a positive investment. I mean, it's a positive policy because it's financially right, but it's positive because everybody wants to be in better health. So we have the plan, we have the theory, we just have to do. But to do that, we must consider that health expenditure, it's not only expenditure now, but it's an investment, okay, with a profitability quite quick. It's not in 50 years, but it's not today. So we have to have a strategy, and in Europe, unfortunately, except Northern Europe, they are early in this regard, but in continental Europe, we are late.
Great. Youssef, are you ready to invest in prevention? I think prevention is a longer-term focus. So if we have countries only looking at their budget on a year-to-year, it's not going to work. But VCs are considering investing in prevention?
This is fundamentally one of the core themes we underwrite. Because today, health systems, whether they're universal healthcare systems like we have in Europe or more, let's say, pay-to-play systems like we have in the US, face the same systemic issues. There is an aging population that lives longer with chronic diseases, and they need to be maintained. They need to be looked after. There is not enough doctors, not enough hospital bed capacity, not enough nurses or therapists. And so what do? So we have to invest in prevention because we're going to see a significant shift of care from the hospital setting towards the home setting. And that starts with prevention, goes towards diagnostics, remote patient monitoring, and 10 to 15 years from now, what used to be small outpatient procedures done at the hospital setting will be done at a home setting. So underwriting prevention is a fundamental part of what we do.
Vishna, stopping the progression of obesity, could that be considered as secondary prevention, i.e. treating obese patients earlier rather than preventing cardiovascular disease, diabetic disease, cancer?
Yeah, I think nobody is more aware of the fact that healthcare today in the world is more sick care than healthcare, than a biotech company. And we absolutely would love, and I don't know of a single life scientist that would disagree with me, that to work on problems and drugs that would prevent the onset of disease if we can figure out incentive and capital. There is one other issue which I will raise before answering the obesity question, which is drugs and drug companies are only paid for evidence. And it is a lot more expensive to generate evidence of prevention than it is evidence of recovery. Because you have to follow an exponentially greater number of people for a longer time, and clinical trials, as we all know, are already prohibitively expensive. So I think that is something we're going to have to solve from a pure logistics perspective in order for us to even create a prevention therapeutic. But like you mentioned, there's hope on the horizon. And obesity is a fantastic example where there is encouraging reimbursement, enough scale of market that companies are pricing low enough that even a large population of at least the middle class can afford to take medicines even if it's not reimbursed. And we know that obesity is an incredibly good predictor for lots of chronic morbidity later on in life. The good news is that, if you can maintain a healthy weight, if you can sleep well, and have essentially good care of your mental health, you probably will prevent a large proportion of diseases. And in mental health, I also count good, healthy behavior and substance abuse potential. And over the last year or so, we've discovered over a dozen hormones in the human body. So small chemistry like melatonin and testosterone, but hormones that haven't previously been discovered by science, and we're working on those problems. So in addition to creating a once daily pill for obesity, you might imagine, a stack that keeps you essentially both behaving better, exercising more, having more restful sleep, and hopefully that's a model where we can consumerize healthcare. These problems are large enough that companies don't need to price at $25,000 or $50,000 a year, and society can still realize its vision for prevention through everything that our grandmothers told us.
Very interesting. Maybe the last question. There is this Italian think tank in Europe called European House, very interesting, with economists. They made recommendation to consider prevention in healthcare as we do consider energy and defense. They even recommended to get the spending in prevention outside the Maastricht criteria because of productivity. Do you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, sure. Defense is a right model. But just one word on obesity, because obesity, it's a huge cost for the public finance, not the direct cost of obesity, but all the secondary costs, diabetes, cancer, back pain. Sometimes it's not very, okay, but it costs because people cannot go to work and so on. So strangling obesity, prevention against obesity, it's a good policy for the health ministry, but also for the chancellor, okay?
And for companies, by the way, because it does impact the productivity of companies. What about
great business for insurers too?
Fantastic. So if I understood well, European market is a great opportunity, but it needs to have less bureaucracy to be more centralized. We have the talents, so please, guys, come to us. Thank you very much.
Working on it. Thank you.
And an apology, Francois. Merci, Francois Sarkozy. Thank you so much. And to Dr. Vishwa, to Yusuf, and Nicholas. I knew there was a Nicholas in there somewhere. Thank you all so much. Again, we look at the power of precision medicine, and we look at the great work that's going on, the research that's happening, the investment that's happening in this sector, and again, the tremendous developments. Moving them a little bit faster and moving them faster in every country is what everybody needs to be looking at. We're moving now to industrial sovereignty. Can Europe win the trade game? This is the question of the day. Joining us for this, we have the chairman of Leonardo. He's with us, Ambassador Stefano Pontecorvo. Gordon Pesic, the Dorking Security and Defense CEO. Sahit Muya, the CEO of Albanian Minerals. And our moderator for this session will be the CEO and publisher of Foreign Policy, Andrew Solinger, will join us with his panel in just a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can respond. Good afternoon. We're going to bring a lot of energy into the room right now. Not that you didn't have energy before. That was an excellent panel we were listening to. I'm really thrilled here to be joined by my fellow panelists, especially after hearing President Macron's talk earlier. I think if you were here and you listened to some of his priorities, he talked about the key investment priorities for Europe. He talked about green tech, AI, and defense and security. And he said that strategic autonomy is essential and that Europe has to reduce its dependence on other markets. And that's exactly what we're here to talk about this afternoon. Europe is doubling down on strategic investments, specifically when it comes to defense and security. Earlier this year, the EU announced funding mechanism, enablement of a new 800 billion euro spending package dubbed ReArm Europe. And it's a plan to increase funding in security in Europe for Europe, reducing reliance on foreign suppliers and increasing industrial sovereignty. So we want to pull that apart right now and talk a little bit about that with our panelists. And we do have a great lineup of panelists in Sahit of Albanian Minerals, Gordon of Dorking, and Ambassador Pontecorvo of Leonardo. And Ambassador, I'd love to kick off with you, if I may. And by the way, if you did listen to President Macron's talk, the ambassador will sound familiar to you because he asked the first question of Macron, and that question was about whether we're moving from an area of democracy, a century of democracy, into a century of big power. And we're not going to dig into that as much as Europe and its $800 billion investment package. So I'd like to ask you a little bit about that. Is Europe, with the ReArm arrangement, finally moving into an era of action rather than rhetoric when it comes to industrial independence?
Inshallah is the answer. How can I say yes? Actually, now let's fix the debate. You told me to be quick. I'll be quick. You talked about 800 billion. They're not there yet. It's 150 billion of new investment that the EU will have to decide what it's going to do with, common procurement and so on. Defense is not COVID. You can't buy vaccines and disperse them around. You can't buy a bunch of helicopters and disperse them to the member states. It's a different mechanism, but it's a first step forward. So it's 150 of common funding on something, common assets, intelligence, whatever the military decide they need. And then there are 650 billion euros of fiscal space in the national budgets of member states to be not counted towards breaking or not breaking the 3% of deficit GDP. That means that the debate returns to be national. So each country was going to have to decide where they're going to spend their money, because it's not EU money. It is national money, and that renationalizes the debate. The good thing is, because I agree with President Macron when he says, I don't agree very much on very many things with President Macron, on this I agree, that Europe will be able to find its way through it. And I'll end up by saying the timing is, as those of you guys who speak good English say, the time is of the essence. Now time is really of the essence. And the timing is still, we haven't got it straight yet.
Great, thank you for that. Sahit, I'd like to bring you in. You have long advocated for European self-reliance on critical strategic raw materials. How realistic is it for Europe to reduce its reliance on other regions, other parties, and become self-sufficient when it comes to strategic minerals?
Yes, I want to take an opportunity to thank FII for doing this amazing event in Albania. Richard and the team, thank you very much. Thank you everyone from bottom of my heart for coming to Albania, in this great nation that is full of mineral assets. We have the world's best chromium resources. We have the resources that has built foundation of lots of things. We have a nickel, we have cobalt, we have rare earth minerals, we have copper, we have gold, we have rare earth, we have a green energy that we power these minerals with the green energy. So before the World War II started, actually the first investor in Albania was Hitler, who built his military out of chromium in Albania. He took the chromium and he built the military. So when I went to New York, I told myself, since he want to occupy the world with our chromium and resources, we should occupy the world with our mineral assets. And I have been pursuing minerals around the world for 30 years. And yes, Europe can be sustainable. We have lots of minerals here. We have substantial minerals in Kosovo next to the border of Albania. We have great industrial minerals here in Greece. We have in Spain, we have in Italy, we have in Nordic countries, in Norway and so forth. But the problem is we have dismantled the factories and infrastructure what we have purifying those minerals, and everything have went back to China. So we need to think thoroughly again to develop those resources which we have. They are proven. I have been drilling for 30 years in Balkans and around the world, and still the treasure chest is here in the Balkans, from uranium to PGA, to platinum, the minerals that gonna power the future in green technologies.
And that's a common problem, actually, in resource-rich countries and regions around the world. In Africa, where much of the mineral wealth is extracted and not processed and produced. Same with Indonesia and nickel when it comes to China having the expertise there. So it's a great point that these are some of the investments that need to take place. Gordon, I want to talk about Docking a little bit. Fascinating company, specializes in robotics and autonomous systems, specifically in mine removal, autonomous vehicles that will plow through the fields where mines have been planted and need to be removed. And you've been doing this for many, many years. So this is critical for modern defense. How can Europe foster innovation in sensitive technologies like this, and without over-relying on the US or other markets for helping to develop those technologies? Back to innovation.
So thank you for the question. So yeah, Docking is unmanned ground companies that deals with the ground robotics primarily. The company exists for the 34 years, and we started from our own problem. We're in the Republic of Croatia. Croatia was one of the most polluted countries when it comes to the landmines, and we started from our own problem, and we started with the development, production, and designing of the unmanned systems for the mine clearance. Since that day, we cleared more than 53% of our own land, and now we are doing the same thing in Ukraine. We have deployed the systems, and we are diligently doing the work. We so far cleared in Ukraine almost 20 million square meters, destroyed more than 10,000 unexploded ordnance, and we saved countless lives. However, that led us to the position of unique position in Europe, where we have used our systems for the last 30 years, and we are one of the biggest European unmanned ground system companies that is capable of delivering necessary capabilities that are identified in the ReArm Europe, especially in the field of the mobility and counter-mobility, the ability on protection of the critical infrastructure, and we have all these capabilities in place, ready to be used and ready to be produced.
And for innovation in the rest of Europe, how can we do to foster that?
So innovation, I mean, the ReArm, or let's say the safe direction, is saying that you need to have the design authority of more than 65%. For that particular reason, you need to be vertically integrated. And the innovation comes with the diligent work. You always need to work on something new. to be ahead of competition. Competition is here just to be, let's say, correction factor. For that particular reason, you need to start working on the different functions and different type of the capacities and the capabilities on the same existing or the new systems. Generally speaking, we are seeing this in Ukraine a lot. We are seeing how fast they are developing their ecosystem, how they are developing the unmanned ground systems, unmanned aerial systems, as well as the naval systems. So basically, I think that this is something that we are able to learn from them. However, I think that in Europe, we have also the companies that are capable of providing these necessary capabilities.
Interesting. And it would be nice to pull that apart a little bit in talking about defense in particular, Ambassador. You have, at Leonardo, a stake in a lot of cross-border EU projects. What lessons can be drawn from past European defense initiatives like Eurofighter and Galileo that will inform how to create collaborative efforts?
That cooperation works. You don't have to go after the dream book. You got to go on to, the simple things. I'm a bit of a country boy, but simple things happen and can work. Complicated things generally are complicated because they don't work. Which means that you can't, I think it's premature to go for consolidation in the industry. What you need to do is what, we are very humbly trying to do, what we're doing actually, which is industrial cooperation on specific projects. I'll give you 2 examples. We are a $17 billion euro company and a 28 billion euro of consolidation of, market cap. Rheinmetall is a bit less than us. There is now a big need for heavy and light land vehicles in Europe. There is no way that we're going to consolidate, but what we did is get together on a project. There is the biggest Italian procurement program in Europe currently is Italian land vehicles, heavy and light tanks, $23 billion. So we got together with Rheinmetall to build the 2 vehicles. So the work share is defined. We'll make certain parts. They make certain parts. No industrial investment is needed. We are upgrading what we're doing. And in 1 year, without, with a very light joint venture, 30, 40 people, we are not doubling the capacity, but getting close. Same model with Baykar. Baykar is a terrific Turkish company which makes probably the best drone company in the world. I think you agree because that they make different things. It's more tactical and strategic level than his stuff. He's also an extraordinary company, and congratulations for what you have done personally. So they make the platform, best in class. We make the payload and the electronic part, and you double the capacity. I'll give you a couple of figures, and I don't want to hog the timing. US, EU, Europe. US 2023 spent around $252 billion in procurement. The European countries altogether spent in the same period around 110 billion. 250, 100.
Half as much. Majorly.
The US has spread these 250 billion on 12 major platforms. Land, air, and sea. The EU countries, acting separately and seldom together, spent the money on 31, 32 different platforms. What does that translate into? Major platforms I'm talking about. Land, air, and sea. The US can spend 20 billion on each platform, EU countries 4. In a highly technological era in which everything is multi-domain, everything is cyber and secure, everything is connected one with the other, who's going to have the better product? So that is where room for consolidation goes. That's what we're doing, Leonardo is going with, we work with Thales on space. We work with Airbus on helicopters. We work with BAE Systems, the German Airbus again, and the Spaniards on the Eurofighter. We work with the Japanese and the Brits on the GCAP, the 6th generation fighter. We work with Rheinmetall. we are all the advantage of the industry is that we are all system assemblers. Assemblers of systems we make ourselves, of parts we make ourselves, and parts we buy from great companies like his. That kind of helps out. If you want to consolidate and make major, and now try to go for, a European Lockheed, it's not going to work.
That's interesting that you bring up that collaboration, which sounds fantastic. And I didn't hear you mention any U.S. Defense manufacturers on the list, although I'm sure there's collaboration there. But you have, very importantly, both diplomatic and industrial corporate experience. How do you see the balance between the strategic autonomy that we're talking about for Europe versus cooperation with other non-European NATO partners?
It's a necessity in the sense that, I'll also give you another figure. Anybody know how much the European defense spending on average was before 1989? I was in the Soviet Union. I'm a former Russian interpreter. At the time, I was in the Soviet Union. You know how much the EU used to spend on average, EU countries, NATO, European NATO countries, on defense? I'll tell you, it's 3.9% of the budget. Then we got the peace dividend, and now we're down where we are. We got to go back up there. But it's very difficult choices. So, without going into technicalities at all, it is a necessity because together, I sound like Mr. Macron, together we're stronger, but it is true. And there are areas of technicalities in which others are better than us. We recognize that. We're not ashamed of saying that. The Germans are better at making certain parts of the tank. Let's go to the Germans. The Turks are much better than us at making drone platforms.
Right.
Go to the Turks. The real problem there is the political will of doing it. And I do understand that defense has a kind of, I also worked 8 years in the EU and 5 years in NATO. And you are confronted with, at times, what are national vanities, which are a problem in cooperation. In the case of defense, I don't think it's much national vanity. It's national interests, technological supremacy interests, developing military hardware and software requires a lot of money. That is public money. So there are a bunch of variables which you need to look at. But you do need, now, in terms of, I see the difference, the difference in attitude of our partners, customers, clients, call them what we want. 2 years ago, you would buying weapons was nearly a bureaucratic, defense systems was nearly a bureaucratic exercise. Now I see it. They're buying them with the idea that you might one day need to use them.
Yeah.
So the competition is no longer on the price, it's on the quality. By Leonardo.
This is also what President Rama was saying earlier, that Donald Trump is not just going to, when he said God saved him during his assassination attempt so that he could create a golden age in America, he actually was only half right, because he's also going to create a golden age in Europe as a result of that, as a result of those policies as well. Thank you for that. Sahid, would love to talk a little bit about that innovation and the time it takes and the resource it takes to innovate. And you've done a ton of innovation, and I don't know that we'll get a chance to talk about it on stage right now. It's fascinating, your business and how you're sourcing minerals from plants, agri-mining, as you call it. Fascinating. You should seek a conversation out with Sahid. I think he'd be happy to talk through that with you. I'm just curious how you see Europe. Is it ready to innovate and invest as is necessary, as the ambassador is saying, beyond the R&D phase to actually industrial deployment on a global scale?
Absolutely. Europe has made, throughout the history, amazing progress in innovation and contribution to the society. So it has that background of education and scientist background, so it has lots of good institutions. I work with, especially nanoscale extraction of very valuable minerals. I use scientists in Germany or Netherlands or Sweden. They can produce metals of the future, minerals of the future that solves greatest problem that Europe has. So does Europe has a power to innovate? Yes. Does Europe has the money to innovate? Europe is very wealthy. Europeans brings trillions of dollars out of Europe. When we are producing now nickel in nanoscale that is traded to very high-end manufacturers in Japan and America. So we have the resources, we have the money, but we need to change the bureaucratic system to ease the trade, to ease the communication, to accept the Europeans in a family. Albania is an amazing society. We have been here for 8,000 years, first settlers in this great land. We offer so much to Europe. We are millions of Albanians in Europe, but we are not in Europe. So I think Europe needs to come together, change the rules and bureaucracy, get the funds flow. Like funds are concentrated in Europe in few decision making. It's like you concentrate in your heart, too much pressure. The money is not going to the fingers that actually work to bring a value, to innovate and so forth. So I'm very confident that Europe has a pathways to innovate. It can compete. It's not ready yet, but it can compete. I do business in Asia, I do business in America. Europe is very stable, it's a good society, it's a great land, so it has that potential. And I think that we are making a contribution. I have in Tropoia a valley I called Silicate Valley, where we are doing amazing, as I talk, nanotechnologies that power the future, from batteries to nanoscale, all type of products. So we are innovating in our own as a family business. Imagine $23 trillion worth of money that sits there. You have piled the bureaucracy in Europe. There are people sitting in the chairs, making so much money in the chairs, just playing in the computer. They are not producing anything. So we need that money go actually to the fingers, to startups, to companies that innovate. Like he innovated things for mining industry that I'm going to utilize. So our venture bring billions of dollars business alone. He has his amazing Leonardo products that we cooperate, so we need Europe to change the path. For me, I tried to bring a green magnesium in Netherlands, 2 tons. Took me 4 days, 20 set of paperworks, $4,000, $2,000 per ton to bring it to Netherlands. I loaded 50,000 tons of ship here. One paperwork, it went to China. Next day, the money was in bank account. So we really need to ease things. It's like you have your arterias to flow everywhere, so that's how the trade and innovation economy works.
One-day shipping regulations, that should be inshallah, as the ambassador would say. Gordon, it's interesting to talk about that innovation, and Docking is a leader in this space, is the leader in this space globally. How will the next generation of European startups stack up against competitors in the US, Israel, elsewhere? Name your technology. Can it play on that level?
I mean, Europe is having a technological base that is capable of playing the game in terms of the innovation, resilience, and quality. So we proved we proved so many times that we have this capability. So from the perspective of how we are able to play the game competitivenessly, so I would say that the ReArm is a step in the right direction. Even though there is on the national-based expenditures, however, every nation is having a framework in which they are able to operate. However, in order to play the game, we should be modular, scalable, and affordable type of the solution. We are seeing this movement from China. We are seeing this movement from Asian countries that they are providing affordable and good quality solutions. However, we are having the framework in which we need to operate, and this is the standardized and should be interoperable. Since we are working with the alliance, we are operating in an alliance. And of course, if we want to be competitive, we need to, and I agree and resonate with me what Mr. President Macron said, we need to have the simplification of the red tape. We need to have the strategic direction, and we need to have a diligent execution of the implementation of the measures.
Great. We're out of time right now. You know, the final, just to summarize what we're hearing, we're talking about deploying capital effectively, managing regulations, and being realistic with that level of funding that's required to make this all happen. A fantastic discussion. Please join me in thanking our panelists for taking us through this discussion of European industrial sovereignty. Thank you.
Short.
Great, sir. Yeah, short and sweet. Like we like it.
Gentlemen, thank you all so much. And Andrew Solinger there from Foreign Policy, thank you so much for that panel. And again, when we look at the defense sector in any country, it really is about national security at the very, very top of everybody's agenda. But one thing fascinating there too, I think, when we look at the mineral wealth that's here in Albania, something very wonderful for any country to have its own mineral wealth. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one as one of the new emerging sectors in this emerging market. Our next panel is going to move into staying in emerging markets. We're going to definitely stay there, but we're going to move into the tourism map. Now, I'm really very excited about this panel. There's some panels that we are interested in, that we work hard for, that will be curious. But this is going to be a fun one, I can promise that. I have such a lineup. We really have the best lineup in town here. I'm going to let you know who we've got here. The Deputy CEO from Accor will join us, Jean-Jacques Morin. We're also going to be joined by Manfredi Lefebvre Dovidio, the Executive Chairman for Heritage Group and the Chairman of Abercrombie & Kent. Jerry Inzerillo will join us, the Group CEO of Devia. Sir Roccaforte, the Founder and Chief Executive Chairman for Roccaforte Hotels, and from the CEO of Riyadh Air, Tony Douglas. So this is my tremendous lineup, and I get to do this panel. See, they're on fire already, this panel, I can promise you. So they are. Gentlemen, thank you all so much. And it's a real delight for me to be here. Tony, let's start with you. We look at the aviation sector, and really, let's have a look and see how it has changed over the years. It is the main connector in the global tourism sector, without a doubt. But in terms of growth, in terms of emerging destinations, what's been the difference in the last few years?
So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day. And when I had the privilege of being introduced to President Macron earlier on, he said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm Jerry Inzerillo's private protection officer." Now, the point is, of course, I serve him, but the serious point is, in our line of business, we're in the hospitality business, we're all here to serve. And I think more seriously to your point, what's changed, I think, in aviation is post-pandemic, is it's gone off like a fire hydrant. If we look at the data from Visa and MasterCard, of course, many of us in this audience are aware of what it tells us. It tells us that the biggest growth is in experiences. And increasingly, given the way social media and the internet allows content to give an understanding of what experiences can be presented from where, international experiences, of course, require greater connectivity. And we're here to serve in that connectivity to some of these incredible gentlemen and the many other businesses that provide hospitality all around the world. And what Riyadh Air is trying to do is bring glamour back to it, bring the excitement of travel back to it, you know, the style, the beauty, the grace. So I think Riyadh Air in the skies end of this year, and I can't, on behalf of the Riyadh Air family, wait to be serving all of you.
And we'll make sure they're all the style and the grace, the glamour, they'll all be on your first flight. We have to make sure of that. So Rocco, tell me, you know, when we look at tourism, it's on the rise globally, which is a good thing for everybody, you know, but the emerging markets have great opportunities at this time. We're looking around, and really when we think about what's so special about emerging markets right now, and what do you think is necessary for, you know, a new tourist destination, because we need a few new ones.
Well, just to, you come to these sort of events, and tourism is usually one of the last to be mentioned as an engine for growth in the economy. And I've been around a long time, and I always remember Harold Wilson, who was Prime Minister of Great Britain during the 60s and 70s called it the candy floss industry. Yet last year, the World Travel and Tourism Council said that tourism GDP was 10% of world GDP and grew by 8.5%. It employed 357 million people last year. It's interesting that Saudi Arabia, in its diversification program, has taken tourism as one of its major areas of investment. And actually, we've never seen a level of investment. It's an experiment to some degree, and a big bet. But it's amazing what has been done across the whole country at the same time with huge levels of investment. And of course, we've been talking about AI and all these things, and some people are afraid of AI because it's going to do away with a lot of jobs. But I mean, tourism is one of the areas where you will continue to need people for years to come. And at the end of the day, people want human interaction. They want that warmth and feeling that comes for that. And within the tourist industry, and certainly in the upper end of the hotel market, you need a lot of people to interact with the customers to deliver the service they need. And it not only contributes with the direct employment you create, but also it generates economy around that. And I have very clear experience of this in Sicily, where I've invested quite a lot of money, and it's in a small microcosm. I invested in Verdura, which is my resort in the south of Sicily. It was a greenfield site. Do you want me to develop this now?
And I'm going to come back to you on that one because that's a great story and I do want to hear more about it later. Let me move on to Jerry. When we look at, some European destinations, in fact, some global destinations, they're a little overcrowded sometimes, a little oversaturated. But again, our emerging destinations, what are the risks there as investment alternatives? Because sometimes people prefer to be safe and not take that risk. But we need new destinations, don't we?
Yes, of course. And before I directly address that, let me thank everybody for being here. And I'd like to just give a shout out and praise our inspirational governor, His Excellency Yasser Roumian, and Richard Attias for producing yet another fantastic FII.
Let me check the sound here. Will you get your sound sorted? Jerry, there's a little bit of effort on your sound here. There we go.
Each one gets better and better. But having spent 50 plus years in tourism, this is actually my 4th time in Albania. And to have the privilege of having the Prime Minister, Edi Rama, here, the Albanians are just unbelievably warm-hearted, very welcoming people. The south of the country is just breathtaking. So our appreciation to the wonderful people of Albania for their warm welcome. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, says that in the Gulf now, and especially in Saudi Arabia, all are welcomed. Now, if you grew up in hotel administration, like many of us, who were our role models? Our role models were the Europeans. Because you look at all the great tourism countries, who did we learn from? We learned from the Europeans. Yeah. But now the Gulf is treating, as Sirocco said, they're treating tourism as a principal portfolio, right? So now, coming into the kingdom, like Tadeur is a $64 billion project. We've signed 42 new hotel deals. So there's a lot of investment opportunity to come. But you see the kingdom, through the efforts of PIF, are investing not just in the kingdom, but in many alternate industries as we take our GDP to 50% non-oil. Now, when we came, many of us, to the kingdom, 2018, tourism was 3% of GDP. It's now 5.2% of GDP, on its way to 10% of GDP. So people talk about risks. We had COVID, but we've come out of COVID strong. Now, by the end of next year, we may be bumping on 11% of global GDP. So there's a lot of opportunities, and I'm not worried about the risk.
Yeah, I think the numbers talk for themselves, without a doubt, and we'll come back and examine some of those numbers and see if they're there for everybody. Manfredi, you're very familiar with supply and demand in this sector, given your business too, but talk to me a little bit about what a new country, a new destination, what does it need to really build and attract and become a profitable tourism spot? If you were to itemize out, what does one need to do? What do you need in place?
Well, I mean, first of all, we talk about tourism, but there are many tourism. No? There are several kinds of tourism. So you may want to appeal for beach tourism, or you may want to appeal for city tourism. Milan is shopping tourism, as Rocco knows very well. It's the #1 destination. So all of us have a different view. So I sell pristine destinations. My business is bringing people to pristine destinations. Destinations which have not been exploited, where you don't have beautiful hotels, you maybe have more simple structures, and that is what I sell. And I'm a lucky man because I sell what I like. So I just went around Morocco, and I went down to the south, towards the desert, in an old oasis, which was half abandoned, and some of the houses had been converted into rooms. A very, very rough kind of thing. But for me, it was so authentic. I was living in the experience of being in an oasis as it was for the last 1,000 years. So that's mine. Each country has to see what it has in its portfolio, and then it has to see this is what I can sell and how I can promote it. I mean, I think that the worst way is to gain a piece of the market by underselling. Because once you start underselling, you're never going to go up again. You need to find a way to put yourself on the top of the bucket list of people. I want to go to Albania. Now, this is my second time in Albania. The first time, I just stopped at the airport to pick up somebody. But I used to go with a boat along the coast, and we skipped Albania because it was not accessible. And what I was told is that all the shore side of Albania had been unexploited. So that was an incredible opportunity. It is an incredible opportunity because an unexploited coastline in Europe doesn't exist. So
So the potential, I mean, it's huge. Jean-Jacques, maybe continue on that and look at how can tourism actually drive sustainable economical value. And again, you know, many countries are hoping for that. So when we look at it, I mean, can the hospitality sector add to that?
Yeah, sure. First off, delighted to be with all of you. I think we're in a blessed industry, and two of you quoted that number, which is that if you look at the world, 10% of the GDP of any country in average is in fact coming from travel and tourism. So it's a huge number. It's the second largest segment when you look at where wealth is generated throughout the various countries in the world. And this trend has been going on for many years. I mean, there used to be 300 million travelers in the 80s. It's 1.5 billion last year, and this is not going to stop for a very simple reason. There are more and more people on the planet, but more importantly, we are adding to the middle class. There will be 1.3 billion more middle-class people in the world by 2030, and these are the people who want to get all these experiences. So this has been the trend. It's not going to change because of demographics. And the other element on your question is the fact that the center is moving eastwards. It used to be the US and it used to be Europe, and you can very see today that Asia has been taking over. If I just take our numbers, you know, China is 15% of the hotel that we have under management, but it is 40% of what we sign in a one given year. The same statistics would apply to Eastern Europe. It's about the same ratio, and Albania is part of those 40%. So fundamentally, a very good trend historically, no change for it to change, and immense potential because many of the places that we're discussing are not at that kind of 10% threshold that I was discussing on GDP creation.
It'll make a difference. Jerry, let me come back to you. I mean, we're delighted you've been in Albania before, but not a whole lot of people have been in Albania before, and this indeed is my first visit. So how do we reroute people, so to speak, from Paris and from all of these other places? And I mean, we're all very clear that there is only one Diriyah. But, you know, how do we get around, how can other areas compete, quite honestly? Saudi Arabia is a special case in many ways.
Well, you know, the beautiful thing, if you all know the famous singer Sting, Sting says we may not share the same ideology, but we share the same biology. So if you look at 194 countries and 44 dependencies, each has their own unique personality. And I think post-COVID now, people want authentic experiences. They want the human interaction, but they want to go and feel it. And that's why tourism is so positive for years to come. You know, when we were coming up, if you look at tourism, just circa 1990, you had less than 80 countries with a Ministry of Tourism. Now, only a few decades later, you have 137 countries that have formal ministries of tourism. This is a very big thing. So I think each country now, the prime minister, the president, will say, this is unique of what we have. Come see us, but please fly on Riyadh Air.
No, and it is that ministry you really do.
Only one Riyadh Air.
This is the Mutual Admiration Society up here. I will add that to it as well. So Rocco, just come back to me. You talked about your project in Sicily. And when we think of anything Italian, I think a lot of people think this is developed market. But when you go south of Sicily, it's a little bit different there. Tell us some of the challenges.
In Sicily, there's 25% unemployment and 50% youth unemployment. This area where I went, there's no real economy. I built this resort, it's got 2 golf courses, and we employ directly 500 people at the height of the summer, and nearly as many as that throughout the year. I was made honorary citizen of Sciacca, which is a nearby town where a lot of the employment comes from. And the mayor, in giving me this, announcing this, said that 1,000 small businesses have been created on the back of Verdura. So we created a huge economy in an area wasn't before. And Sicilians from Sciacca, who are working in the States and other parts of Europe, have come back because they can now work at home. And that is a sort of case study of actually what tourism can deliver to a place which doesn't have any employment. Other people have now followed me. They're 10 miles from where I am, Verdura. The Adler has opened a resort. And a lot of international companies are now coming into Sicily as a result.
But the infrastructure in that part of the country is not the best, is it?
Sorry, the
infrastructure.
Yeah, there's a lack of infrastructure and lack of understanding. I mean, I had a lot of resistance to what I did there. Now I'm a hero. But it was a big struggle at the beginning. Now, anything I want to do in Sicily, and I'm doing a lot of things there because I think it's one of the destinations where there's huge opportunity, they give me the red carpet.
So maybe when Tony is getting in new destinations for Riyadh Air, maybe Sicily will be on it.
Yeah, we definitely need a flight to Palermo from Riyadh.
Well, yes, indeed, and the hotel is the quality that they will be looking for, all of the Saudis. It's quite remarkable. So there you go. Tony, apart from that you might be digesting on it now, we'll be in big trouble for suggesting new routes for him. Riyadh has the ambition to really be the world logistics center. And of course, Riyadh Air is going to play a role in that. You know, there's demands for leisure, for business, religious tourism, the MICE market, all of that. How are you working with the government and with all of the players to actually make that happen?
So first of all, Sir Rocco, that was a fantastic story, amazing story. Obviously, these gentlemen represent verticals. And commercial aviation, I'd describe it like a horizontal. We're an enabler, we serve, and it's about connectivity. And to your question about the kingdom, some of you may be aware, some of you perhaps will be quite surprised with the following, and that is last year, the kingdom was the second highest on Google search engines when it came to searching tourism destinations.
Now that's impressive, yeah.
Factoid. Now, who would have thought that maybe 5 years ago? Yeah. Certainly 10 years ago. I think it's a function of the way in which people are seeking new experiences, what we've all mentioned earlier, and the fact that in the kingdom now, under the wise leadership of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, there are the most amazing global destination attractions. Obviously, what Jerry's doing at Diriyah, but also what's going on in Red Sea resorts, what's going on in Alula. And if any of you haven't Googled Alula, trust me, search that one. It is incredible. But of course, connectivity is part of it, because when people have been searching, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, let's say Alula comes up, the second question, of course, is how do I get there? And historically, it wasn't always as easy as it could have been or should have been, perhaps to the point about connectivity as some of the infrastructure in Sicily. And what the Kingdom's doing is aligning all of these initiatives under Vision 2030. There are 13 pillars, of which making sure that we've got better connectivity to the world is a big part of it. So in summary, the mandate that Riyadh Air has got is to connect to 100 international cities within the next 5 years, to be able to bring the world to the Kingdom, to enjoy its culture, to enjoy the experiences that are on offer there, but of course to allow proud Saudis to have far greater access to experiences in other parts of the world.
And indeed, everybody is definitely looking forward to the launch and to the options and choice that it's going to make. Jean-Jacques, once you get a destination in mind and in place, how do you then work with the government to make sure that you can actually encourage more industries to flourish around this and really build it, I suppose, as a center of job creation, and just, in terms of what Sirocco was saying, the fact that it actually can create and snowball create more jobs?
I'll just rebound on what Tony was saying, because I think Saudi is the perfect example of how you want to work with government. It starts from the top, and that was said this morning through some of the presentation from the various people who were there. If you are clear, and you put your money where your mouth is, and you've got a plan which is a multi-year plan, and you don't change every year what your strategy is, and whether the business is good or the business is not good, you stick to your policy, I think you will attract people. You will create, in fact, the envy for companies to come, but also people to move in order to basically grow the population and the skills of the employees. And that's exactly what Saudi has been doing. I mean, as we know, on the 2030 vision plan, they are 7 years in advance in terms of the number of visitors within Saudi today. I would say it has to be, the other thing that I would look as a good illustration of it is what's happening with India. India, it's an amazing place. It's 1.5 billion inhabitants, but there is, so to speak, not a lot of hotel on that space. And so why is that? And it links back to what, Sir, you were saying, i.e. there is no logistic. And suddenly the government has decided that for the years to come, 3% of the GDP will be allocated to logistics. It's going to change the world. And I think it's still to come, but I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And so this is how you need to work with the government. Just make sure that you keep the consistency of thinking in your relationship with them, and the rest will flow through.
Manfredi, when we think of private operators working with governments, this surely has to increase now right around the world. Governments, tourist boards, all of that. How do you say that they can work better together to facilitate the growth of new areas in tourism?
Growth, huh?
New areas in tourism, new destinations.
Oh, I mean, you search around. For example, I have several experiences. I was doing itineraries for my cruise ships. And one day they tell me, they start presenting an itinerary which was in Russian Far East. And I said, why the heck would you go in the Russian Far East? My American customers will never want to go there. Then they went on describing it. At the end of the meeting, I booked the first cruise in the Russian Far East because it was fascinating what is there. I mean, totally pristine nature, polar bears, whales, walruses. And when I went there, I was happy, and I went back the following year. So, you have to find the thing which attacks you to something and brings you there. Saudi Arabia, for me, I was one of the first people to come here because I was here from the 70s. My father had business here, and I was coming here and going around. It was a totally different country, not here, there, in Fayyai. And it was fantastic. Then for many years, it was a bit out. And then I went back. And I was given by the government a fantastic trip. It's really something that they should do always. I arrived, the people of the Ministry of Culture took care of me. I arrived in Tabuk. Then with jeeps, we went through the mountains. A helicopter brought us on the islands, then down along the coast to the free bays, Amala Bay. Then we went to Jeddah. Then we flew with a helicopter to Alula, where it explodes, you know. You have these mountains, and then there's all this greenery which arrives there. We visited. The day after, they took us with some SUVs to the national park, and we went down the dunes and the canyons. I mean, mind-blowing. It was during COVID, and I was a lucky man. I mean, I could do something like this. That is an incredible showcase. And Saudi Arabia has something unique because it is pristine also on how you see the people. You don't see many countries where the people wear, all of them, traditional clothes. Mm-hmm. And they're so elegant, and it's so being proud. I remember another time that I go to another event of this, and I'm speaking to somebody who is there, and he's talking about Oman. It was sponsored by Oman. Yes. He says, well, Oman is great because they all studied in England. So he was saying, like, Oman was great because it looked like England. I said, well, actually, I love Oman, and I love the Arab world because it's one of the areas of the world which combines progress with its preserving its culture. Yes. Which is something, you know, the
and
world
that has
gets
to be
flattened.
done everywhere.
It's like if you're putting the flattening thing, you say, it all flattens.
Only Manfredi can bring us on that journey.
No,
but I'm going to have to bring your journey to a halt a little bit now. I'm sorry about this. I did argue that I needed an hour with this team here, but we've got to start wrapping it up. This breaks my heart. Jean-Jacques, if you were to give advice to any emerging market in terms of what they need to do to actually bring tourism in, what would you say?
As a one advice? I mean, again, I think the clarity and the consistency is obviously one that you would push. But I would say that somebody said it's a human business. So take care of the people. Take care of the people would be the advice. Make sure that you get the education, you have to bring the right people.
Exactly, because they're the first thing we meet. We meet the people, we make a judgment. Tony, again, the advice that you would give to other destinations. You're happy where you are, but others?
So I would say, and it's not what, because the what's obvious, it's all about the how, and it's as follows. Create a brand and have proud storytellers. Have a brand with a proposition, then have proud storytellers to communicate it. Now, the what, as I've said, is blindingly obvious, but I'm sure we can think of many examples all around the world where they've not had the proud storytelling in order to compel people that this is an experience that I really want to take.
And that's beginning to happen day after day in Saudi Arabia, without a doubt. So, Rocco, just as we sort of move forward, what would you advise other governments to do, other people, in terms of attracting tourism? Just wrapping it up.
Well, this morning there's a lot of talk about bureaucracy and the problems of bureaucracy. You go into a country and there's a minefield of new laws, planning issues, and so on. And so it's very difficult to navigate as someone from the outside. And I think you need a one-stop shop where you help the incoming investor to navigate these areas with ease. In some countries, there's a lot of corruption. You can't get something signed unless you pay
all that
money
has to
and so on.
go. Absolutely.
All that has got to be dealt with.
Okay, Manfredi, again, just a word of advice, please, to new emerging markets.
So I would call Manfredi, and I would say, Manfredi, build for the people that we want to showcase our country, special itineraries. Yes. So they come, and what was done to me is done to others, to the media, to the industry operators, to the top spenders. You know, the people that spend 100,000 per person per vacation, so that leaves a lot of money on the market. That way you showcase and you bring in the top spenders, which is, at least as a beginning, it's a way to develop without changing the place where you're going.
And that will all make a hub. Jerry, I'm leaving you the closing line. Again, you know, I've been to Diriyah. It's a magical place for anybody who has not been there. You need to put it top of your list. But again, to other people to attract the type of interest that you're attracting, what should they do?
4 things in 5 seconds. Government, you have to create tourism as one of your top priorities, not one of your middle priorities. You must empower your private sector and support them. And then, what all of us old school guys know, you have to package and promote. Sell your beauty, sell your culture, sell your people, like I do, only one Diriyah.
There's only one Jerry in Diriyah.
See, on a closing line, we have to leave it there. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm sorry it was the express round. That's it, we have to close. Tony, Douglas, Manfredi, Sirocco, Jerry, Jean-Jacques, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not coming with you, I'm going to stay here. So gentlemen, thank you all so much. Thank you for all your input. Next time we'll get an hour on this one the next time. I know we will. We'll have lots more to talk about. And again, we have our key people there. But as you can see, we talk about the impact of tourism. I mean, it impacts every one of us. I'm sure many people here are taking some time, hopefully at the end of this trip, to have a look around, to see what's going on in the region here. And again, this is what we like to do. We like to travel the world, and more people are traveling the world every day. New people coming into the market, people who've never even traveled before. So, I mean, this is a growth industry, and I think we heard there from Tony talking about the connectivity of an airline, how important an airline is for everybody. And the cruise lines that we have there from Manfredi, everything in place to make sure that actually we can get to our destination and that everything is going to be great fun, and to make sure we look after the people, make sure we have the people. Now we're moving on to a session that we're absolutely delighted to have, and I'm going to welcome back to the stage the chairman of the Executive Committee, FII Institute, and founder and chairman of RAA. It is Richard Atias himself, looking and talking about investment in uniting Albania emerging markets, and he's joined online this time with the founder and CEO of Affinity Partners, Jared Kushner. He couldn't make it here, but he's agreed to be with us. Richard, lovely to see you back on stage.
Thank you very much. So hope we have Jared with us online. So, Jared, how are you?
Good to be with you, Richard. Although I'm jealous that you guys are in Albania today. It's a beautiful place.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We are here, in fact, indeed, in Tirana today, seeing how amazing is this country, which, by the way, you have been the first one telling me about it for the last few years. So you are already a pioneer, and you were able to bring a lot of press attention to this country. So tell me first, how did you discover this country, and why did you decide to invest here?
So like all things in life, it always just kind of takes its course. I was on a vacation after we left government in the summer of 2021. We were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't understand the history, and the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped as a nation. But Eddie came in. He has one of the cool things I was attracted to is the fact that he seemed like a very skilled politician, as a very strong and smart leader, but also the fact that he was an artist. I thought it'd be very cool to see what a country really led and built by an artist could be, somebody with amazing taste and great creativity. And so I was just intrigued by it. And then before we went to Corfu, we stopped in Butrent, which was also a spectacular site, and just really felt to me like it showed the potential of the country. So much amazing beauty, the water, we did a lot of swimming, a lot of hiking. The country just had incredible natural beauty, but it seemed like a place that nobody knew or understood. And so didn't think much about it for about a year. And then about a year later, we started looking at opportunities in the Balkans. And the partner who's leading that effort, I said, you know what, let's go down to Albania. I had such a good experience there. Go check it out, see if there's something there. And we were immediately drawn to where they were building an airport in Vlore. And obviously a country is going to build an airport by the coast in the place that they think is the most beautiful. So we went there, we looked for opportunities, and we were able to find some incredible opportunities. So this really came from obviously a passion, and it came from the desire to build something that I think could be truly unique in the world.
Jared, you are an expert on understanding governments, of course, and trends regarding countries. So how did you get comfortable with this market? And until today, what is your experience on the ground? Because we spoke a lot about the opportunities, but you are the doer. You started something and you are implementing. So tell us more about how things are going on the ground.
Yeah, well, like most things that end up well, you have moments in between where you're like, is this really worth it? You know, what the hell am I doing this for? But I was just very intrigued. We spent about a year really understanding the market, the demographics, the trends. The country's growing twice the rate of Europe. But then you have to say, okay, is this country, which has a little bit of a mixed reputation historically, is it going to be a clean place? Is the government going to do what they say they're going to do? Are you going to be able to get approvals without having to play funny games? Is there going to be, different, are they going to deliver on their promises? And we really spent a year getting to know them, getting to understand it, studying the market before we went through. My partner, Asher, who's really been leading this effort, was the man with the boots on the ground. But the more we got into designing, the more we fell in love with what we were creating, and we felt like the environment was perfect. But without the great work of the team on the ground, our partners on the ground, and the government really creating a very pro-growth environment, we would not have engaged in the project. And one of the great affirmations too is when it was announced we were doing this, the New York Times said, oh, there was all these laws that were changed that benefit your project. Did this happen for you? And I said, I didn't even know about these laws, but I called my partner and said, no, these are the reasons why we decided to go forward with this. He said, and the New York Times even acknowledged that these are pro-growth laws. These are laws that people put in place in order to encourage development, encourage change. I was listening a little bit to the last panel, and they're talking about what needs to happen in order for places to rise. And the government in Albania has been doing all those things. And that leads to investment, that leads to prosperity, that leads to attention, that leads to tourism, it leads to job growth, it leads to wage growth. So all of the right things are happening here. And so I've been very, very proud to highlight it. And, I get a lot of great feedback from the Albanians when I go to the country, and the Albanian diaspora. Even yesterday, I met a gentleman who said, I'm from Albania. I'm going to go this summer back to Vlorë. I've never been there. I'm hearing incredible things, and really thank you for bringing so much promotion to our country, which I think is a total gem of a country.
Tell us more about this project, which is happening in probably one of the most beautiful areas of the country, but also one of the most beautiful areas in the Mediterranean Sea. So could you share more with us about the project and how your plan are to maintain, which is essential, the natural environment through the development process?
So the natural environment and what makes this spot so special is the environment that's there. And so we've hired Arup, who's one of the leading engineers in Europe, to help us with the right conservation programs. If we don't respect the environment, the development we're going to create there won't be as special. So we need to make sure we really preserve the environment. There was actually a story saying we were hurting some river delta, but that turns out that was 8 miles away. It had nothing to do with our project. So I think we've been able to get people to acknowledge that. And when we unleash the plans, people will see how we've embraced the local environment, and we've really tried to do something that will enhance. But it all really comes down to location, Richard. So this project is 60 miles from Italy, 60 miles from Corfu. And like I said, there's a new airport that is going to be opening very soon. That's going to be a 10-minute drive from this project. And so the natural beauty is incredible. The location's incredible. And you're really right in the middle of the Mediterranean. But again, because of the bad history that this country had up until the 90s, it really was undeveloped. So you don't really get an opportunity like this in the Mediterranean, where there's just been a ton of development, and then everything's over-regulated, where nothing can get built and nothing can get done. So those things are coming together, and we were, I think, we felt empirically like this made a lot of sense. And so we've been spending a lot of time and effort and capital to try and bring this forward. And I think we'll be able to do something very spectacular, which we'll announce very soon.
And who will be the buyers? Who will be the visitors? How do you hope to attract them?
I only really know of one, which is myself and my wife and our family. So we're really trying to design this in a way to be a place that we would want to be, a place that we would want to spend the summer, And as I tell different friends and I show them different renderings of what we're doing, they all say, oh, can we get a place there next to you? So I really think we'll build a tremendous community. We're attracting some of the great brands in the world who want to be a part of this. And I think it's going to be incredible. So we're really designing this as the place that we would want to spend our summers. And I believe if we execute that well, a lot of other families will look to make this a place where they'll either want to have a home or they'll want to be visiting with great frequency.
When you started Affinity Partners, we were talking together, and I don't think real estate were in your plan and your strategy. So how come you decided to make this exception? And can you tell us more about what the other investment are you making or considering to make in Europe, and which other opportunities you see in this part of the world?
Sure. So when I was in real estate, the thing that I was always attracted to were markets that I felt were very undervalued or underseen, but had all the right fundamentals. So when I was in New York, I was buying in Soho before Soho really became, really tops. I was buying in Brooklyn before Brooklyn became exciting. And then I was buying in Jersey City before Jersey City became exciting. All of those different trends have the same thing with Albania, where it has all the right fundamentals, just people aren't trained to understand it. And so as we go forward, people will start seeing it and they'll be a part of it. So number one, it felt like, we were 10 years ahead of the trend. And then number two was the scale and the size. And then the country just having all of the right elements from a governance perspective to push it forward. So far, we've had very good success in Europe. We haven't done a lot, but we invested in a company called eGym in Germany, which is crushing it. El Catterton just invested in the deal at almost twice the value. We came in about a year and a half ago, and they did that about 6 months ago, and the company now offers at almost twice that value. Their growth has been extraordinary from a revenue and a profitability perspective, and they're now expanding in the US, which is incredible. We also just invested in Revolut, which is, I think, one of the best, if not the best, new age fintech platforms that's been built, I think, in the world. It's growing like crazy, and very, very proud to be a part of that. So I think in Europe, there's definitely opportunities. Right now, we're very focused on US, but I think there definitely are some opportunities in Europe that we'll look at that we think are, great founders, great companies with great potential.
Jared, being in conversation with you, I cannot avoid to ask you a question about is your investment strategy changed since your father-in-law, President Trump, came to office? And if yes, what do you see now your strategy with Europe and other markets?
So the answer is we continue to do what we're doing. We've invested now almost $2.5 billion. So I'd say over half of that is in the US. We have a bunch of international investments where we think we find markets and opportunities that are mispriced. There is one thing I'm looking at from a more of a personal interest. I don't know if it will qualify for the fund, but obviously been helping Steve and to promote the Abraham Accords to make the ones that are existing stick, and then also to find new opportunities. So I have a partner, my partner Asher, who I mentioned before. He's actually of Moroccan descent and actually of Syrian descent. So we've been looking, maybe there's some opportunities to bring investment to Morocco, a country that I know you're very proud of, to really help them create dividends from the Abraham Accords. And so to show the people there that there can be great rewards, because leaders who join the Abraham Accords, it shows that they're thinking about the future, they're pushing for stability. It shows a lot of wisdom and a lot of forward thinking. So those are the environments where I think investors would want to be in. And I have a lot of American investors who are very who love the Abraham Accords, who want to join us in that. So we're looking at opportunities to invest in countries who have joined the Abraham Accords, but we're also looking at opportunities to invest in countries that might join the Abraham Accords and to create economic packages to incentivize them. So another one of my partners is Syrian, and he said, Jared, we should put together a big investment package maybe for Syria, so that if they join the Abraham Accords, they could have a big incentive to do it. How amazing would it be to have a Muslim and Jewish firm working, Jewish partners, with American, working together to try to bring investment there. So something we're looking at. Obviously, there are some complications, but I think there's a ton of potential there. And if they were to join the Abraham Accords, I think that there's a lot of people who would want to invest there to help give them the best chance to achieve their full potential. So we're looking at that. But obviously, I think right now with all the, President Trump's policies, I think America is going to boom. We're seeing that now in the stock market. We're seeing that in the valuations. There's a lot of really exciting things happening in AI and in the infrastructure around AI. So we're working on that. We've done a whole bunch of investments in insurance, which we're finding great returns on. We did a great investment in Israel in that. So So we're continuing to be very opportunistic, but I do think that obviously, Richard is somebody who helped me with the Abraham Accords and sees the passion and the potential around it. If we can use investment as a way to bring people together, build relationships, and to build economies, ultimately we can create a coalition of people who are trying to find progress and prosperity for their people over the historic last 70 plus years, which has been about separation of people by religions and politicians using that to cause distractions and maybe distort from their shortcomings. And so when people find investment, it brings jobs, it shows growth. And if you could help countries grow that are making peace, I think that's an incredible thing. So more of a passion than necessarily a full affinity focus, but something I'm definitely paying attention to and would love to see happen. If we can use some investment to help accelerate peace or to grow peace, I think there's no better thing to do there.
Jared, thank you for being a peace builder. Thank you for bringing peace for prosperity. Thank you for being with us today in Tirana. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Richard. All the best. See you soon, my friend.
Thank you so much, Richard. Again, just coming on the back of our great tourism panel there to really look at somebody who's invested here, particularly in the region. And when you look around the beautiful countryside that is Albania, it is actually quite breathtaking in so many areas around it. I haven't even had time to look around town yet, so I'm looking forward to spending a couple of days here to actually see what is out there. Not sure if I'm ready to invest in the market, but it's certainly, when you look around here, and as Jared said there, almost half of their investments outside the US, and looking at a region like this, and particularly, I think, looking at it as a very buoyant holiday destination and the potential that this can be, that it can bring. All about getting involved ahead of the trend and really making those decisions on time. We're now going to move on to innovation in Europe. So the property market might be good, but is European innovation reigniting? That is our topic for this panel. We're going to be talking to Dan Vedat, the founder and CEO of Huma. Ida Tin is going to join us, the director of Femtech Assembly. From the Knowledge School Education and the founder of CREAB Worldwide, Peye Emilson will join us, and Michelle Adepuju, the founder of Kilentar. This is our great panel, and our moderator for this session who's joining us, please welcome back Thorold Barker and his entire panel. Thank you so much. Looking at innovation in Europe.
Right it, you sure?
Welcome, everybody, and thanks for joining me to discuss a topic that we've touched on a little bit during the day, but is become increasingly important over the last 20 years or so, which is, as we've watched the US have this amazing ambition and willingness to take risk and innovation that has left Europe far behind. Mario Draghi, in his great report last year, talked about how Europe has no 100 billion euro companies that have been created in the last 50 years, while in America, all of the 7, I think it is now, $1 trillion companies have all been created in the last 50 years. So every time I think about this, I get more depressed about where we've ended up here in Europe. So hopefully we will find some solutions to that today. So I want to start with Dan, who is a founder. Europe has this great set of talent and this big market. Why has it fallen short?
I think if we go back to the history, Europe has done amazing stuff, right? 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago. And I think somehow we lost the energy, the attitude to win by not working hard enough, by putting so many regulations that makes hard to do innovation. And I think by forgetting the future, it's there, bright, only if you invest in the right technology today. These are the 3 key things that I think has contributed to the decline that we have. But I'm very hopeful, and we're going to talk more about it.
Okay. Ida, you founded Clue in Berlin. Can you talk a little bit about your journey, whether you recognize some of the points that Dan's made and how you felt the entrepreneurial system worked.
Well, as we started raising money in Europe, we found that quite difficult. We went to Silicon Valley, we found money in America, and then we came back to Europe, and then the Europeans wanted to invest. But
At a higher valuation, I imagine.
Much higher.
It was good to have Americans set the valuation. No, but I think for me it was a point to actually prove that you can build a big tech company out of Europe. And in your introduction, you say that America has sort of left us in the dust. But I think in some dimensions that's true, but I think we need to start thinking about success much more multidimensional. And in many dimensions, I think Europe is doing very well and probably has more of a sort of key to what a society needs to be for the future than maybe what America has. So I don't know if we're doing so badly. I think we need to figure out, once we have made the billion-dollar companies and built the technology, then what do we want to do with that? And I'm not sure America has the answers. I think we need to find our own answers.
Okay, well, we'll get to that later on. Peje, you come from Sweden, which has had, for a relatively small country, some outsized successes. Can you talk a little bit about that ecosystem and what's been successful there?
Yeah. Thank you. You know, I recall a bit Sweden in the past. You go back to 1850. Sweden was the poorest country in Europe then. We had 3.5 million people, 1.3 fled to the US. And then we got a new Minister of Finance who got rid of guilds and the system, opened up the market. And a number of leading Swedish corporations were founded at the turn of the century. It took a number of years. Private-public partnership, and Sweden developed extremely successfully.
And also deregulation.
And, you know, and if you then get back to what happened now, in the 80s, we were all very, very bureaucratic. At that time, if you wanted to have a telephone, you had to rent one from the public company because all telephones were natural monopolies. We had one television channel. 1% of all pupils went to private schools. 99% were in the same monolithic system. And then we made a break and decided that everyone should have the right to choose a school and go to that school regardless, and let it being paid for by the taxpayers. So now we have 20% of all the students going to independent private schools. Competition, choice. So my conclusion for the future of entrepreneurship here in Europe is that we should agree upon a new single market for education and healthcare. Vision 2050, let's learn from what they are doing in Saudi and put a 20-year perspective and make the change, get private entrepreneurs like you and others into the healthcare sector, get that more efficient, education sector more efficient, choice, competition. That is the future for Europe.
So deregulating and empowering individuals effectively. Michel, they've all talked a little bit about their experience in technology. You come from a slightly different world of fashion. Can you talk about your experience setting up a fashion business in the UK, but with global reach?
Yes, definitely. So my business model is I work with local craftsmanship across the continent, and we've been able to scale our business globally, based in the UK, and we have a huge customer base in the US and in Europe.
Okay, and how have you done that? What has been the main opportunities and the main challenges of doing that?
For me, I think it was important for me to understand that for me to really scale my business, I need to build systems across the continent. And I've been able to work with artisans across West Africa while showcasing our storytelling and just really just taking things on our own terms and just pushing that online.
Okay, great. Ida, so you talked a little bit about redefining success. Obviously, Europe has quite a good track record of building startup companies, but then, to your point, a lot of them do end up moving to the US or being sold to US companies. How do you avoid that brain drain, talent going away, and actually reverse that so talent is coming here instead?
As a founder, of course, you want to make a great exit, and you want to be able to do great secondaries along the way. But you also care about being a physical body in some sort of environment. And I think that Europe has a lot to offer. I had 2 kids while I built a startup. I created a culture where people could thrive while also going to work. And I think if you have a more holistic perspective on what it takes to create a good life, Europe has a lot to offer. And how do we avoid the brain drain? Well, I think people increasingly want more things than only becoming millionaires. They also want a good life. And we have infrastructure that can help you do that here. We have childcare, we have healthcare, we have maybe a forest near a city. We have so many things. I think when you think about brain drain, I mean, if you think about it as a garden, right? What does it take to create a beautiful garden? You need all kind of things for it to grow. And I think it's the same with people. It's not only where do you get the best tax program, or this idea that you need to go near Stanford to find great talent. We've heard that many times on stage today. You can find great talent all over. So I think it's also a mindset, and then this kind of more, how do we grow all these different aspects of the surroundings that will make people want to be here. And I think Europe has a really great opportunity to be a place where we can make people come and want to live, not just work, but live.
But how does that work in the world that we live in, where investors want returns? They want their companies to succeed and win and scale. What you're talking about is quite a different model. And so how does that work in the context of you competing with America or with other countries where that ambition is different?
So when we talk about what it takes to be successful, I come from the consumer world where trust is a really big thing, right? We're asking people to share some of their most intimate data. And we can see that building, for instance, under regulations that support user privacy becomes a business asset. It becomes something that users actually choose and think is great. I don't think you have to imagine that competition is only sort of a free market. It can also be, honoring things that are more human. Because in the end, why do we build tech? We build tech to create human betterment. Like, we want to have good lives. And this idea that you can only compete on being the most kind of cash efficient or having the most capital, but there are actually many dimensions that you compete in. And I think having a broader sense of what does it take to build success, not just for your company, but for a society. I think, yeah.
Dan, how do you react to that from a talent perspective?
Usain Bolt is the fastest guy in running. Do we know who is the kindest guy when it runs? We don't know. The society doesn't care. The society cares for whom that can win. And if we don't win, and I think Europe is a great place because of the winnings and the hard works that Germans and French and Brits did 50 years ago, 40 years ago, and maybe a few hundred years ago. And we're still consuming that momentum, that wave. But that wave is slowing down. And if we don't wake up and create a new wave for the next generations to ride, slowly the decline will come. We have the greatest empire from Egypt to Persian Empire that, Persia used to be 50% of the world GDP, 5-0. Today, it's not even 1%. The same is happening for Europe, but the luck we have, the good news we have, we can change it really fast. And we can change it not in 20 years, not in 30 years, in probably 10 years. But we have to wake up.
And obviously we've seen China transform in
100%.
Years,
in 30 years, every year they've grown more than 10% year-on-year GDP. And they're one of the largest GDPs in the world and one of the most innovator innovative nations in the world.
And so what are you seeing in talent at the moment? Are you seeing it still leaving Europe? What is the facts on the ground right now?
A lot of people are leaving. A lot of great companies are leaving for all the good reasons, like tax, not enough capital, flexibility to be able to have opportunities, but also from the company perspective, it's really hard to adapt and adjust your company quickly if you're in Europe. Let's say if you have 500 people in France, it's really tough suddenly to increase your number of employees, but also it's really tough to decrease the number of employees if you have to. And sometimes you have to make tough decisions for a variety of reasons. So the combination of these things, I do not know any strong entrepreneurs in the UK that is not thinking to leave UK and Europe. I don't know. The only ones that they are not leaving, they are the ones that they are divorced and they have their kids, and because of their kids, they can't move.
Is that something that you see as well, Michel? I mean, what's your sense? You operate in Nigeria, you operate in the UK, you operate in America. Do you get a very different sense of a different level of ambition and risk-taking in your employees in those different places?
Yeah, definitely. Like, to add to what you just said, I feel like right now, you find a lot of creatives in Europe, in the UK, moving to places like the US, because the US is a country that really celebrates talent. It wants people to succeed. So what we tend to see happen is there's more funding. And I feel like because of this, and because Europe it's more restrictive, there's more regulations in place that really restricts creatives in Europe, which of course is a problem. And because of this, creatives are looking at other ways to just build what they want to do and be able to grow their business scalably in places like the US.
Okay. And is your sense that, these companies, is there something that can be done to change that dynamic in the UK? I mean, what would you shift?
I would say definitely the regulations. I think that Europe doesn't necessarily celebrate entrepreneurs that are really bringing new innovations. They find ways to restrict them. It might not be intentional, but because it's just because of all the regulations in place, right? And that is something that I would definitely change.
And the attitude to success and wealth, which is different.
Definitely, it's not often celebrated as much as what we see in the US.
Okay. Peje, in Sweden, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but it feels like there has become this ecosystem where talent has stuck around a bit more and certain companies have built to a bigger scale. Is that correct? And if so, why is that happening in Sweden in a different way?
I think we had lots of big companies like Spotify, Klarna, and others. So we have had a field for entrepreneurs. This was not so when I started in the 70s. Then we were building another kind of society. So you have lots of very inspiring people. But if I go back to what in Europe, if you take the healthcare sector, you saw very interesting information here about how much money being spent. But countries are spending between 16 to 18% of GDP and down to 2 to 3. And there is an enormous market. Healthcare and education is about 20-25% of GDP. And you see, which is different from the entertainment market and hospitality market. So I see enormous possibilities if you take that creativity into this sector and see how can we improve the use of all that and then build a base for export of those services. That's in my school, I'm now running schools both in Saudi Arabia and in India. And it's an interesting shift because in all countries say, please come with new ways of doing education. And you see the same also in healthcare. So that's why I'm pushing this a bit and telling them it is traditional monopolies for politicians. and politicians want to preserve their monopoly, but in the long run, it won't function because people want to decide more by themselves, and there is such enormous possibilities bringing new tech and new things into this.
To empower people. And is there a different level of ambition in Sweden when companies start to scale, that investors are willing to keep backing them without selling them or moving them to the US? Because it feels like some of these companies had moments where they could have moved abroad or sold, but have stuck at it and kept going.
I think, let me put it this way, you can see more and more from traditional Swedish large corporations that when they go in and do big deals, that you need buybacks and agreements. Then in other countries, we need to come also with healthcare and education. So I see a combination, which is something new here, because in all countries you realize that education is also a very important security issue, building and everything, and so you are not only selling the products. And there I see an enormous advantage in Sweden, in Europe, with our background in doing things like that. But you have to really get to it's going and convincing young potential entrepreneurs that this is an interesting field.
Okay. Dan, I want to go to solutions, and I think there'll be some different viewpoints on the panel. But to start with you, one of the challenges in Europe has been change. It takes a long time, and making decisions has been a long time. But let's say that you have the power to do executive orders here in Europe. What would you do tomorrow if there were 5 things that needed to shift to make this a more dynamic entrepreneurial environment?
I think the first things I would start with regulation. And I won't just say, let's just do less regulations. I would say cut half of all the regulations, and for the remaining half, every 5 years, cancel them unless it needs to be reissued, so that no regulations stays there like a net, slows down the continent. That would be number one. Number two, we are entering to an era that energy is the most important thing. And we have not invested in building energy capacity. US also has equally similar problem. China, I think, is the only country, and then Saudi and UAE. These are the only countries that they've been actually adding energy capacity. So more energy, nuclear, LNG, whatever it takes to increase the energy capacity. Because without energy, there is no AI. Without AI, I think we're going to be doomed if we don't get that right. And this happened to all the nations when they missed industrialization. Argentina, as an example, was top 6 economy in the world not too long ago. And look at where they are today. Then I will really focus on tax, because it feels good to tax citizens in short term. Gives more money to government, they can spend it, everybody happy. But it has this repelling effect. So I will reduce tax for tech AI companies, 0% corporate tax for 15 years. And then for employees of tech companies, an investor, I cap the tax to 10%. So more people start companies. And when I say tech, I don't mean IT software. I mean any innovative technology, whether it's like productions, manufacturing technology, and so on.
What about fashion? Would you include fashion?
Potentially fashion, potentially fashion.
I think
and then
that is the problem. I think that innovation needs to be redefined, because I think when...
I agree, 100% agree. And then one European NASDAQ. We do not have a place for companies to go public in a right way. A good example, 1 week ago, DoorDash acquired Deliveroo for 10x less valuations than their fundamental. 10x difference. That is 10x arbitrage. We do not have a public market in Europe that is strong. We had UK, and post-Brexit, that is gone. And finally, what is US? all immigrants. Half of them used to be German. Actually, speaking German was supposed to be the first language in the US. So they made it easy for immigrants to go there and grow. Europe can come up with initiatives for good talents, not random immigrations, good talents to come in, build stuff, number one. And most importantly, create an environment that the existing talent can work harder, can get rewarded when they work harder. At the moment, in certain countries, if you work too hard, you actually get penalized. And that stops growth. And finally, flexibility around talent. To give you one example, in UK or France, if I get a $2 billion contract, and if I have to deliver it in, let's say, 6 months time frame, with the kind of deadlines that, let's say, His Excellency MBS or Yasser puts for some of their projects, it's impossible to hire 1,000 people in 6 months, because everybody has 3 months, 6 months notice period. And the same way, if suddenly I lose a $1 billion contract, it's impossible to adjust my team so that I don't go out of business, because I can't fire people fast enough.
Okay.
And this,
I'm going to stop you there because we've got 5 minutes left. So I want to thank you for that. That's a very useful provocation. Michelle, will you just respond to the innovation redefinition point you want to make, and then I'm going to go to Ida to respond with her view.
Yes, I was just saying, because that normally is left out of the conversation. And we are finding that, like we said, a lot of creatives are leaving, and they are, like, the way creatives are basically the future of the world, because it shapes how we think, how we see things, and how we communicate with things. And I think that a lot of times with the ecosystem and innovation, we're focused on tech, coding, and creatives need to also be involved in that conversation of innovation as well.
I think it's a really good point.
100% agree.
Ida, do you share Dan's probably more American view of the world or not?
No, I think I disagreed probably with 99%.
I love her.
Oh gosh, I don't even know where to start. Maybe just a really practical thing. So at Clue, we serve 10 million users every month. One of the largest health apps for women on the planet. We decided to work 4 days per week at full salary. Production didn't go down. Productivity didn't go down. People were healthier, happier, fuller, more dedicated. There was more goodwill. We had absolutely brilliant retention in the company. We won on so many parameters. Why do we think we need to work harder? Okay, we need to work healthier. Okay, I'm going to suggest this. Why don't we imagine a Europe where it's the best place to be because it's the healthiest place? It's the place where people don't burn out, they're not lonely, they don't have anxiety, they're not obese, they don't have all the lifestyle diseases that are preventable. We have great healthcare, we have community, we have relationships. Imagine what talent we could attract and retain. Imagine if that was the vision for Europe. It's going to be the healthiest place on the planet, the best place to be a human body, not just the best place to build an AI, because why are we building an AI? What comes after? Let's talk about what society we want to build with this technology and with all the capital and with the competitiveness.
Build the biggest company in the world, and then let's do that.
It's always like, let's first get rich and screw the world and screw nature and everything that we actually live from, and then we can fix it. I suggest we start creating companies, societies, regions that are based on the principles of life. Let's create things that sustain life. I think that's a winning strategy.
So this is a debate that I would love to continue. But hang on, Dan. I'd love to continue next year, because I think there's a lot to dig into on this. Pei, I'd like to give the last 1 minute to you. You've been around a while. You've seen lots of cycles. You've seen lots of different things. How do you respond to this trade-off, this debate?
I'm probably the oldest here, because I got to start my first company in 1970, so quite a few years ago. And I was reflecting sometimes that since then, GDP per capita in Europe is 4 times higher. You know, when I grew up, there were 3 billion people and 80% living below the poverty line. Now we're 8 million and 10% living. We have an exceptionally fantastic development in the world economy, and people have so much better. Yes. But when it comes, all fashion, hospitality, all those things are important, nice for people. But healthcare and education are key somewhere, you know. And if you don't manage to bring in the right way in doing that, then you will get disrespect for politicians, and you will have problems also with democracy. And there are lots of money being spent by politicians that are not being spent in a proper way. So I think that is a part of this, how to build the right private-public partnership. I still believe that it's very good that we have a common insurance system, so we pay for education and healthcare together, but it has to be provided in a smarter way.
So in good Swedish style, you're somewhere in between.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for a fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
Let's do a hug.
What a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much. You know, a very inspiring discussion there from all of you, and given us something to think about without a doubt. So Therold and all of the team there. So innovation is not dead. It just might be slowed down because there's not enough encouragement, there's not enough money, there's too much regulation. It wasn't the brightest picture, but I think we saw the great hope at the end of the day there, because I think many of our young entrepreneurs, the work that they put in to get to where they are, there's no reason why everybody has to come across the same hurdles. So I think it's part of that as well, in terms of learning from each other, sharing that knowledge, but actually looking at better capital markets, looking at raising that money that is possible, but I think I heard from many of them that it is a little bit of an effort at times. That success has to be multidimensional, then it has to be maintained, it has to be grown, and I think a cry for a more holistic approach from the markets and from everyone. I think we're going to have a very holistic approach on our next session, and I'm very, very excited to welcome to the stage our dear team in the moment, Old Europe, Young Voices, how the next generation is redefining legacy, leadership, and the future. No better man to lead this panel. I'm going to invite him to make his way back up to the stage. It is our very own Richard Attias, so it's like great to have him here. And he's going to be joined by Azi Agnelli, the General Partner, Life Cycles TNV Italy, Elsa Hyland, Angel Investor, Arthur Koenigsberg, Founding Chairman, Eurocreative from France, Jared Medfest, the Founder and General Partner, Bombadil United States, and Cemil Turk, Official Member of the European Youth Parliament and students from high school in Turkey. You've got a great panel. Take it away. I'm looking forward to this
Thank you, Ednit. Thank you so much. This is a great moment to have a conversation with, in fact, the people who will lead Europe in the next few years, maybe even a few months. So it's important, after hearing from the investors, hearing from the politicians, to hear really from the people who cares, and we care about you guys. We want you to be without any filter, and to tell us really how you see Europe, how you see Europe today, how you see Europe tomorrow, what are your wishes, and when you will, because we don't have a lot of, it's already quite late in the afternoon, so as soon as you start to speak, please say who you are and what you do. We have people from Italy, from Sweden, from Turkey, from United States of America. It's important to see how you in America, you perceive Europe, and last but not least, from Italy. So let's have a first question, and let's start bold, young girls and boys. If you were to write, I would say, the first lines of a new European manifesto, one that reflects your generation's hopes, fears, and even priorities, what would it say? You have, each of you, 1 minute to tell us what will be this new manifesto for Europe. Azi, let's start. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Azi Agnelli. I am an investor in the mental health sector. I have an early stage venture fund which invests in AI, and I have a foundation which also invests in the mental health sector. So my first top line take...
And you are, even if coming from an amazing family of entrepreneurs in Italy. You are the granddaughter of the great late Gianni Agnelli. So please.
You can say that, but I can't.
This is why I take the freedom to say it.
So my top line comment would be around Europe is it's time. Europe will not fall to decline. It's a moment where we need to come together and really think about how can we collectively innovate and think about how not to have a reliance on other superpowers. I think it's a moment where us as Europeans really need to think about why we are fundamentally so special and why we are, if you were to think about Europe as a person, if you were to think about Europe as a continent, if you were to break down, sorry, this is a little bit nervous, but if you were to think about Europe as a human, what would be so special about it? And it would be its ability to unify and to be elegant and to be sophisticated and to care about its people. And I think now is the moment to really go into what makes us so powerful. And that would be my top line comment.
Excellent. Elsa.
Yes, my name is Elsa Highland. Very happy to be here. Born and raised in Stockholm, Sweden. I am an angel investor, investing agnostically, half into kind of general agnostic impact, but half into health as well. Previously VC operational at tech startups and scale-ups. I'm very fortunate to have grown up in that environment in Stockholm also, where it's been buzzing previously. So if I were to kind of build on to what you're saying in terms of a manifesto, it would be around Europe got to stop watching the world and actually instead start leading it, and at least leading from its position that we're in, by being bold in vision through innovation. And I think that is the absolute where we have been, but we will also have to catch up in order to have a future.
Semil.
Thank you very much. Arthur Königsberg from France. Eurocreative, a French...
Arthur, sorry.
A French think tank about Central and Eastern Europe, with the main objective is to make a rapprochement between France and this European region. Your question is difficult because it is very difficult to speak for all European youth. Of course, we don't all think alike, but I will speak for the European youth that I met during my travel and fun like that. I think today we are united by the will to stop to being weak and naive. And we are united by the will to create a true European power. We don't want to suffer the events of the 21st century. We want to play our part and be important actors in the world. So we are aware that we need to strengthen the European Union and its competitiveness. And like President Macron said this morning, we need to build a strong, strategic European autonomy. And we have to keep in mind, particularly in France, or Germany, or in Belgium, or in Italy, or in Spain, that old Europe is not Europe. There is a new Europe today with Poland, with Romania, with Bulgaria, with Czech Republic, with Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, Sweden, and maybe tomorrow with Balkans, and Ukraine and Moldova, and Serbia, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, of course, and we have to be able to welcome them in a strong Europe tomorrow.
Are you ready to do so? Do you think everyone is ready to do so?
All candidates?
No, to include all these countries, all these different cultures.
I think, yes, of course, we need institutional reforms today, but we have to keep in mind that this process of enlargement is a real test for the credibility of Europe, because this enlargement makes a big question. Our model based on prosperity, sovereignty shared, reconciliation, has to work everywhere in Europe, not only in the Western or Eastern, but also in the Balkans, where there are historical and political tensions, of course, but a lot of strong political and economic opportunities.
Jared, how do you see Europe from America?
Yeah, so I love Europe, but I just wish it wasn't so...
Explain first who you are and what you do.
Sorry.
Jared.
I'm Jared Matfis. I'm a founder of an investment firm called Bombadil. We do early stage venture all the way through publics and liquids. You know, we love Europe. However, I think I speak for many Americans when we just wish it was less committed to killing itself. You know, we look at the events happening, Russia-Ukraine breaks out, Germany over-reliant on Russian energy, and how does Germany respond to this? They destroy their nuclear reactors. You know, these are decisions that are completely nonsensical and almost look like a country is committed to its own destruction. So as an American, there's some bright spots that we can look at. You know, you look at Estonia, they have, I think it's 7.8 unicorns per million person as a per capita, way ahead of the rest of Europe. And there's a series of very intentional things that happen there that the rest of Europe should probably follow. They start teaching children how to code in first grade. They simplified their tax structure. They made it very easy to hire non-EU citizens to companies. You can register a company from your phone in less than an hour. In Germany, if you want to register a new startup, you have to hire a notary to literally sit there and read aloud every single line with your investors. It makes no sense. And there are a series of policies where if the EU was to adopt them, and broader Europe was to adopt them, this could be a real economic block. But right now, I look at it as a great training ground for engineers to come to American companies and help us get rich. So, you know, there's hope yet, but I haven't seen it.
Semil, tell us more about what your organization is doing and how do you see Europe New Manifesto?
I would say that we should start by acknowledging what came before us had wisdom. We should say, I guess it was last week that we had the 75th anniversary of Schuman Declaration, which then laid the ground for what then became the European Union. So in recognizing that there is wisdom in what came before us, I think Europe should stay vigilant to the changing landscapes. It is a system, it is a union that allowed for great economic expansion, that allowed for great unity. But now, as Europe faces greater challenge from its borders, from across the world, from perhaps from all corners of the world, I think we should say that Europe should always take into account the significance of clarity, clarity of process, clarity of truth, clarity of trust, and I would say clarity of purpose.
What do you think, and whoever wants to answer first, what do you think your generation should learn from the old generation, which is my generation, for example? Who wants to pick that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think the level of stability and peace that Europe had for so many decades is something that we should absolutely look to, right? The return to violence of the past few years has definitely been less than desirable, and hopefully we can go back to the extremely effective diplomacy that kept the region stable and prosperous for so long. But beyond that, I think we should really try and learn from a lot of the mistakes that were made, which is that you cannot regulate your way to prosperity. And hopefully, that can change as more tech-forward members enter these parliaments and enter these governments and realize that, you know, the people making the decisions don't even understand what AI is, right? A European Parliament member here this week told me that AI means ChatGPT to many people in Brussels. So hopefully, with education, which comes through youth, things can modernize.
Azi, what do you take from our generation?
I think that it's important for our generation to take what you guys have done and really think and actually do a moral inventory about us as a cohort of young thinkers and think, how do we bring back innovation into the next generation and think about how can we be like-minded and thinking outside the box. I think there's been an over-reliance on technology, and I think it's to some degree stunted our creativity. And I think that now is the moment to take accountability for our actions as a youth and not be lazy and not rely on the past, and actually take what we've learned, take from history and be bold and think outside the box. and be forward thinkers, because right now we're at this flux position where we really need to be creative with our minds and really think about like global change on a macro scale.
Elsa, do you think you are living in the old continent?
I'm not sure old continent, but I'm living in a social welfare.
Old Europe.
Old Europe. I'm living in a social welfare which is built on an old Europe, and I think that that is amazing from many points of views. You have a universal healthcare, education, and so on. But we're also then staggering in development, and I think that we did very well again, like in the end of '90s, beginning 2000, when internet, in high-speed internet in Sweden was democratized to everyone. In 2000, 51% of the household had internets at home, and I think that that led to a speed of innovation because we had companies that started, for example, Skype, that got sold to eBay, Microsoft, that allowed for both capital but also knowledge to be reinvested into the ecosystem. And that's how we have built that Nordic very strong scene, even the new Nordic scene on tech and innovation. But we have stalled. And education today, yes, I think it should be for everyone, but we have to democratize what's happening now in the space of innovation, especially AI, as we've spoken about today.
Mathieu, what do you keep from our generation and what would you reject from our generation?
I will begin by resilience. I think your generation was very resilient. And our generation needs to be very, very, very resilient because the challenges are immense. Climate change, war in Europe today, war in the Middle East, and all challenge linked by the new technologies. And these challenges put any question for our generations, and we have to be very quick in the capacity to react on all these challenges. So I think we have to be more and more resilient today, and it is the lesson from your generation. But maybe what I will reject is not you, of course, but I think all generation was maybe a little bit naive. After 1991 and the end of the Iron Curtain, of the end of the communism, we gave up strategic position or strategic tools and the capacity to be powerful in a dangerous world.
Emile, what do you keep and reject from our old generation?
I would say with a single word that it would be prudence of the older generation. The older generations have seen far catastrophist demolition. I would say human tragedies such as war, greater wars, I would say. And with that, of course, came the necessity of prudence, especially in developing legislation that then sought to uphold the dignity of every European citizen. But I guess what our generation can add on to that would be agility, especially as to adjust to the new situations, to be responsive, especially in the age of AI, in the age of a necessity of environmental stewardship, and especially in the age of ever closer armed conflicts. We have to stay responsive without giving up prudence that the older generations developed.
You are so privileged, all of you, because you are almost all entrepreneurs. But a question where you answer yes or no. Are you concerned by jobs in Europe for your generation?
No.
I think it's a more complex question. I think we will have other type of jobs. For the ones that we have right now, yes, I am. But I do think that we have to move, and that is also part of our education going forward. Should it be super high quantum engineering math as education for that we try to bring in the best people for, and then maybe move into blue-collar jobs?
Arthur?
Yes.
Yes or no?
No.
Jared?
Yeah, I'm extremely concerned about jobs in Europe. People will be employed, but Europe is largely becoming a consumptive economy. When you look at like the largest driving force of what's going to happen in the world, it's clearly AI. And much of the regulation around climate rules and energy production is forcing Europe to fight with one arm tied behind its back. So, maybe there'll be companies that people will be employed by, but in the long run, as AI automates larger and larger swaths of the global economy, it's going to go to the countries that have the engineering talent, the data center capacity, and the energy. And I'm not really seeing too much of that build out in Europe right now.
Cyril?
Yes, I would say that Europe has yet to fully experience the reshaping of the job sector and the job needs, especially in the face of AI and automation and the dislodgement that these two create. So yes, I am a bit concerned as to how continent will...
So to help you to maybe have a better opinion, I will call our CEO of the FI Institute, Penny Richards. We just conducted a great survey about the future of work. And Penny will share with us the outcome of his survey. Penny, the floor is yours.
Richard, thank you. And thank you. It's so interesting hearing you, and I hope I can share a bit more information and find out what you think about it. I mentioned this morning that one of the pillars of the FII Institute is a pillar called Think, and we concentrate a lot on that, on knowledge building and thought leadership. And today, we are launching the 3rd edition of FII Institute's Global Future of Work. This one, in particular, is focused on Europe, which is one of the reasons we're here. Some of what I'm going to tell you is going to confirm some of what you think. So let me just explain a bit more about the study. It drew on surveys of 1,900 business leaders and 1,200 young Europeans in 30 countries, plus quite a few expert interviews. So just very quick snapshot for you. We found stark facts. European productivity grew only 0.3% in the last 5 years, compared with over 25% in the US. It's also stark on demographics. The working age population will shrink by 15% by 2050, and 6 in 10 European CEOs already report talent shortages, especially in advanced IT and coding. And another stark statistic from our survey, Europe's largest firms underinvest by $450 billion each year in AI, data platforms, and other digital assets compared with US counterparts. Richard, one more thing very quickly, because I think this will help your conversation. Excuse me.
Please.
Thank you. So what other young Europeans told us in this survey? They told us they are not being prepared for the future of work. 80% of those surveyed said that classroom learning is irrelevant for them to find what they consider to be real jobs. And more than half feel underprepared for modern-day European workforce. 3 out of 4 say tech skills are undertaught, and more than half say the same for teamwork, creativity, and problem solving. And half, I promise my last, Richard, half cite lack of internships or hands-on experience as the top barrier to employment, yet 44% say they fill that gap themselves with online learning and other part-time work or working with startups. So interesting to see what you think, and thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you very much. How do you want to react? Who wants to react to this survey? Azi, oh, I see a lot of reaction. Azi, please, go ahead.
Fundamentally, I'm not surprised by what you said at all, which is why fundamentally we're all here to think about how can we change that narrative. The reason why I said no is because what's the point in being pessimistic, because this is our reality. I couldn't be less surprised by any of the statistics that you've just said, but we're at a flux point that it's like, okay, we need as a collective to all come together and think, how do we change that? And I think that's why we're all here on this panel, because we don't want to see a decline in Europe. So that's kind of my top line comment as to why I'm here, is how can we be helpful to our generation with you guys? How can we stop that being the reality? And it is fundamentally down to the education system. It's down to a lack of energy, it's a lack of inspiration, and I think now is really the moment where we can link political leaders and really link people, like-minded individuals and next gens to really kind of incentivize the next workforce.
But do you think, I will come to you in a minute for your comments, but do you think the current education system is appropriate, or it is just creating, I would say, workers for past jobs?
I had this conversation earlier or yesterday with my fiance, and I've always been kind of, well, I didn't really like school, and he's more of an academic, and we've all heard the kind of, why are we learning about Pythagoras' theorem when we should be learning about how we should do our taxes? So I don't think it's necessarily the issue with the education system. It's more about how do we keep what exists, but evolve with it and bring in new formats and new curriculum. And I think fundamentally, my manifesto is, I think there should be a curriculum around self-reliance, self-resilience, and how do you learn how to have accountability for your actions, because the ripple effect of being able to self-regulate as a human has a ripple effect on society.
Elsa, how do you react to this report? And do you think the Swedish, Scandinavian, in fact, education system is different from the education system of the other European countries?
How I react to the report, I think it's good that we get numbers on hand, because it really proves that we have to make a change, period, and especially with politicians and policymakers around how we're built up our schools and education systems. In terms of what Sweden does differently, in Sweden we own our own IP, and I think we're the last country in Europe, at least at research level, that does that, and that both leads to more companies starting out of research, because you have an upside of it. But on the other hand, we have strong universities. If you look at the top 100 in Europe and even in the world, both in business and technology. So we have good school systems. But on the other hand, by owning your own IP, there's no incentive for the schools to improve, because they cannot be part of that upside. And I think that is an issue, to be honest.
How do you see from America the European education system?
Yeah, so I mean, you hear all these stories about how much better the schools are here, you know, and all the international competitions. They say, oh, Finland outperforms the U.S. across all this. But I think that there's a fundamental disconnect between having high test scores and necessarily like creating output for the world. I'm a high school dropout. Most of my friends in New York that have built incredible companies, same in the Valley, similarly dropped out of college. There's an infinite amount of information for anyone that wants it online. All of Harvard is available online, same with Stanford, same with Yale. Their entire catalogs, videos. So for anyone that wants to, you can have literally the best education in the world from your laptop. The #1 performing elementary, middle, high school in the US is a group called the Alpha School now, which has kids doing 2 hours a day of self-directed learning with social and socializing, building activities through the rest of the day. So I think that education will matter less and less, and what will matter more and more is agency. And I worry that the lack of agency, or you know, people thinking that social mobility is less in some of these European countries where there's less stories of people, you know, truly rising from nothing up, where there's more stasis. I think that saps away at the agency, and agency combined with the infinite resources online is what leads to these incredible outcomes.
Arthur, I left France 20 years ago, but for the past 40 years, each time someone tried to reform the education system in France, we are going to strikes. How do you see this education in crisis or not, and how do you react to Penny's comments on the survey we had?
I'm not surprised with this survey, but I want to put the point on one thing. It's not just the educational system. Now we have question of education, yes, in school, in university, of course, but also at home. And I think we don't make this point at the center of this subject. What is to be a parent in this 21st century? How do you transmit this taste for effort, for creativity, for take some initiative? And I'm a new parent, so I ask some question for myself, and I'm trying to balance how can I protect my child by the new technologies threat. I think it's a central subject for our generation. How can we launch our child in this 21st century?
Semil, let's go to another question about AI. We cannot have this conversation with you young people unless we talk about AI. Do you think AI has a chance to bring Europe on the top of the winners, or do you think we are behind the curve?
I think the first thing that comes to my mind is EU's AI Act. EU's AI Act outlines a lot of preventive measures. For example, when it was ratified, there were provisions about if an AI poses a credible and exists perhaps a very high level of threat, then it would not be allowed to work within the boundaries of the European Union. So I would say that it is really great that the European Union is taking steps to protect its citizens against possible dangers of AI. But I think the most important thing that we, especially as the younger generation, should take into account is that Europe should stay vigilant against lagging behind in terms of competitiveness, because we're seeing that the AI and the innovation it drives, I think it lays the foundation for what will, especially in our world, in our future world, will become a global hub for innovation. So I think Europe should stay vigilant to that.
Elsa, you invest a lot on AI. How do you react to that?
But I think that, of course, it comes maybe from a good place, but the whole problem with Europe is bureaucracy, and the AI State of or AI Act is just a very clear example. Like, even before we have the policies in place and the regulations in place, it's outdated. And it's like, AI is like a teenager, doesn't know how to dress. It's so ambivalent, and we need to move away from that and have more flexible regulations and policies maybe that can adapt over time for us to move forward. But I also think we've already lost that race, and AI 100%, it's gone. And I think that we just have to be proactive to take what is the next step. Well, like, what can we do next? Because we're already behind there. What can we do next to be proactive?
Arthur, AI, in Europe, how do you see that being an opportunity, a trap, a risk for you guys?
Yes, it's an opportunity for Europe if we increase our competitiveness in this area. Of course, a lot of questions are coming in Europe on this subject, but I think a lot of European political leaders are very aware about this problematic, like President Macron, and it's a central subject for the summit this Monday in France, Choose France. IA is a central subject. So I think we are very aware, but we have to be very, very, very fast in our capacity to reform our system to be more competitiveness.
Azi, do you think AI will help on mental health issues?
I mean, the real crux of it all is AI isn't going anywhere. So it's not really, there's no point really debating as to whether or not it serves a purpose in our society, because it's here and it's about evolving, and it's about having an understanding of the fact that it's artificial intelligence, which fundamentally means that it's way more powerful than the sapient brain. So we now just need to think about, okay, having an educational conversation with children about the powers and properties that it has, but thinking about ways in which this can be a tool and this can be used and we can coexist alongside artificial intelligence. It's not one or the other. I think from a mental health perspective, I think it's an incredible tool in terms of self-regulation. I think it can be amazing for stress regulation. I think it can be incredible as a voice for someone to communicate with. And I think that done correctly, I think it can be used amazingly, but I think, like everything, it's about having an awareness that something that has a huge power over us it's like what comes up must come down. So it's just having an awareness of something that's more powerful than us, and it's just an ego game with humans.
Last question, short answer. If you have one piece of advice to give to European world leaders, what it would be? Starting from the right to the left. Semil.
Sure. When I think about this question, there is a Roman phrase that comes to my mind. I think it was first used by Cicero, the Roman statesman. It says, summum jus summa injuria, which roughly translates, the rigid law becomes great damage. Rigid law becomes great injustice. I think that finds some great resonance with what President Macron earlier today said, with a call to streamline the regulations, not to abandon them, because oversight is clearly a foundational component of European democracy, but I guess it would be to streamline and push forward for progress.
Jared, what would be your piece of advice?
Yeah, just
not to President Trump, to European leaders.
Of course, no, just deregulate everything. I know you say that it's a core principle of the European process, but you can't have a system when you try to tax and prevent all that can grow. So the EU trying to regulate AI when there is no AI in Europe is like me trying to regulate being 7 feet tall. This has literally nothing to do with me. So hopefully Europe can create an environment where companies can flourish and founders feel comfortable staying here, and there's resources that are available to them. And I would encourage the great families of Europe to invest huge amounts of money in random smart kids. If you're a 17-year-old kid that can code little things together, there's a ton of capital in the US. There's 1 million fellowships and things that great entrepreneurs and founders and universities have made available for our students that don't really exist here. So instead, the European ones apply to ours. So I would encourage the great families to set up those programs and fund these kids and then give them more follow-on capital, and for the government to not prevent them from using the AI tools that will make them competitive in the global economy, because if you're not using these AI tools, your companies are simply going to fail compared to ones that will.
Arthur?
Yes, one advice is for the political leaders in Europe is to be more unified. Because now in Europe, we are facing a lack of unity in Europe. Because I think strong leaders didn't understand the diversity of Europe. The European Union was built in one slogan: united in the diversity. So all political leaders have to know better each country, each economic interest, each strategic environment. And so when our leaders will now know better the European countries, we will be more unified and more powerful.
Elsa?
Yeah, I think as to President Macron's speech earlier, I agree with a lot, but him including a lot of various other people are missing the how. And I want to know more about the how. How are we going to do that? And I would say with that, include us also in the conversations, because we have the ears on the ground and we know what's happening. And I think that we can run with speed. If you have people at the European Commission that now I'm just talking in general, but they might not even know what's going on in tech. Maybe you have to have parallel discussions to bring up.
Thank you. Azi?
I echo what all of you guys said, and I think it's just more, let's stop talking and start doing, and let's just kind of get on with it, because I think now's the moment, and us as a cohort of future generation, we want to work. It's not that we want to sit and do nothing. We want to be inspired. We want to innovate, and we just haven't had the tools, the materials, or innovation. And I think really, as someone who genuinely wants to see the world succeed and pioneer the future of a new world of peace and have a holistic awareness of a happy society, I think it's, use us. We want to help, and we want to be a part of the future.
Azi, Elsa, Arthur, Jared, Semil, thank you very much for this moment. I would invite you to go maybe at the first row before we go backstage to take out your mics, while I will launch something that you will probably enjoy, which is a best-of video of this amazing 36 hours in Tirana. So it will be the West of, so please join your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, just a short words about the fact that I would like to thank you all. And we will be welcoming you and hosting you, I hope, at the FII 9 edition, the flagship event, which will happen in Riyadh, 27, 28, 29, and 30 of October. Thank you for being with us. Hope you have enjoyed and have a great rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Amid global uncertainty, Europe radiates with the potential of innovation, sustainability, and unity.
In this region, the Balkans, we see untapped potential, youthful energy, and the hunger to belong to the new chapter of global growth.
Bring together influential leaders from Europe, from the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia, and from the rest of the world.
Albania is the fastest growing economy in Europe. We have been investing in Europe since the revamping of PIF, $85 billion between investments and procurement.
We have to invest in innovation. We have to become a lab and not a museum.
In America, they are very busy with election, and Europe, and we are very busy with construction. Simple.
I think the potential in Europe is really great.
Albania growing very fast. Our main focus now is in tourism.
Europe does need to step up to make that a reality for investors that are looking in Europe.
By the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, Edi Rama, His Excellency and also the President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Yes, sir, thank you very much for coming and for generously bringing with Richard this wonderful platform.
Let's better integrate this place. Let's deal together on energy, on migration, on defense, on trade. If we coordinate this place, we have a huge opportunity to gather these 700 million inhabitants.
FII Institute focuses on creating an impact on humanity. We believe that investment can be a powerful force for good.
Youth is really the foundation of a country. Education really is important, I think.
It's our mission that our children start another level of engagement.
We have to create now a single market on 3 critical sectors where it was excluded from the very beginning. Telco, energy and finance.
Europe will be able to find its way through it.
If you look at Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, it's not just about money. They have energy, they have powered land, they have investment know-how and expertise, they're thought leaders.
Today, you don't build renewables out of ideology. You build them because they're the cheapest, the fastest, the simplest technology that you can install.
The mandate that Riyadh Air has got is to connect to 100 international cities within the next 5 years.
Today is a $64 billion project. We've signed 42 new hotel deals.
So why did you decide to invest here? Felt to me like it showed the potential of the country. So much amazing beauty, the water, we get a lot of swimming, a lot of hiking. The country just had incredible natural beauty.
You need to reinvest and you need to have the rest of the world coming in to the continent and to co-invest with you.